Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a great day. And so today we have a couple of things to discuss that are really, I would say, interesting. The first thing we want to start with is some state initiatives relating to the Nakhti order and just some things that we want to discuss of like theoretical initiatives that could take place on the state level. Again, for those who may not know, like what the Nakti were about or what we've been doing here is we've been carving out a high society in real time. And the Nakti Order is a dynamic organization that does serve as a high society that has appendages. So those appendages consist of a think tank, esoteric spiritual order, and human rights advocacy group, as well as Nakhti University, the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self, the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, as well as the Black American Research, Cultural, and Policy Center. All of those are appendages of the Nakhti Order. And so, obviously, on this channel, we discuss a plethora of topics relating to Nakhti University. That could be esoteric politics, esoteric studies, and for those who don't know what esoteric means, that just means like stuff that's more covert or hidden or has a deeper meaning. And so we do discuss esoteric politics and esoteric studies, which is more of the spiritual aspects. We also get into the more think tank apparatus, which is more of idea generator, as well as political philosophy. And so we do discuss like the idea of governance as it relates to civilizations and nations from a philosophical level. And so we promote that as the Nakhti order. And so for those who may not know what the Nakhti order is, again, we are grounded in truth and enlightenment. And so it is a system that is designed for us to get to know ourselves in as far as sovereignty. And so the main tenet of the Nakhti philosophy is know thyself, undo all forms of mind control, have no fear, question everything, and program your own mind, or else someone will program it for you. And so we're breaking down all levels of controlled opposition, of all propaganda, of all things that of all lies. Okay. And so how we defeat the system is through truth. As long as you can stand on the truth, and as long as you can stand on empirical evidence as much as possible, then you will defeat most systems, hands down. You would defeat most opposition, because the truth needs no proof. The truth just needs time. The truth, time tells all. And so we're in a new day and age where transparency and where enlightenment and where the truth will be honored. And so with that uh, comes exposure of false systems and false light and false golden ages and false dawns, and so that's the day and age that we are in. We saw that throughout of all 2024. And so we're going to see the reckoning in 2025, where controlled opposition gets exposed, where old orders fall right before our eyes, and where old orders get called out for the chicanery that they are behind as it relates to obsession with control and power and lies. And so the Nakhti order, it bridges that gap into the new earth, which is of a higher vibration of in a higher system. And so I create systems and new orders, and also it's designed for it to be collaborative. And so we want people involved. We want to get more local. And so after we cover the main tenets of just the governance structure of what we're doing, this will go more, I have to say, online. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, offline. And so that's what I have to say about that. And so we'll discuss some state initiatives that are again more philosophical, but they're advisory, because again, the Nakhti order does serves as a advisory umbra governance over the United States. And so that's important to also know. So after we discuss our state initiatives, let's actually go right here to them. We will get into a discussion of like just objective stats on DEI and Black Americans. There's a lot of argument whether or not Black Americans benefited from DEI, or whether, well, the philosophical argument that okay, we should get rid of it because we didn't benefit from it, or there's other arguments that, well, there was a marginal quota that that does that we can back up with empirical data that does prove that we did benefit on some level from DEI and whatnot. So I just want to just look at the stats objectively. I want to look into the stats. I want to look into um more so like, how do you pivot from strategically from initiatives that were meant from you that maybe you didn't benefit from, or you didn't, or you weren't the sole beneficiary of it. And so I do want to discuss that from a very high level, in terms of, again, I'm out of this. I don't promote anything that has to do with this two-party system or even this matrix. And so when we're discussing this DEI initiative, because they're getting rid of it, to be frank, but the discussion is like, where's Black Americans' voice in all of this? And is it coming from a place where it's well researched and very sophisticated, and not just like a top down puppet, like someone saying, okay, this is what we need to do, and then people just going along with it, versus, okay, where's the nuance, or where's the counter policies and whatnot. And so I do want to discuss that, not from the framework of the matrix, but just on a very high level. And then after that, we want to discuss Billy Carson, uh the Billy Carson debate. I do want to do a review of that, and that's going to be probably really briefly. I just want to go over, like, how does trained scholarship looks, and what are some things he could have said to pivot out of that complete dragging that he received by Westhuff, which is quite shocking to me. But it happened nonetheless. And so me as a trained scholar, I see exactly the pedagogy and the framework under which Westhuff operated from. I also have a master's degree in religious studies. I'm a trained scholar in many of the texts that were not so much the codex Sinaiticus, but like the Nag Hammadi texts and some of these things, even Commission science and whatnot. And so I do understand the historical context of which those texts flow from, the amalgamations of even the stories and parallels within other pantheons. And so I do think there was a extreme missed opportunity for Billy Carson, because, to be frank, he's walking the walk, but not necessarily talking the talk, or talking the talk, but not necessarily walking the walk in terms of this as a scholar. And he said he's the foremost scholar on ancient texts. And so, this is not to beat up on Billy Carson at all. It's just more so like, how does trained pedagogy look like? How do you train, on the spot like that? Like, somebody put you on the spot like that, even if you have a surface level idea of the information, there was ways for Billy Carson to wiggle out of that debate had he been trained as an actual scholar. And again, that comes from, people in our community stepping up uh to train in the tenets of, again, not what you're researching, not the text, not the information itself, but how to handle debates, how to um wiggle your way out of anything. There's a skill to scholarship. There's an art to it, especially in Western academia, which does have roots in Eastern pedagogy, in terms of the idea of the university. The university itself is an idea that transcends culture, race, a country. We're talking about the days of Timbuktu, the days of the the common house in Egypt. The university itself is a very old concept in terms of debates and the production of knowledge and scholarship. And obviously, even during the Renaissance era, where there would be people who explored knowledge for knowledge's sake, and were curious, and were at the frontier, and pushed for higher intelligence and knowledge. And so that's where I come from as a university, as Nakhti University, and as a scholar myself. Even though I am trained in Western pedagogy very well, I have to enter the matrix, so to speak, to even break down the Billy Carson and West Huff debacle. It is a little, low level to me, but I do want our community to see, like, what could have been said and how do you handle these things. So it's a learning moment. It's not to bash Billy Carson at all. Uh, it's eye opening for the community, and then we want to also just get into like how do you wiggle your way out of a spot like that if you may even have a surface level, which I don't recommend. I recommend people be the real deal. I recommend people be real ass scholars. And so West Health is a trained scholar. I could easily find things where I'm like, dude, he wouldn't have dragged my ass like that. That's all I gotta say. And we'll go through a review. Um, I would say clip by clip, but again, we're not doing the whole interview. We'll probably do like the first 22 minutes. I don't have time to sit there, but we will cover like about 22 minutes just for you guys to see pedagogy in real time. And I want to briefly I also want to show like some actual scholarship that I think Billy Carson would be able to actually use in the future, like actual stuff that he could actually like could be trained on and read for himself and be like, oh, okay. And so we'll go through that as well. That's going to be later on in the video, though, and so you want to stay tuned for that. I think that would be the last thing that we'll cover, and we'll cover some other miscellaneous stuff relating to people picking up on the bait and switch, MAGA people leaving MAGA itself. I think Candace Owens just made an announcement yesterday, and so I called out the bait and switch as a Trump supporter 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the election. I saw it myself. I tried to warn people that it was a trap and that, they may have gotten to Trump, or it could have been blackmail or a compromise. It was something that I felt as a clairvoyant, and I'm very clairvoyant. And I saw that 3 weeks before the election. And I know people probably thought, okay, here go Kali J.N.S. She done lost it again, and I would say 5 days into after the election is when, some of the other MAGA supporters, or even just people, even people that don't really care about politics at all. They're not beholden to the two-party system at all. They called out the bait and switch, and these were people with much bigger platforms to me. Thank God, white males. Thank God, because people tend to listen to those that have more privilege and power. And so, they started to call out and use their platforms to say, hey guys, this is a bait and switch. Look at these cabinet picks. I don't know about this. What happened? What's going on? I don't know. We've been trusting the plan. I don't know. This is, Kenan is a psyop, da, da, da. And so people are coming along and people can see it. What I saw 3 weeks before the election, and I wish I saw it sooner. And to people's credit, there are people that saw it way before I did. Maybe they didn't speak up for whatever reasons, or maybe they were shadow banned just as much as I am shadow banned, and whatnot. So, but it's interesting because Candace Owens, she just made this announcement yesterday about the MAGA, and I had tagged her in that post. So I got some words for her. I got some words for her. So she gonna get run down later on in the video too. So let's start with let's actually start with the more the productive part. Again, the Nakhti order, high society, and we are a high society that promotes truth and enlightenment. We are a human advocacy group. We have appendages, which are the Nakhti University, the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self, Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, the Nakhti political party. There's appendages. It's a whole order. It's a system, and there is no, oh, you gotta, pay the fee or join or take an oath for some secrecy or nothing like that. It's not about that. It's about sovereignty. And so again, even though I structured it under a certain way to give us more federal protections, under like the Nakhti philosophy. Again, the main tenet of the Nakhti philosophy is know thyself. Okay, program your own mind, question everything, have no fear. If you don't question everything, if you don't program and take the time to understand yourself and your state of consciousness, then someone else gonna program your mind for you. And that's what's been happening for a long time. The K to 12 system, propaganda, the news, higher education, politics, everything is about programming your state of consciousness, putting you under the spell. And so we break the spells, and we honor sovereignty. We honor human rights. Okay. And so that's what you have to know. And so the Nakhti order is a umbra governance for the United States as an advisory system, and we offer political philosophy, advisory initiatives, policies, and whatnot as a think tank. It's as simple as that. but it's so much more. And so that's being carved out in real time. And this is something, with Nakhti University, I've been carving that out for some years and whatnot. And I'm 100% independent. I don't have any corporate backing. I don't have government backing. And so it's been a lot harder. Obviously, if I were, I've had the opportunity, clearly, I mean, to walk right into their system and to have those partnerships and to develop those coalitions. And I'm pretty sure the offer is even still there. But whether people say I'm hard headed or whatever, I do want to keep this independent. I don't want to be controlled opposition. I don't want to be controlled at all, to be honest. And so I have to take those hits in other ways, which obviously means you'll have freedom, but you'll be shadow banned, or you'll be smear campaign, and you'll be lied on and whatnot. And so I understand that aspect of what I'm getting into, to keep my independence, or to keep the authenticity and the rawness of what I'm trying to do. And again, I've been around those coalitions and those initiatives that were more government based, and I felt stifled. I could feel how my raw creativity, or and the ideas, that's not going to get honored there, in terms of the even this coming up with a whole political philosophy around new governance structures of that are in alignment with the Constitution. I cannot work with those systems and produce that type of work. They wouldn't allow it, to be frank. And so I have to do it my way. So let's begin. So, we have like these state committees. We talked about, remember, our admiral sphere, which is your executive level. We talked about the upper house, which is our state level, our state sphere, which is the regional sphere. Okay, which consists of your legislative branch and your councils, which is your council of elders, your council of the queen mothers, your council of formidable men. And so we would use the legislative branch and reshape that and mold that, have the same numbers based on representation and of population, but it has to end in an even number. So there's an even number of males and females within each council of the upper house. And then we have the city local levels, which is your black house, which consists of your councils um, in subcommittees. So those councils can consist of your planning council, which is more so like the zoning and the city affairs level, but that also consists of some subcommittees relating to your water, agriculture, energy, residential, and wastewater management subcommittees as well. So we covered that in other videos. We're not covering that here, but it's just to give you a review of some of the things that we've been carving out as a think tank and high society order. So now when we talk about like the state committees, that would consist on the upper house level. So each state would work with their chief state commander. Remember, that's like your governor, your chief state commander, to carry out these initiatives. Okay, and so the first initiative that we have is called the Resiliency Initiative Committee. This would be a statewide resiliency initiative. So it's a state-led program overseen by the regional command and the upper house. I'm just going to put upper house right here, and the upper house, so people can understand it better. Okay. And so in that initiative funds and manages projects such as renewable energy sources, water conservation, and regional disaster preparedness, with oversight from I want to say this is the chief state commander, to ensure projects benefit all districts. Okay. Benefit all states. So yeah. And so I do think that, again, this is something that would be collaborative. So this is something that the public would have to vote on, and and whatnot, to see if this is if we should break this down into smaller, or if this is even redundancy based on what we have set up in the black house. And remember, the black house is your local level. And so I do think that, like, say this could replace, like, say, a FEMA or something like that. you know um a FEMA, which is a federal, the FEMA, they deal with federal emergencies and whatnot. But like the Resiliency Initiative Committee, that's what would replace FEMA, and that's my thinking, is that we do kind of need to have something like that, and that is state led And again, it deals more so with regional disaster preparedness for renewable energy sources and whatnot, and even water conservation. Water is very important. And so when we're going into these new age, into this new paradigm, we have to prioritize uh, the, the the alignment between our resources on planet Earth and the environment, and our our actions as humans in relation to that. And so, that's one reason why the Resiliency Initiative Committee would exist. Now, let's actually look at some of the committee initiatives, though. Okay. And so you have a reciprocity compact. Okay. And so this would be like to promote cooperation across states, because again, I foresee that there's going to be a lot of breakdown. um I would say within the next 8 years, 8 to 12 years, even within the next 4 years, things are not going to be peachy cream as what you guys think. I even foresee some states succeeding. Like, this is how serious this is. I'm just so early on this, but there's going to be a major breakdown, because obviously what these people, again, these two-party systems are, they are two birds of the same. They're two wings of the same bird. They work together behind the scenes. It is one secret society that is still running the system, and then there's also Occupy regime that has taken over America currently, and even preoccupy regime changes led by even the CIA. Now, again, we're not there. I know people are not ready to hear all of that, and they can't see it. They still in a matrix blind. But for those of us that can see it, we can see that shit. Like, we're not dumb. And so we know what's going on. And we know that the American people will eventually catch on to what I am saying. I am just much too early. And they will start to be questioning stuff, and they're going to get very dissatisfied. Our politicians are going to buck up against the system. Politicians are going to start to speak out. Like, it's going to get real. And you're going to see governors, you're going to see mayors, you're going to see people like literally you get pissed at what's happening and with this country and the way it's being ran, and the bait and switch, being bamboozled, feeling let down. How people don't care about our common man, and the working class, the middle class. Like, people are going to start to see that, like, that these policies and the things that they're trying to do are not for the American people. It's not about making America great. It's not about DNC and RNC shit. Like, this stuff is like we want a whole new sovereign, like we want something that's real. Like, we want real change. Like, we want to have a say, and we want, so we're not there yet, but we will get there. And so I'm crafting all this stuff out in real time. And again, eventually we're going to be going more underground, because I have to stop. Um, I have to just let things play out, pretty much, because the more I speak, the more it gives that too much of the alley hoop for a system that I know is very corrupt and don't give a damn about anybody, let alone, even marginalized communities. And so we gotta just let stuff free fall. And so it's like more so I can show you better than I can tell you. And so me just telling you, okay, guys, this is gonna happen, it doesn't matter. It's just more so like you just let this shit play out. And thankfully you got major people that's starting to speak up, like, where it's not just me, sounding like some lone wolf, or somebody that's fear mongering something. Or there are people in real time with major platforms that are seeing what I saw 3 weeks before that election, that are now just now speaking out. And look, it's better than them being quiet, because there's a lot of people that also know what I said was true, and they are being blackmailed into being quiet, and they are being cowards, and they're very afraid to tell the American people what I know. But they know exactly what I'm talking about, and in terms of even the politicians and whatnot. But we just have to give things time. Okay. And so to promote cooperation across the states, you know, say if there was, this sort of breakdown, or you start to see succession of certain states, I would say the national sphere would implement a state reciprocity compact. Okay. And so that compact enables state fairs to share resources like water and energy in times of need. So that would encourage unity and solidarity among regions while preventing resource monopolies. Okay. And so each state is accountable for its own resource management, but can enter mutual support agreements with neighboring states. Okay. And so this is overseen by the Council of Formidable Men. We will have the judiciary queen mothers, which we know is 46 black women on that. Biden just appointed 46 black women. You know, after I came up with the like this Nakhti governance and said that we needed it had to be women on the judiciary. That's not a coincidence, guys, just so you know. And that's all like time stamped and documented. It's just hilarious to see it play out. But the judiciary Queen Mothership branch would also, I would say, take a look at this. But this has to be overseen by the Council for Middle Men because we're talking about some of the more state resources of what is surplus and what can be available or put aside. Should we be giving, this is something the men could discuss, but like should they be giving 5%, 10% of whatever resources, natural resources each state have into like a reserve, that could even be actual resources as it relates to disaster preparedness, regional disaster preparedness, reservation of conservation of, like, say, even a water surplus. Like, this is what states would have to start doing on their own. But I would say if we were to each state were to give 5%, maybe 10%, like a tie in a reservoir for for this compact, just in case something was to happen and say a neighboring state needed, then we can come to each other's aid in that way. So this is a more holistic approach. You notice there's no big federal bureaucracy government involved. And again, this would also be led by the Resiliency Initiative Committee, which would replace FEMA. But when we think of this reciprocity compact, on that state level, obviously this could be even much larger than just the resource thing in terms of something tangible. But now, even if there was, even say, aspects of the barter economy or new forms of economy, whether that be cryptocurrency or either other ledger technologies, certain things that I still think there has to be a reserve of resource management for each state, for this compact, for I would say in times of need we can help other neighboring states, because again, them days are coming. It may not be obviously this year or even next year, but um you're gonna see it. That's all I can say. And so, again, sharing resources like water, energy, this could even be cryptocurrency, it could be food, material supplies, actual supplies. I should probably put supplies as well. Supplies, resources, currency. I'll put that there too. Okay, in times of need. And so we have that. That's the reciprocity compact. These are state initiatives, though. And then another thing that we'll have is a community resource bank. So this is again something that to think about as far as the community resource banks functions at. This is a city level now, city level initiative where residents can contribute and borrow resources. Once again, the community resource bank. You know how you have libraries everywhere and whatnot. I think we should have community. We should try it out. Community resource bank. Okay, this is I personally am a big fan of this idea. Um, you come up with tools, you borrow resources such as tools, books, equipment without monetary transactions. Okay. And so I do think that I can carve this out better in terms of fitting more so with that barter, with the barter economy app that we're talking about. But this would be more so of the brick and mortar aspect of the barter economy app. So that was more of a digital space for services and more for the people. But this is more local level, and it's more brick and mortar. And again, residents can contribute and borrow resources. So that could be, books, tools, equipment. And then obviously there would be a control mechanisms to make sure things are returned. Just like a library, when you borrow books, you have to take the books back or you get a fine and shit like that, but residents are contributing to that resource community bank. And what that could be, again, I think, it could be a number of things that are based on that particular region, because this is city level, so every city has different resources, different values and cultures of what they value. See, Texas, on their city level, say Houston or Dallas is going to be different from obviously New York City as far as their community resource bank. Georgia's community resource bank and Atlanta is going to be different from, say, Columbus or Macon's community resource bank. But it's the people, and that's what this is about, right? And so it's the people that are contributing and then borrowing. And so that's up to you. your black house on your local level has to determine what kind of things y'all want to contribute. An ATL, or in Houston, what are those things? What kind of equipment? It could be speakers, it could be laptops, um, cooking supplies, actual, household needs, heaters, lamps, all types of shit, batteries, water, come on. But this is something that we need to that we should consider. Again, we're carving out a whole new system in real time. We started with the rooted in the legal architecture, the preamble, the Nakhti order of governance. We went over the admiral sphere, the upper house, the black house. We talked about the term limits, the pathways for leadership, the election criteria. We didn't go into too deep in terms of like how much, what age it needed to be. Obviously, some of the things that's already in the Constitution, as far as having to be born here and all those things, would still stand and whatnot. The things, so that's why we didn't go so deep into like, well, what is the criteria? Because I think that we'll fall back obviously on whatever's in the Constitution in relation to that. And so I didn't want to get into the weeds of that part. But we talked about voter education campaign, new systems of voting, registration, and even software, and how that would look like. And so we covered that, over the I would say the last month, you know, and we covered GIA military science, some new military science ideas, and our QM defense branch. And then now we're going into, this state committee stuff. And so obviously, these are high level thoughts, and it's for people to collaborate on and to give feedback. Again, ideally, a lot of this stuff, that this is surface level stuff. So the more in depth schematics would have to obviously take place offline. That would not be discussed online. But we're just going through the surface level things, right? So let's go here. The next one is oh, did we finish covering this? Okay, so let's finish covering the community resource bank. And so obviously this is managed by um I would say the Black House. I would say the Black House needs to manage. That's the local level, by the way, guys. The Black House. And remember the city commander, which is your mayor. This is a community resource bank. Yeah, I think that could be managed by the Black House and a city commander. Okay, and so the bank supports self-sufficiency. It reduces waste and builds a collaborative community environment. And so local residents can also contribute volunteer hours or services to earn credits, okay, ensuring that everyone has access to essential resources. And what we're thinking is like those volunteer hours and those services where they earn credits, they can use that to remember, we haven't even covered that yet, on the barter app. They're literally, because remember, you can earn points and use points as currency on the barter app, or your actual services and or your actual goods and items on the digital app. And so, one way to get people incentivized involved in their community resource bank in terms of the volunteer part of it is if they can be guaranteed that they're going to earn fucking points that they can actually literally go and cash in for services, whether that be getting their hair done, nails did, getting flued out, plane ticket, barber haircuts, lawn care, child care. Like we dead ass serious with this shit. Like, and that would be, we haven't covered the barter economy app. I did write about it in another book that was a year ago, but I'm talking about like the this more high level version that's more like governmental, or more governance rather, because I don't like the word government, but the more governance level of that has not been discussed yet. And we'll discuss it on a surface level here, but like the whole idea of this whole thing, that's totally not going to be open to I mean, it'll be open to the public, but it won't be discussed on YouTube. But the machinations of that will be very transparent, right? And so I think the community resource bank idea is fucking dope. Again, city level, I would say residential, get people with contributing, get people involved, and again, earning the ability to earn points if they volunteer, and whatnot, or if they want to contribute, maybe an exchange of, if they want to borrow some things, maybe they have to contribute or volunteer. It's something that we would craft out considerably in more detail at a later time. And so the next one we have is implementation of anti-corruption measures. And so each fair we would incorporate a anti-corruption committee composed of, and I think that each fair might be a little too redundant, to be honest. Um, I think that it needs to just, it doesn't need to be each sphere of government. I think that there could be one large body uh overseeing this, or even maybe even state by state. I'm not sure yet. Uh, I have to craft that out, how that will look like. But yeah, incorporate anti-corruption committee composed of rotating members who audit financial transactions, decision-making, transparency, and adherence to the Nakhti values. At each level, these councils rotate members every 6 months. That's way too soon. 12 months, ensuring fresh perspectives and reducing the risk of embedded corruption. Okay, so this is how you deal with corruption right on the spot. Now, you don't let it fester for 20, 40 years, 50 years, and then it's so bad it done crept into military, it done crept into politics, and done crept in, like that's what we're dealing with now. Like the corruption is just everywhere. The politics is corrupt. Everything is just messed up, you know? And so we want to deal with that hands on. And so hey, Royal Deluxe, happy Friday as well. I just see your comment. You say you're busy, so I can't text. Audio is great. Happy Friday. Okay, thanks. Because I be checking my audio, just checking my audio as we speak. That's how I was able to see your comment actually. But yes, I'm glad you're here, and thanks, Boo. And I hope you have a great Friday as well. You say you're working right now? Okay. So I'm gonna check your channel out as well. But yes, so check out Royal Deluxe channel. He has a channel on Rumble, and he covers some interesting topics. I'll be checking him out. Yeah, so this, as far as this anti-corruption measure, again, you want to rotate the members very quickly. I do think 6 months is too long. That's why I don't think this need to be no every sphere type shit. I think this kind of need to be very holistic. It doesn't need to be much thought. Like we're talking maybe volunteers, like how you have a jury pool. Like how you have like literally like volunteers from the American people that are being rotated like that every 12 months. And again, it's something that, and I think that there should be um peers that are that have the skill set to look at um adherence to Nike values, decision making, transparency, the auditing of financial transactions. Obviously, you have to have the skill set to audit. But I do think that it has to be like some sort of rotating a member or volunteer, something that's voluntary. And again, it has to ensure fresh perspectives. Okay. And so this is a mechanism to reduce risk of embedded corruption throughout all levels of government. So I do think that this should be something that is at the upper house level. And I think it needs to be separate from the upper house though, but it's ran at that level. And remember, the upper house is your equivalent to, say, like your the equivalency of your legislative branch is just ran just a slight bit different. It's just set up in different councils based on the council of the elders, your council of queen mothers, and your council of formidable men. And so it's pretty much just reshaping the legislative branch and giving them tasks based on the the tenets and governance structures that are more indigenous to North America and are in alignment with the age that we are going into. And so just a more holistic indigenous framework that's been, it's innovative, but at the same time it has its tenets and its roots and some of the major civilizations of old. And so I've studied those nobility class, and I've studied the governance structures of various empires, and I've seen how they were ran, and as far as before, I would say pre-colonial period. And so I'm very open with that. I've written on those things for years, and so I'm an ideologue in that sense. And I would argue with anybody on those things. But yes, again, the councils report directly to the Council of Queen Mothers at each level, providing an additional layer of accountability. I would say the committee, it has to just be one committee. And again, if, Americans, if you have like a better idea or like a way to streamline it that's more efficient, then I'm all ears, because again, you want this simple. You don't want it complicated. You don't want all these different departments and divisions and orders and all this. Like, no, it's gotta just be real freaking simple. you know it's like that's the day that we're going into, but it's still innovative and creative. It's not bureaucratic. People are involved, like you see your community resource bank, the community is involved. The anti-corruption measures, the community, the people are involved. Your reciprocity compact, the people are involved. Like, this is how you getting people to looking out for each other, to build American culture. This is how you truly make America great again. These are the type of things that we should be on. And again, and I told you how there was a bait and switch, and I told you how they Jedi mind tricked the people 3 weeks before the election. It didn't. They have the agenda. It wouldn't have necessarily mattered who won on the higher levels of it, but when it comes to like working class and middle class, it kind of did, in that sense. And again, I'm not going to speak too much on that. We have to let things play out. Bait and switches are real, and it's a learning lesson for me myself. And I have to say, I was so turned off that it turned me off so much that I just was like, you know what, I'm done with politics. I'm so fucking done with y'all. Like, and I just started to knock the order, selected myself over the shadow government, because we do know that presidents are selected, not elected. And we do know that what the real definition of what government means, and how they dicking people around. And so I'm like, nah, man, y'all corrupt. Y'all not for the people. And so I select myself. And humans, you're gonna see more. I'm telling you, y'all gonna literally see succession. Y'all gonna see states succeeding. Y'all gonna see that. And again, I don't have a timeline when, um, but people, you're gonna see these politicians start speaking up, breaking away. A lot of blackmail's gonna come out. And by that, I'm talking about, like stuff that people hold over people's head when they under blackmail. There's a book about it. You guys can read that book. You're gonna see that. You're gonna see secret societies get outed and be frowned upon considerably. You're gonna see, like, this day is coming. Like, people not gonna be going along to get along. People not gonna be, being cowards. People gonna speak up about the bullshit, because it's like, if they don't, it's like you're pretty much walking into your own slaughterhouse. White, black, male, female, all that shit y'all focus on, none of that matters at this time. It just doesn't. You have to be a human. You have to know thyself. You got to stand on the truth. You got to have no fear. You can't be a damn coward. That's the day and age that we in. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters until y'all see that. Y'all gonna have to learn the hard way. Y'all trying to hold on to power, hold on to the old ways, hold on to this. Oh, black against white, white against this, and you want to lock people out and bring, all that stuff. Them days are done. I'm telling you, them days is gonna be damn done. So let's keep going. We got the neighborhood revitalization fund. Okay, so the neighborhood revitalization fund, this is also led by the Black House, which is what? Your city level. This is initiative. And again, just because you hear the words Black House don't mean it's just like, oh, only black people can be in that. No, the Black House is spelled BLAQUE. It has a specific resonance and cadence, and it is alignment with the age of the divine feminine, Saturn, as well as infinity in the number 8, as well as the energy of the cosmos. And so it is the Black House. It's gonna be black people in there, but it's anybody that is qualified American people. It is not so just because you hear the word Black House don't mean it's like, oh, only black people. No, it's named after our cosmic melanin, but all anybody can apply for a position in the Black House. Anybody could be in the council in the Black House. Okay, it's just your city level governance structure, which is led by your city commander. And remember, we have the council of children. Remember, the council of children is at the city level, as well as some of your planning council, and obviously you still have your city council, but your city council is going to be reshuffled. And so you're going to have to actually be competent to be at this level. Okay, because your city councils, you're going to act as your councilmen, rather, are going to act as more so like your sectional leaders of subcommittees. And so they'll see one over the water subcommittee, agriculture, energy, and wastewater, and waste water, and waste management. And then your residential building, all those things that you see here. And so your councilmen, your city council is going to actually have to be competent. They're actually going to have uh some skill set, at least in planning, at the least in planning, agriculture, energy, and they're acting more as a lead, a sectional lead, or a SME, rather, a subject matter expert on good governance at that city level. Okay. And so it's a different structure, but again, what you got now is just clearly not working. It's clearly ran its course, and I can see the writings on the wall, and so I gotta wait until the rest of the American people damn wake up. And luckily people are. Okay, and so the next one is your revitalization fund. Okay, that's led by the Black House. It's dedicated to improving underfunded neighborhoods, and so funds are allocated for projects like park renovations. This could be affordable housing and community centers, with the city council providing oversight to ensure fair distribution across districts. Okay, and so again, it's about improving underfunded neighborhoods, park renovations, affordable housing. Everybody should be able to go into any neighborhood and feel welcome and supported, and have those, and you have this, all of this stratification of this in this marginalized communities, and stratification based on a caste system. When we talk about a golden age, when we talk about this age that I am bringing in for America, and that we are bringing in together, that has to be based on, again, camaraderie. You know, you should be able to go into any Texas neighborhood, any Georgia neighborhood, and I'm not saying it all should look the same, like no damn 15-minute city or nothing, or like no clone or nothing. But no, I'm not saying that. But it's like the culture of those respective states would be there, right? um but the resources of the neighborhoods, as far as like the comfort of being able to move around, and all of that should be there. You shouldn't have underfunded neighborhoods and then funded neighborhoods and whatnot. But again, it's not about, you know um taking from one group and then, oh, we got to put it here, or no, this is holistic. And so one ways in which to do the neighborhood revitalization fund is through that community resource bank. Getting the people involved on that level, because people have to realize, like, once we're getting away from this big government and this bureaucratic stuff, it's the people, you're gonna have to take care of each other. And so if y'all can't get along because of somebody's gender or somebody's race, and y'all want to be stupid like that, then y'all go ahead and fumble, and you're gonna be just like that movie. What was that movie? Leave the World Behind, and all that stuff, and them apocalyptic movies with people fighting over each other for the last breadcrumb. If that's how y'all want to be, then go ahead and do it. But for those of us that's intelligent and that's wise, we go into heaven. We go into a different state of consciousness. And remember, heaven or hell is a state of consciousness. So we going into higher levels. We know how to do things in an orderly fashion, an orderly manner, without panicking and without trying to beat the next person over the head. you know and so if we gotta, that's what I'm telling you, like, people that can't get their shit together, you're gonna literally see states succeeding, like, and you're gonna see who's competent in politics. You're gonna see who's competent to be in the positions that they are in. The American people will witness that over the next 8 years, over the next 4 to 8 years. It's gonna get real. And it ain't no amount of Jedi mind trick, black magic, MAGA magic, nothing that can control the perception of the American people from seeing that. Right now, they under a very powerful spell. I was under that spell. That's a very powerful spell, and the magic that they working with works, and it is very powerful. It wanes though. For me, thank God, I had to just tap into my ancestors, but it will wane. It's waning. Oh, people are waking up. And then luckily there's people that other people see, and they realize, okay, that person is saying that, we shouldn't follow that. Or, you're going to have influencers speaking out. And so that's what it's going to be. But this neighborhood revitalization fund, this could be maybe even redundancy. I think we could probably merge the community resource bank, I would say, with the neighborhood revitalization fund, on some level. But again, remember, when we were talking about that's what was it was the state committee, when we were talking about, like, maybe putting like 5 to 10%. I'm thinking that from each state. Perhaps there could even be earmarked, maybe 2% earmarked from each state to go to the neighborhood revitalization fund and to see, you know, how to be improved the underfunded neighborhoods. And again, we're moving from a system that's based on competition for contracts and these sole contracts. Um, Humans are not up to speed on what a lot of that stuff means. And so they're going to be easily taken advantage of. And they're going to be hook, line, and sinker. Hook. I mean, it's the biggest bamboozle thing you'll ever hear. And because people don't understand admiralty law and the law of commerce and Babylonian contract law, like what contract laws are based on and how these government contracts work, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to be screwed under the guise of, oh, we competed for this contract to get this money or whatever. And that's the way the system is set up now. But I can intuitively know that that is not a sustainable system where it's based on a competition for resources to get things done. Yeah, that's not a sustainable solution, and then not it doesn't breed trust into that system. Even the word contract itself, no intelligent person will willingly walk into, would trust that sort of structure, not without challenge and not without researching what it truly means. And so you'll find some people that's just money hungry or just want to, whatever their ambitions, whatever they're trying to do, they'll continue to do that. But I am saying long term is not a sustainable system, and you have to let time unfold, for that to be seen. And so again, we covered pretty much all of the state committees and whatnot. But again, I would say a lot of this stuff has to be discussed offline. But again, as I'm thinking about it out loud, yeah, the neighborhood revitalization fund would be merged with community resource bank, or matter of fact, no, I don't want to merge it with that. I want to merge it with the reciprocity compact. Yeah, yeah. This would be a merged with them, because with me, I'm about keeping shit simple, man. Like, it has to be stupid simple. Like a 5-year-old can understand what the hell's going on. Nothing that's so clandestine, or. So I think we can move that up here actually, and then it'll be merged with them, but then it's like earmarked. It's like tiered. It's tiered. So we have the reciprocity compact, which is for states to share their resources, that were in terms of, in times of need, and whatnot, and to prevent resource monopoly. But then there's another tier below that is more city level, but it's earmarked. So those funds from each state would probably be like maybe 2%. Fine. I don't know the numbers. I would need to talk to an economist on this. Like the number will be tiered, and then that money will be earmarked for the neighborhood revitalization fund. And objectively, we can see which neighborhoods are underfunded pretty readily with data from sociologists, or ethnographers. What's the other, anthropologists. They'll be able to also, like, this is stuff that would be, that's easy, that's easy to, from there on. So then you're getting rid of, like, oh, these people have to compete for these contracts. The money is there, and we can objectively know which neighborhoods are being underfunded and which projects are being underfunded, whether that be park renovations. It could be education too. I think we could even put something here for that down here. But again, I don't want to belabor the point. I think we covered the state committees. um I wanted to cover the subcommittee, but again, I don't want to confuse things, because this is a little bit different. And so I'm going to leave that alone. For maybe we'll cover that next week, or we don't need to cover that at all. That could be something that you could research on your own, because it's going to be available um on the website soon. So that'd be something that people could do on their own. Like, all this stuff we won't cover. This is just too belaboring. Like, I can't picture humans actually wanting to sit and talk about infrastructure and development and whatnot, and zoning approval and site selections and all this shit. Like, that's just high level stuff that if you want to look at it, you can look at it into your own. It's going to be it's freely available, but we're not going to cover that here. You know what I mean? legal and funding frameworks for the cooperative ownership. I'm going to get to some of the fun stuff. So we'll probably get into the Nakhti esoteric politics as far as our vision for sovereignty and universal law. We'll probably do that next week, is what I'm thinking. Or yeah, we'll do that next week, and then we'll do economy. I want to do some fun shit. So we'll do Nakhti esoteric politics. That's how we discuss like the the machinations of or the profile, the social graphic profile of actual politicians that would be that the Nakhti order would back or would fund or would promote. You know what I mean? And so we have a vision for that. How we build that up. Like how does that look like in practice? Like what does a good candidate look like? And so we're talking about that from your ethos, your pathos, and your logos, and we'll cover that in detail. Because again, um, if there are raw, authentic Americans that want to run for governance, um, whether it be in the matrix system, as far as like the party, the political system, whether it be Democrat or RNC and whatnot. If they wanted more holistic training, or if they wanted like you know, um, even development with policies or whatnot. The Nakhti order, we would offer consultation. We would offer strategy building and offer in consultation. That's not the issue. But again, we're looking at the test of leadership. We're looking at like, okay, how do you build up your candidates? And so that's one thing I want to get into next week, because again, we are a think tank and it is a high society and whatnot. And so right now, it's new, but I do think we should talk about that next week. Then now we're going to switch into uh this discussion right here, where we talk about the DEI stuff. Okay. I want to talk about that again. We're talking about it from a high level. We're not I'm not beholden to any two parties. I'm not paid by the Democrats. I'm not paid by the Republicans. I talk shit about both of them. To be honest, they both need to frame tore out they ass, if you ask me, to be quite frank. And whatnot. Hey Brittany, let me see what you're saying. Okay. You know, Brittany got a comment in here. Okay. But I do want to talk about again from the perspective of like just objectively, like where should Black Americans mindset be at in terms of the sophisticated level of being able to see through a chess play, gameplay, and when they are doing something that's actually undermining themselves, or that maybe not being a, or they're saying things that are not in their best interest, or they're saying things without enough research or without enough time, like and I don't know what that's about, and I'm trying to figure out. I know it's coming from the top down. I know that there's a think tank that is trying to push certain narratives, but the narratives are unfounded. They're not founded on solid research or in. But what I'm seeing is like the talking points that I'm hearing a lot of Black Americans say, it sounds good on the surface level, but they actually undermine us long term if these type of thinking if the type of thinking it doesn't go deeper, or if there's no pushback, if or if there's no development beyond just the surface level talking points. And so I want to give an example of what that looks like. Again, I'm not here to beat up on the Black community at all. I'm actually giving out a lot of heavy free game in this particular section of this video, and we're just using the DEI as an example. Do I care about DEI as me, as the Nakhti order, as Jenny, as Kali J.N.S? No, to be honest. But I care about Black American policies, and I care about policies that will benefit us. Okay, and so my approach is not to just, okay, let me attack DEI, let me attack. It's more so like, okay, I don't. If I what's the next level? What's the next step? For policies that are for Black Americans. And so I'll give you an example of what I mean. Okay. And so it may come off like I'm beating up or, on this person, but I'm not. And so this person says, this is why illegal immigration is bad for Black America. Okay. We have the stats and the data that proves that illegal immigration does undermine Black Americans. That cannot be disputed. We all agree on that. Everybody agrees on that. Okay. But then this person says Black Kamala supporters should be thankful that she lost. This young lady said that they are not hiring Black Americans in LA. Okay. Um, so let's hear what this baby girl has to say. And again, a statement like this is just, it's clearly just too early to know. You can't, these people are not even in office yet. Like this, the RNC is not even in office yet. Like this is a statement where it's clear propaganda. And I'll explain to you why. And again, and again, Black Americans, you have to nuance what I'm saying. You have to be very nuanced because I'm a very deep thinker that, you know. So I'm not going to just be on some surface level shit. Like you can't throw surface level shit at me and think that I can't break down and see through bullshit. Okay. And so hear me out. Like, don't just try to write someone off just because you're getting paid or because you need to control the narrative because you have cognitive dissonance or you don't want to because you don't want to dig deeper into a topic. Don't project that onto me. Just hear me out. But let's hear what this girl has to say.
They can mistreat them. When it comes to the job market in LA or California, there's a huge discrimination issue going on with Black Americans. Employers are not willing to hire Black Americans even if they are qualified. Even if they're overly qualified, they're still not willing to hire them. There is a hidden agenda at play here. And it's been going on for quite some time that organizations started to pick this up and investigate it. There's an organization in Los Angeles called the Los Angeles Black Worker Center, where they're currently investigating the discrimination that Black Americans are facing in the job industry in Los Angeles. But they're also providing resources and access to better wages and opportunities. We've seen an increase of employers only wanting to hire people from the Hispanic community, and there's nothing wrong with that because people have to work and provide for their family, but they're not doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it with the intention to control, because when it comes to fighting for injustices or speaking up about certain things, they feel like the Hispanic community is not going to speak up because they're normally quiet. And like we know, when it comes to fighting for injustices or speaking up, Black Americans are always on the forefront fighting for change. Black Americans are always the ones speaking up for everybody, fighting for change. But they feel like with the more Hispanics that they hire, it's easier to control them because some of the times they're undocumented, so they won't cause any problems. They can pay them less, they can mistreat them, disrespect them all they want. They're not going to cause any problems. And that's another issue at play. The other issue
Okay. Oh, I
is
thought you was
that
done.
other people of color are not willing to speak up for Black Americans whatsoever. The only time they speak up to help Black Americans is when they see Black Americans have an advantage that they don't have. It also seems like there's an issue to keep Black Americans at entry level positions as well and to bully them so they have a harder time moving up in the ranks. Platforms like Indeed and LinkedIn need to do a better job at regulating if these companies are really hiring or not. Because what these companies are doing are they're using LinkedIn and Indeed as a social media tool. They're posting that they're hiring and doing all these promo, paying for the promo, but it's really a marketing tool when they're really not hiring. It seems like LA or California is trying to push Black Americans out, and they're starting with the job industry.
Yeah, they're doing that everywhere. And so everything she said is facts. Like this is probably extended way beyond just LA, right? So obviously, there's been a concerted effort to create a permanent underclass in which Black Americans are buried in that caste system at the lowest level of that stratification system. That's been going on for decades. I mean, Black American, I mean, Claude Anderson warned Black Americans about that 50 years ago. Um, I mean, it's just facts. He did warn people about that was going to happen, and so it is happening. And for the most part, it's pretty much in the end stages of where it needs. Now, my thing is, and my problem with nothing that she said, but my problem with like even what this person has posted, as far as this is why Black Kamala supporters should be thankful that she lost. This young lady said they're not hiring Black Americans in LA. Here's the thing. This has nothing to do with the political party. And that is what I'm trying to get Black Americans to see. Like this brainwashing stuff that they trying to put y'all under, it's like a mind control spell. Like they literally trying to get y'all obsessed within a two-party matrix system. And you can't see that both are dicking you around on a hamster wheel. Both got plans for you to gut your ass. And it's like, this is not fear mongering. This is more so like they're letting you know to your face that our time within their system is done. And we have the brilliance and the capability and the mind power and the brain power to just pretty much go your own way, as they say, go your own way. Yeah, I know you're not ready for that, and so I'm not even going to belabor all of that. But the writing is on the wall. Either that or you speak up. But see, the system right now is crafting out so much stuff, and this is where the RNC comes in, where they are going to placate. They are going to find a way where they're right now. What they're doing is so much chess playing and game Jedi mind trick on your ass. Is like they need you to. They got to tell you what they're going to do before they're going to do it, and they need you to go along with it. And so they're pretty much developing a new. Their method is to get you pretty much to walk into your own slaughterhouse. That's the RNC's method. The DNC was very passive aggressive methods, underhanding but fake, But the RNC is like they are very much covert. I mean, they're very much overt, and what their plans are for us. They tell you right to your face, and they triangulate more sophisticated than the RNC, than the DNC, to where you're not questioning nothing that they're doing enough, thinking that you're, I guess, in safe water because I guess Trump won over Kamala, and that's the whole trap. That's the whole game. Neither one of these parties give a fuck about you, and to say that that's why somebody should be happy that they lost when both parties are debate and switch plagiarize Trump policies in addition to actually giving tangibles. You can't make a statement like that. Like you can't just say, "Oh, we should be." You don't have any, and I'll explain why. Let's say all the illegal immigrants get sent home. Hooray, we're happy. We're jumping for joy, right? There's no guaranteed policy that states that we will have those jobs or that the problem that this beautiful young lady in this video was describing would end. That's what you need to objectively understand. This is not like physics. Like that's a very logical point. We get rid of all the illegal immigrants, right? Because okay, we have a moratorium on immigration. Any political party could have done that. That's nothing major. It's not a tangible for Black Americans, by the way. It's just something that we would inadvertently benefit from, right? Or even advertently benefit from. Surface level thinking, though. Theoretically. Theoretically. But here's the thing. You get rid of all the illegal immigrants. You have no policy. There's nobody that's written. I have advocated for apprenticeship policies. It's literally publicly documented on my channel. Earn While You Learn apprenticeship policies, which would get Black Americans earn while you learn. They'll be learning a skill and earning. And they'll have skill for life that be in the workplace. I advocated for that for months before the election. It's documented. And in many ways, we've crafted out a bunch of apprenticeship programs in this country. The week that I stated that we needed apprenticeship programs, that same week, we reviewed it. It's not like there's no timestamp of anything that I'm saying, or it's just something I stuck my finger in the sky and just no, like it's literally documented on this channel with a timestamp of when I said it was going to come out and the apprenticeship programs that we were able to find within 1 week that came to fruition. And so that's the type of level interdimensionally that we're going in when we're talking about like craftsmanship just out there. And it is an open, but at the same time, that's what's needed. We don't have any policy that will guarantee that these states or that these Latinos, that they will stop gatekeeping us out of these jobs. They are gatekeeping us out of these jobs. They've been doing that for years. They do that in New York City. They do that in New York. That's been happening for fucking years. Okay. And even if we do send all the illegal immigrants home, there's no policy or anything on the books, nothing that Trump said, the RNC said, nothing that nobody said that would say we gonna get them jobs back to Black Americans. That's why I advocated for the apprenticeship policy. Okay. Now, what the RNC did do was get rid of DEI. That is a fact. That they are promoting getting rid of DEI. They have already started to work on it. And so the marginal quota. So just this based on logic, you can expect the hiring to get worse under the RNC just from the way that they have things set up, just the way the chessboard is set up. That's just logistically. And so when you see a person that is clearly, it says foundational Black America, this stuff, these FBA people, when you hear them say a statement like, see, you should be grateful that Kamala lost, this is so surface level and so like it's like yeah, it's like why do y'all want it's like they okay with walking our people into another burning house, and it's like why are you not paying attention to the chessboard? Okay, for one, both of these parties work together. You were gonna you had to pick your poison, and I said no. I ain't picking no poison. I'm selecting myself. Fuck it. But they just got the RNC told you to your face we getting rid of DEI, and we're slashing 75% of the government agencies. You think that those things are not related. That's what they want you to think. That's what they need you to think so you can walk your ass right into the slaughterhouse. Now, here's the thing. The RNC Black Slave Shields are going to tell you that we don't benefit from DEI, so it doesn't matter anyways because other people get it. That's very surface level thinking too. So I actually have the stats and the data on that, and we have to go through that. Now, whether DEI stays or not, I don't care because I told you guys you should be starting your own third party. You should be doing your own thing. You should be looking to get out of their matrix. To be honest, you want to be a slave in a matrix, then don't complain because they about to slam the hammer down on y'all asses. And this is for the American people. It ain't got really nothing to do with race. It don't even have anything to do with Trump. Look, there's a shadow government. None of the whether Kamala had won or Trump, they weren't going to make the decisions. Do y'all not know how the system is really ran? Do you not know who makes the decisions? Is it a team of people? A team of are they even people? Like it is a team of a bloodlines that's behind this. And yes, some are black and some are white. Most and they all belong to the same family. And yes, they let's be real. There it is a monarchy and there is an oligarchy. Then you have your oligarchs, your technocrats. This shit is real. Like they don't make no damn decisions. And so I'm not here to bash Trump for those who just is still in the MAGA cult, like how I was. I'm not here to bash that man. I'm looking at the people behind the scenes, their mindset, the way they think, what they donated for, what's their agendas. And so when they tell you, okay, we'll get rid of DEI and then we'll slash 75% of government agency, and Black Americans say, oh, that's great. Um, you have to understand that when you combine DEI with the federal government, that's when you start to see, like, hold up, wait a minute. Black Americans are disproportionately hired more and more represented in federal government jobs. That's just a fact. And we're gonna go through the stats. So if they tell you that we're gonna get rid of DEI and then cut 75% of government jobs, that's literally them telling you that we gunning for your head for the little bit that you got. Now, even if you're not the sole beneficiary of DEI, that's not my point. I know that other people benefited from DEI. I know that white women has benefited. I know that a minority has gotten into those policies that were initially for Black Americans, right? DEI was initially supposed to be to uh, establish a quota for underrepresented people, mainly Black Americans, because of what this lady just described in this video, being locked out of the job market, jobs being kept away from us. And believe it or not, DEI, as it relates to Black Americans, benefits Black Americans more in certain sectors. And so that would be your academic sector and your federal government, to a lesser extent, the medical field. Okay. And then you have some where we don't benefit as much. So say like if it's in construction, any DEI practices that will be like, say it's certain fields like construction and whatnot, we may not benefit from. But so you have to look at it in sectors and fields. And when they tell you to your face, hey, we going after DEI and cutting 75% of all government jobs, that's when you start to see, like, hey, they didn't necessarily say, hey, we're going to go after Black Americans jobs, and then they tell you to your face that they cut in the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendment. The RNC is literally telling you what they're going to do to your motherfucking face, and y'all just willingly going along with it because y'all so brainwashed about some immigration shit. And you should be. But the thing is, if the other side was willing to copy their policies on closing that border, you should have pushed for the closing of the border more so on the party that was willing to give you tangibles at the end of the day, even if it was last minute, and even if both parties bait and switched. Both parties did bait and switch, by the way. And so you have to triangulate. You have to think deeper. And so from the top down, there are people who I know have sold this community out that are telling Black Americans, hey, it's a good thing that they're getting rid of 14th Amendment. It's a good thing that they're getting rid of DEI because we never benefited from DEI anyways. And so they're telling Black people that. But to be honest, it's a half truth. And in some aspects it's a very diabolical lie because and again, we'll go through that research. And I just so you guys can know that I'm not capping. Is this the one on my channel? Wait a minute, just so you guys can know that I'm not capping. Here's the research down. Oh my gosh, where did I put the research at? Okay, it's right here. So it's not like we'll get to the research. It's right in front of your screen. Like I'm a very thorough person. I'm just talking right now. But um, yeah. So when we say like we should be grateful that she lost. Y'all don't have nothing on the books from the RNC that's promising that y'all about to get jobs back as a result of sending all these illegal immigrants home. Why aren't y'all advocating for those policies for Black Americans, specifically as it relates to apprenticeships, earn while you learn, or the policies that guarantees us getting some form of jobs on the books, not waiting for y'all to build up some damn agency that we don't even know, we can't even trust y'all niggas to build, like none of that, like actual like shit that's on the books that a politicians on state and federal level could even commit to. And I don't see that work being done. In fact, I see the opposite. And so I'm very concerned because if someone tells me to my face, hey, we never got we it's okay to get rid of DEI because we never benefit from it. I'm telling you that is an oversimplification. And again, there's a lot of Black RNC shills that completely they took money from the other side, so now they have to spend the next 4 years running damage control and they're going to lie to Black Americans pretty much and oversimplify and try to justify every little thing that gets cut or every little way we get harmed by pretty much saying, hey, they doing it, they did it under Democrats, the Democrats do it's very sinister and wicked, to be honest. And here's the thing, the Democrats are so pissed off, they're not going to fight or stick up. They're not going to say, they're not saying anything now. And they're not dumb. Like I hear some of these Black boule niggas snickering and laughing because they know it's coming. And they are snickering and laughing. And they know you're walking into a slaughterhouse and they are not stopping. Like even that little video that April Ryan did, y'all don't see energy. And so like she all over the place talking about terrorist and immigration, but she did it as a Jedi mind trick because these people the Democrats, they gotta still honor they paymasters on who put them on, which is most likely APEC handlers. All RNC and DNC politicians have APEC handlers. Get over it. Okay, they don't fuck with the American people, Black or white. Get over it and wake up. And so, yeah, you see like April Ryan, they'll throw something out there like, oh, you know, it'll be very surface level and it'll be something that will get looked over. But you can't expect the Democrats to pretty much say anything. They're not going to speak out on what I'm speaking out on. They're not. I'm letting you know that now. They don't give a fuck because they want y'all to suffer for these next 4 years, for one, really badly. So that for one, that they think that the strategy for them is for that you come crawl back, or that you just look stupid, unsophisticated. That the group, not all Black Americans, but the group that pushed Trump. They got a plan for the group that pushed Trump. And that honestly, that they threw me in that category too. But again, I'm out of the whole system. I said, you know what? After I saw them bait and switches like that, and I saw these sinister ass slave shills on both sides and how they just worried about money and not they don't care a damn about this country or the people. That shit turned me off so much. I said, I'm done with both of y'all. I'm done. I'm so done. Like, I don't give a damn. That pissed me off so bad, guys. And so what I'm saying is, don't think that I'm trying to push any party over you or fearmonger, because I'm always get to motherfucking solutions. I'm you come on. I put a word out for something. In next week, wanted somebody from the deep. I don't want to go that deep, but somebody from the Illuminati is gonna get done. Somebody somewhere is gonna get done. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. I'm just trying to get y'all. I want y'all to be sophisticated to see Jedi mind tricks when somebody is doing something. I don't want you to be a slave to this matrix for one, and I don't want you to be beholden to any of these political parties when all of these politicians got APAC handlers. And that's why the MAGA people is freaking out now. Candace Owens just had a big old meltdown yesterday talking about, oh, I can't believe I got played, and I'm about to tear a new one in your ass too, girl. But I'm like, people are waking up on both sides. That's what y'all can't see. The shit that I called 3 weeks before the election. And everybody looking at, oh, she crashing out. Oh, look at her. Here she go. Here she go being disruptive. And people could see exactly what I'm saying now. You know? And so when someone says, if someone says, hey, we're getting rid of DEI, and your response is, well, that's fine, that's okay, because we never benefited from it anyways. Wrong answer. That's just not true. Now, were you the only ones that benefited from it? No. But that doesn't mean shoot yourself in the foot and get rid of the entire thing. It means either you push a counter reform where it's specifically just for Black Americans, or you demand that the DEI be reformed, or that there's a policy where your needs is getting met in the hiring place for Black Americans. Okay. Now, when they tell you that we're getting rid of DEI and we aim to slash 75% of federal government, that pretty much tell you that that pretty much tell you that they are gunning for the little bit of jobs that you do got and where you're overrepresented. And Black Americans are overrepresented in the federal government and in even academic faculty, believe it or not. That's where DEI, that's where Black Americans will benefit from DEI the most. I personally can attest to that, not so much as working for the federal government, but in the school system, yes. For schools, yes. I worked at a university where it was literally a program where they literally it was a DEI program. Mind you, I was overqualified. Every position that I ever had, I was extremely overqualified for. It didn't matter about my race. I was never an incompetent person in a position ever, never. I was always overcompetent, if anything, or what was given to me was always beneath me. So I can only speak for myself, but there was a DEI program at Columbia University. I was a student, and I didn't use race to get in Columbia. I don't even think I put race on any of my application. I just went on. I just got in based off of my merit. But when it came to, like, it was a higher position that they had for students. Like, it was for those who were students, they could apply for a position, and they did take. There was a part of the program that I do know used DEI, and there was a considerable amount of Black Americans in that position, as well as there was a white woman, and there was a white woman, there was an Indian man, and then there was some Asian ladies. But I'm telling you, the rest was Black Americans, no lie. And it was an internship program, but we was still paid money, and we still worked in the admissions representative. So we were like the dealing with prospective candidates that would apply to the school. We would be their first contact, and we would work with like Salesforce and shit like that. We were admissions representatives, and it was a small time thing. But let's be real, like, when I remember looking, and I'm like looking around at all the people that were hired, and then I did some background research into like the program of who was funding it, and and what they were looking for in hiring criteria. They did use DEI, and there was considerable amount of Black Americans in that position, and there were other people there too. So again, when we're talking about like academic staff and federal jobs, Black Americans are more overrepresented in those positions, and we do have the stats and the data to prove that. That's not just somebody making something up. Like, that's something that can be proven. That is something that is very, very much documented. Those stats. But like I said, um, when people state that, okay, we've never benefited from DEI, That's an oversimplification. It's as if no black people were never hired due to DEI. And so even if others benefit from it, the marginal quota for black hiring, it was still there, right? So it was still there. And so what's happening now is they're getting rid of even that. And so, yes, under these last 4 years, and under, I would say, not even the last 4 years, probably for the last 20 years, they have been systematically under both parties. It doesn't matter the party, guys. It does not matter the party. The system wants black Americans as a permanent underclass. DNC, RNC, be damned. It doesn't matter. And that's what you have to operate from. You can't just think that you in a safe now and these people is telling you to your face that we got a little bit more to bury your ass under. So yes, on a state level, they may not even be hiring black Americans like this young lady was stating in a video earlier. But if they're gonna get rid of this DEI, you could say, yes, we don't need it, we don't, it's a good thing, whatever. But the point is the what you have now is even less now. What you had now is gone because they're going to be cutting out about 300 departments. They want to cut 300 departments and they want to get rid of DEI. And the departments that they want to cut happen to be the departments that black Americans are overrepresented in. Now you have to do the research and the stats to pull this up. I have the data and I've already done it. And so, and I'm going to share it with you guys, just you have to just let me do my build. But it's like the egg in one hand versus the egg promised to you next week, and that's what we're dealing with. And so yeah, you may have these little DEI programs that are here and whatnot. Yeah, other people can get hired through them, but they do hire black Americans through those programs. Now that's gone under RNC. They're planning to cut all of that. And that part is like, okay, you could wrap your head around and say, well, we didn't really benefit from that. But then that's what they want you to think. They leave out the part though, or you don't put two and two together where they want to cut sectors of governments or positions or departments that black Americans are overly represented and hired in. And that's where I say, hold up. That's where I'm like, okay, why are y'all walking these people into a slaughterhouse and not telling them the real? And again, don't expect the Democrats to try to fearmonger you or to tell you the truth either. They don't give a damn. Like they don't. They are snickering and laughing behind the scenes at your ass. And I'm telling you, because they know what y'all walking into and they need you, they need you to have an egg on your face. They need you to do it because that's how they kind of want again, they have a point to prove. They lost really badly, obviously, this election. They obviously, a lot of people became very disillusioned with the Democratic Party. And so they don't know how to get fresh ideas. They were consumed with power. They don't have a sauce. And so it's not like they're going to take the steps and say, hey, Black American, this is what the RNC is actually planning. Because for one, they're working together behind the scenes. So they don't care to do that. And so this work that I'm doing, don't I know people want to say, oh, you're just pushing something for the Democrats. There's not a Democrat on this planet that will tell you this shit that I'm telling you. There's not an RNC shield slave that's going to tell you what I'm telling you either. No, neither party is going to tell you this shit because you're supposed to just walk right into that slaughterhouse willingly, and they tell you to your face what they don't do, and you're supposed to just be with it. And some of it is chicanery, some of it is trickery. But if they tell you and you fail to be a good chess player, or you were a pawn, or they see you as a stupid slave, which they do, then what? Then what? And they know you got a bunch of sellout niggas that's just trying to get a bag, and they gonna tell you, they gonna try to placate because they gotta cover face for the fact that they sold out the community. So they gonna try to cover up all this stuff too. And so that's literally what you see. It's literally just right in front of you. And it's really sad too because again, what little you do have is now going to be wiped from underneath you, and it's done such in a systematic, sophisticated way where you're not going to question it. You're not going to question anything because the whole thing is they're going to put your focus on the Democrats, focus on immigration. And so they get to have you in a mind controlled spell thinking about immigration and all this shit, and the Democrats not realizing that they rolling back and sticking your ass. And like it's like I mean, they some cold chess players. And like, and then you got black sellouts. You can't even trust them. So it's not. It's like it's black people that know exactly what see what I'm seeing on both sides, Democrats and Republicans. Make no mistake about it. They know exactly what they know the writings on the wall, but they not saying nothing, and that's disturbing. That is so disturbing and wicked. And it's like that remind me of the time like when Obama removed Negro off the books and nobody knew until like after the fact it was done, and then it was really harmful effects. Like now we screwed, and now we trying to backtrack and fix all this shit. Now, if we would have checked it right then and there, then it could have been a thing. That's the same thing like when the Black Caucus voted for the 1994 crime bill. The shit was really fucking harmful for us. But at that time, people didn't see it that way and they went along with it, only for it to be the damage to be realized years later. And that's literally what's happening now. You're not supposed to realize what they're doing until like 10, 15 years from now, as far as the damage effects of it, as far as what they plan on doing. Again, it's just ain't got shit to do with Trump. You're not supposed to realize. Like if they tell you to your face, hey, we cutting DEI and they're gonna ask 75% of the government, and then that was like they're going to move pretty much all Black Americans out of any positions that they have at the federal level, and even at any positions that you have that you did get by DEI. And there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of positions that have been given. And again, just because someone is DEI doesn't mean that they are incompetent or not with the skill set. Like I said, any position that I had ever gotten, if it was with DEI, I was over qualified for it. I had the skill set. The position was way beneath my skill set and my capabilities. That's just a fact. But I still used. I would say like even when I was an Anna Burrell scholar, even when I was a McNair scholar, even when I was an intern at there was a health a program at Buff State where they were doing research and health program. They were in partnership with, I want to say, New York State's health department or some shit like that. Like that was through a DEI. But that work that I was doing as a researcher, as a sociologist for that department, it was so beneath me. It just was like so I'm not here to say, oh, we need it because, you know, it's a competency level. It's more so like you will get locked out otherwise. You would get locked out otherwise. And there are people that probably did get in, through, especially like the Boule niggas that got like they use their Divine Nine type connections to look out for one another, and that has been happening. And so there has been people that do not deserve the positions at all that they have, black and white, that have used programs such as that to in conjunction with the organizations they belong to, the fraternal and uh the fraternal orders and the sororities that they belong to funnel those positions to each other. They have been doing that. And so that's how I kind of got locked out, because I'm not a part of those sororities. I'm not a part of no brotherhoods or fraternal orders or nothing like that. And so certain people that may even have the skill set and the competency as Black Americans, you could still get locked out if you're not even in those networks. If you're not a Boule nigga, right? Even if you got the education and the degrees and whatnot in the skill set. And so I do acknowledge that aspect of it. But again, when we talk about raw numbers and raw data, we cannot say that Black Americans have not been hired through such programs. And again, that these programs, whether that be uh, Anna Burrell, McNair, um, different types of the EOC. I remember the EOC had some apprenticeship programs that I even benefited from as Black American. I mean, it was a whole apprenticeship program that targeted nothing but Black Americans in engineering. And I told you guys about that. And I talked about that program so many times on this channel at Hutch Tech. That program, where they were paying us every week to go and learn about construction and whatnot. And that was at the EOC building. That was a state funded program. And so I cannot say that that Black people never benefited from those programs. That's just false, right? And so what I'm saying is that the little bit that you had is gone now under the RNC. That means that Black Americans should spend time on actual policies for Black Americans. not being an RNC shill slave, setting the community up for failure under the guise of immigration. And that is what is happening. And that is why I'm so disappointed and I'm just so done with this system. And I'm gonna say this, like, the black community's priorities are wrong. It is. It's like, we had these issues with jobs and not getting hired. And no one promoted policies for apprenticeships to the RNC or DNC but me. Like, nobody promoted that. Like, why wouldn't you promote your own policies for some sort of apprenticeship or exponential injury, lineage injury, something? Like, it was like all this focus and obsession with this immigration stuff, which I do think that should have been on our agenda to get that border closed, right? The thing is, in addition to having that border closed, we needed some sort of agenda, whether that been a appendage just added to the platinum plan, literally just saying, hey, we need some type of job guarantee, apprenticeship guarantee, or hiring guarantee for Black Americans. That should have been the work that was done. Not saying get rid of DEI. That's what I'm telling you. That nigga that's telling y'all all this stuff from the top down, he's selling y'all out. Like, he's getting paid. They're getting paid, guys. And like, wake up. And the DNC, they not gonna say shit. There is not no Angela Rye, not no April Ryan, none of the DNC shills. I'm not trying to disrespect April Ryan, but I'm just saying none of these people that push like the DNC, none of them are gonna sit and break down none of this shit that I'm telling you. Why would they? For one, they may not even be intelligent enough to be the nuanced to see it, or if they are, which many are, and I give them that, many are intelligent enough to see what the fuck I'm seeing. They just don't give a fuck because they feel like you screwed them over. And they say, okay, the grassroots niggas screwed us over. They boule niggas anyways. They practice heavy classism, so they damn sure don't give a fuck because they are good. They have a boule network. They are good. I don't care how much you think they losing, how much you think they gone, how much you think they ain't got no money, whatever. These motherfuckers is a part of orders that are going to look out for one another always and forever. Y'all laugh at Roland Martin. I don't fuck with Roland Martin like that. I don't know that man, but we know how his get down. But y'all laugh at Roland and oh, he out of a job, he crying. That nigga is an Omega. They gonna be good. Y'all should see how these people roll, like they roll like a pack. They not about to just let his own crew. So it's like it's the grassroots. We really have to, like, it's like authentic. I don't even like the term grassroots anymore because I know that the CIA is behind it. But authentic Black Americans is like, where are we at in all of this? Because they gonna be good because they gonna look out for each other. They in a different tax bracket. Um, whether they lose their DNC jobs or not, they still got a network with one another, and they still even got partnerships with other entities, whether that be APEC or whatever, lobby groups, whatever. They is going to be good. So they are not going to spend the time to break none of this shit down that I'm breaking down to y'all at all. You think that they're going to be sophisticated enough or even take the time? They ain't got the time. They don't give a damn about you. But the thing is, it's on both sides, and that's what you need to see: is that you can't trust nobody at this time as authentic Black Americans. Only each other, but even the people that's trying to promote two-party systems on you, you should be careful. You should be looking at them sideways a little because it's like y'all telling us that getting rid of these things are a good thing. But y'all don't have no policies for us. You're not pushing no policies for us, and y'all trying to justify the bullshit that the RNC is doing by defecting to the DNC or immigration. And that's just not good enough. Okay, we getting the border closed. Good. That's still not good enough for us, though, because we need policies on the table that are for Black Americans. One of which should be apprenticeship set asides. Unquote. Okay, so DEI should be merged or morphed into something that has to do with earn while you learn apprenticeships. That I would say is in proportion with the representation of the diversity of the population. So it should be those numbers should be based on the fucking population or the representation of the population of the job applicants itself, based on who's in the damn country or in that city. That to me that's just common sense because when this young lady is talking about they locking us out of jobs, and she not lying, it's true. We've been knowing about that shit for years, and it's not just California. Yeah, the Latinos will lock your ass out. They lock us out. The white folks, they'll lock us out of these positions. It's facts. But to hang that up and try to hang that up on a political party, that's stupid because both do it, and they about to do it even more, is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that the Democrats didn't have a role in pushing bullshit over the last 4 years, that under, or even over the last however long they've been in there, since even maybe even when Obama was in there. I'm sure that there were things done to completely undermine Black Americans and to lock us out further. Okay, I can definitely agree with that. But what I'm saying is to act like you're out of hot water and to willingly walk into another slaughterhouse is beyond me. And again, the RNC is more sophisticated than the DNC as far as they thinkers. They got some thinkers. They not as they have they're smarter than the DNC, but they're not smart enough. Because I can see what the fuck they doing, and I'm gonna call it out. You're not about to tell me to my face that you're gonna cut all DEI and then aim to cut all the positions of government or of certain sectors that Black Americans just happenstance happen to be more disproportionately represented in, which is the federal government. Like, nah. No, and it's not just that. There's many other layers. Like they got that's just one appendage that I caught. But if you look at Project 2025 and then the Heritage Foundation and everything that they're trying to push and everything, it's all triangulated to bury a certain group of people, but without them knowing that they're getting buried. And then they have these people, that Black people, who they have paid off to go and try to tell Black Americans, hey, this is a good thing. Hey, this doesn't matter. Hey, getting rid of the 14th Amendment is a good thing. Hey, the 13th and the 14th, 15th, we can get rid of that now. Hey, this is good. Hey, this is, oh, because remember immigration? Remember, that's our consolation prize. Remember we getting rid of, we closing the border, guys. And then you're just like, okay, but they cutting all this shit and they telling you to your face that they about to get rid of this or they doing this and all that. And yeah, I can see you don't like big government. Nobody likes big government. That's not the point, because there's state initiatives, there's community initiatives. You just saw me go over a community resource bank. You just saw me go over real local holistic level stuff that is people based and not government based. And so you don't even see them promoting that. And so that's why you should see, like, there's something just not right. Like, yeah, get rid of, bureaucratic oversight, but they are getting rid of the state. And then they just told you yesterday that they about to get rid of the FDIC. And then they're getting rid of that Consumer Protection Agency that protects against predatory lending. But now they want to get rid of the FDIC, which ensures all of your money in their bank. So anything that has to do with the protection of consumer rights and people rights, they're willing to cut. Anything that has to do where Black Americans are happen to be hired more or positioned more, oh, let's cut it. And y'all just y'all just can't see, y'all won't speak up on nothing. And again, the DNC is purposely, they ain't saying shit. Like none of the Black DNC shows are going to say nothing because they need you to suffer. They want you. They got their Birdman hand rub, and they like, look, we know that they on the other side they doing nothing but trying to set up a Republican version of the Black Caucus. That's all they're doing. And the DNC knows that. The Black Caucus on the other side are aware of that. And so they know that they fucking sellouts on both sides. And the thing is, it's more so like, well, we know that y'all getting paid, and now y'all don't want the Black community, y'all don't want grassroots Black community to know that y'all sold them out. So we gotta let it all play. They want to just let it all play out. And they want it 4 years from now or 6 years from now, we actually realize, like, oh my gosh, what did they do to us? Damn, what the fuck? Just like how when Negro got removed and when on the 1994 crime bill, then that's when they want to come and act and play dumb and Johnny come lately and act like they're the solution. That's their plan. And that I'm not letting it go. I'm not gonna let it get that fucking bad. I'm gonna speak out. I can just only do my part. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all let me get blacklisted and shadow ban me or whatever. That's y'all asses. That ain't because the thing is, certain people, we already saw this coming, so we good. I've told y'all 3 weeks before the election that there was a bait and switch, and that there was a new occupying regime that ain't got shit to do with Trump. They got some blackmail on Trump. They done sat his ass down pretty much. They ain't gonna be making no motherfucking decisions. And so, like I try to tell y'all that, like, yo, it's some more other shit going on, like. And so obviously me as Jenny, I know how to prepare and maneuver through all of that. Like I'm like, okay, shit, they about to do A, B, and C. I see this. Okay, I know that person is CIA. Okay. This is nothing but this whole new CIA regime trying to take over. Okay, we got these lobbyists. Okay, okay, okay. I see the people that's behind the scenes making these moves. I know how to pivot out of that. That's me though. And so I can keep my mouth shut for the next and just let y'all just and pretty much like I said after we cover the first half of the Nakhti order, I ain't saying shit else. I'm like, man, you just gotta let that shit rip because what I'm so disgusted at is how like people will sell their soul to these political parties on both sides. I am just so disgusted by it. I'm literally like if I could throw up, like it churns my stomach. Like how could you be like I don't understand what it's like to be that in this that's like a sunken place to me. To be that beholden to a corrupt ass political party on both sides as a black American? Nah, I can't rock with that. I can't support that. Sorry guys. I'm not supporting leaving one burning house, which I was never a Democrat, but I'm not supporting, ushering black Americans off of a Democrat plantation and putting them on no Republican plantation. I'm not with that. No, that is not no solution. They ain't about shit but soul selling and lying to the people and bullshit. That's all it is. And again, you don't have nothing on the books that's gonna promise you, even if we get rid of all them illegal immigrants, you don't got nothing on the books that's gonna promise that them jobs don't get back to you. Or that they're gonna give you apprenticeships or that you got an apprenticeship program or that there's nothing. And then the people that say, okay, we're working behind the scenes, we're making these moves, we're setting this up, they setting that shit up for themselves. They want government contracts. They gonna circle that money into their nonprofit. It's as simple as that. They don't give a shit about no average grassroots niggas, no black Americans, the collective of 40 million of us, 50 million of us. No, they don't care. They don't care. And you should be smart enough to see that yourself. You really should. And so and like I said, do you know that because they did not promote policies that was specific that addressed the lack of hiring. An apprenticeship program that killed two birds with one stone, and that's why I promoted that for Black Americans because you get to earn while you learn, you get your education, and you get money in pocket. And that was the policies that I'm still gonna always promote. And I'm hoping that it can get passed under. And again, the way this whole system is ran, it's so different than what you could ever imagine. If I am on record saying, hey guys, we need to do apprenticeships, blah blah blah, we need to have more earn while you learn apprenticeship programs, and I say this is what we need, and then 1 week later we do the review again, and hundreds of apprenticeship programs, all new state initiatives, by the way, pop up the next week like that, and it's documented on my channel. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep pushing that. I'm gonna keep pushing that, you know. But like I said, Black Americans, you can expect the next 4 years of pretty much um the people that push the black people that push Trump on us to explain all the setbacks that you're about to get. That's why you think Candace Owens is trying to jump ship as of yesterday, which I tagged her 3 weeks before the election in that post where I said, look, there's some shit that's not going right. This shit is there's a bait and switch. For one, in masonry, none of these people would be the proper selection. Anyways, they skipped they did something messed up behind the scenes on in terms of even how they selected the presidents. None of this shit was supposed to go down. They ignored a prophecy and they ignored something because it didn't align with their agenda of what they want to do, which is control these damn humans and control your ass pretty much. And so you're gonna see a lot of these MAGA motherfuckers start jumping ship, okay? Because they see it. I called it out 3 weeks before the election. And it damaged my reputation. Black Americans were mad at me, thinking you want to support Kamala, you want to support the DNC. Well, several RNC white boys called it out too, after 5 days after the election about the bait and switch. MAGA supporters called it out. It was after I called. Again, I saw it as a clairvoyant. And so I'm 3 weeks in the damn future and I'm calling something out 3 weeks before an election, but I saw it. It's like as I literally quantum teleported, and then it's like you explain that to somebody, and it's like, oh, that sounds crazy, but like everything keeps playing out. And it's happened 123 times in 1 year on a global level of me being able to prove this, prove clairvoyance, and prove that I can see things before they happen. Not everything, but certain things. Not everything, just whatever God want me to see. But in that case, I could see that. And I could see that's not the way to go for our community to be walking into they shit like that. To know RNC shit like that, supporting them people like they give a fuck about us. And I just know something in my spirit clashes with that. It don't feel right. It don't feel right. It don't feel right on either side to support either side at this time because they have let us down so much. The RNC and the DNC has let us down so much. So I just don't feel, it's something in my soul that just don't feel comfortable with that. And then knowing that people are getting paid to do that, like, nah, that's some wicked shit, man. And like I said, they gotta lie to you now. Now they gotta act like, just like how they was in that room arguing, telling me that getting rid of the Bill of Rights was. I mean, these people got so desperate, and this is recorded, mind you. I have the recording of this room where there were Black Americans who was pushing this Trump shit, literally saying, "Hey, getting rid of the 14th Amendment is a good thing, and we don't need the Bill of Rights." This is how because they was so in a trance to defend what they have done that they was just literally throwing anything at the wall. Who in their right mind would say that you don't need no damn Bill of Rights? That's how you know like something is just not right here. And this was all done to sell very powerful bloodlines out, mine being one of them. I'm telling you that they know what they have done, even when it comes to the birthright that they try to switch in terms of the selection. And selections are selections. There's nothing you can do about that. That shit is so above your pay grade, but these people knew who was supposed to be selected. Now, whether it had been for 2024 or 2028, 2032, it don't matter. I'm telling you that my bloodline was on the docket for that. But because I won't take the oath, or I'm not under their control. So I guess they feel like, okay, we could skip over that particular bloodline because they walked away. It don't work that way. A prophecy is a prophecy, and chosen is chosen. And the founders, the bloodlines that founded the whole thing, even if they walked away, it don't matter. It don't matter. If they came back, if they woke up, if they realized that's their throne, or that they are the ones that's supposed to be selected, they look, fuck your admiralty law, fuck whatever you're talking about. We coming. Be back for what's mine. And again, it's intricate. It's something that you got to study. It's something that you have to be open minded, because if you in the matrix thinking that you really vote in a that you really will go and vote for your next president in a democratic fashion, then I can't help you. I'm not for you. We way beyond that. Like I'm not even talking to nobody that even think like that. We talking to motherfuckers that know to get down, that know that motherfuckers is selected, that know all the presidents are related, that know they all come from the same bloodline, that know that they all come from the same order or bloodline secret society, that know that certain people get locked out and buried and sacrificed, that know that if you walk away, you will get targeted. I mean, you just gotta know shit. I'm not here to go and sit and spoon feed nothing to nobody no more. I have given out so much game, classified game that's not well known, shit that's not mainstream yet. It's all covered, and I'm not the only one that's been doing it. It's been people that's been doing it for years. Some people have been killed behind the information that they gave out. Some people have been severely financially blacklisted, all types of shit. But what I'm telling you is that they gotta act like they didn't convince this community to shoot themselves in the foot, and they don't have a proper solution for us. Now they gotta act like they got a solution, and they most likely gonna copy shit from my frameworks. Let's just be honest. That's how bad this is gonna get. And so this person, somebody was arguing me down and saying like, how many descendants of emancipated were hired under DEI, not melanated immigrants, cosplaying us, because this again, everything is going to have to go back to immigrants, because they don't want to, they for one, they're too lazy to do the research, and two, they don't want to admit that they're wrong. See, I admitted that I was wrong. I can admit that. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, boom, I was wrong. So I shouldn't have been supporting all of that. I was wrong. See, I can admit that. But these are the people that are the true narcissists that can't admit that what they did was wrong and that they should be trying to correct that. So then now they got to just make up lies. Okay, getting rid of the Bill of Rights is good. Getting rid of the 14th Amendment is good. So we don't need DEI anyways because we never benefited from it. Now they just literally have to just make up shit to smooth over what the fuck they have done. So if they tell you to your face they closing 300 departments of the federal government and they getting rid of DEI, they letting you know that they putting a target on y'all back. It's the fact that Black Americans are represented more in federal jobs. And again, it takes 2 minutes to research this stuff. And so they know that you're terrible chess players and they toss you around like rag dolls. And they not this is just one thing that I found. I could probably get like 50 more things, but the thing is, I'm not trying to I'll try to say everybody fair mongering. And at this point, I kind of just had to let shit play out. But this is just one thing that I found. There's so many things. I'm like, yo, these people is literally trying to walk our people into a damn slaughterhouse under the guise of Doji and all this stuff that's gonna be efficient, all these things that's gonna be they playing the fuck out of you. It's about to be some technocratic bullshit, digital ID, social credit score under the guise of cryptocurrency, digital currency. I'm like, these people are. I'm like, y'all are wicked, wickedly brilliant, and they not. The thing is, I can catch them, and I already know that. See, I already know that Black Americans ain't gonna listen until them white folks start, and they already are. So I ain't got nothing to worry about because already them white boys is pissed off. These MAGA boys, they see what's going on and they pissed off, and they about to start speaking up more. Candace Owens just denounced the MAGA stuff just yesterday. They about to all you about to see them all. That's a dog whistle right there. You know who she clicked in with, and her in-laws and how they all roll. They about to do some top down type new shit. It's about to it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. Don't sell your soul to none of these fucking political parties. Is my point, Black Americans, and solely look out for yourself. Don't let nobody tell you that these agendas is tangibles to you. Did you say it's a tangible? Did you pick it up? Do you agree? Is it enough? No. So state what you need and state what you want. Like I don't understand. And so these people will tell you to your face, we cut 75% of the government and DEI. And then they think that you're too stupid to realize mathematically that Black Americans have more government jobs than other people. It's math. And again, there was a group of these people that was so obsessed with selling me out and getting me out the paint and burying me that they was so. I mean, it's like it was just crazy to watch. Like, and they were so obsessed that they were intelligent enough to really see like how this system just do not care about our community, and so they was willing to blow up the whole entire community to hide the fact of what they doing and what they have done to try to triangulate shit at me and people. Other people, I'm not the only target. There was other people that, especially obviously the Boule class, the entire Boule class, um, critical thinking Black Americans that don't rock with any party, pretty much. So that means that anybody that just that don't care about either party, you were also the target too, and all of this. As far as like gutting certain people with certain policies, but they know how to laser hit a community now with undermining them in ways where you can't tell that they undermine. They've been doing that forever, but they've gotten more sophisticated at it to the point where they can convince Black Americans to go along with it now. And that's what makes them dangerous because now they can put Black people who you think is grassroots or Black people that can talk that talk or act like that pro-Black shit. And they were the ones that is telling you to go along with these things. Okay, go get rid of DEI. That's good. Okay, yeah, let's cut all of the government. Yeah, that's good. Let's get rid of the 14th Amendment. Oh yeah, that's good. And they're telling Black Americans all this stuff, and they're like, okay. And I'm like, dude, like, what the fuck is going on here? They know that the surface level of that immigration stuff would be good for Black Americans, but they don't. After they are gone, then what? You have to have something in policy that's going to ensure that you get apprenticeship jobs, that you get those programs, and that all of those resources go back to you on some level, or new policies, new something on the table. And like I said, I'm on record talking about policies for those apprenticeships. And I know I can be very brash. I'm very frustrated and angry. And so I do get flippant at the tongue with certain people that give me word for word when I know they don't know what they're talking about, or I know that they took dollars and money and they just trying to cover up the fact that they they shot themselves and they shot this community in the foot. And so you'll see me, for people who may feel like, okay, you're talking to people any type of way, you calling people slaves, you calling people mind control, you insulting people. I can admit that that's not the most mature way to handle it. I can understand that. I can admit that. But I am very, very angry to see that level of diabolical deceit. That deception. To see it like that and to see that these people clearly know what they are doing because the way that they'll talk and argue back and forth with you, they know that what they're doing or what they said doesn't even make sense. And then they'll try to call people's bluff and they don't know who they're talking to. They don't know that somebody. I am a trained sociologist. I am trained in ethnography, qualitative methods, and even quantitative methods to a lesser degree. I'm not as good with statistics, but I understand statistics. Of course, I've taken courses on it, advanced courses at that. But I'm a trained sociologist. I'm a trained ethnographer. I can do participant observation research. I know where to go and look for data very quickly. That's why you about to see me when we overdo that Billy Carson shit. Y'all about to see like me do a whole. I'm about to switch and show y'all what it looks like to do matrix level scholarship on a nigga when you got to do it. And then when you got to jump into the matrix and get into they little shindig. Um, like this I'm not just some quack. Like I know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. They just have to cover it up what they did. So they gotta cover up the fact that they government slaves, that they do boys for the government. They gotta walk you off a cliff. They have to cover that fact up. I can see it. I can see it spiritually, and I can see it just based on their actions. Just based on their actions, and where they'll fluff it up with all this pro black stuff, and they really think that they and it's for the most part it's pretty convincing for those who are surface level thinkers. But for those of us that could see, it's like, nah, man, y'all on some bullshit. And again, it's not even about a race thing because let's be real. What they got planned is to gut. It's it's bad for the American people overall. It really is. It's technocratic shit and these freedom cities and that digital ID shit that they trying to push and morph into. And with they APEC handlers, nah, none of that shit is good for the American people. Let's be real. It just is what it is. But make no mistake about it. They got their laser focused in on who they on very specific people. Now the black Americans that want to get in bed with them and walk off that cliff with them, they fine with you. You want to walk right into slavery, that's fine. But we talking about like niggas like me and people that are black Americans, even again Americans in general that are highly sophisticated that can see through everything that they doing. They system is designed to lock us out. So whether you black, white, male or female, that's as simple as that. People that value off grid living, people that value thinking for themselves, working on a communal holistic basis. That's not going to go for the go along to get along. That's going to question shit. Oh, they got stuff set up too, triangulated just for them type of population too. Dissenters, Black Americans, dissenters. Again, that transcends race and gender. Um, Populations that they deem undesirable. Uh, and also very intelligent people. Very, very intelligent people are going to be looked at as a huge threat to this system. And y'all could try to sit up there and again, Trump is not the one making these decisions, dude. It ain't got nothing to do with him. Y'all can stop dick eating Trump because this is way above his pay grade. He's sitting there looking around like, what the fuck did I get into? Maybe a lot of these people, I'm telling you, like Kamala, they were way in over their head. They looking like, what the hell? This shit ran by fucking aliens. Let me show. What the hell? That's too deep for us. But yeah, so the person they were saying, stop with the Trump deranged syndrome. Mind you, I supported Trump since 2018. But my issue is not with Trump. I selected Trump on the air. I knew Trump was going to win. Like, this has nothing to do with Trump. So like people are arguing with me back and forth. And I said, like I said, this had nothing to do with Trump. You got to study what a bait and switch is. And they own him now. So the blackmail is real. And so I say, and you know, I do be insulting people. You know, I'm like, y'all thinking like kindergartners, and you think you could play a game with a chess with some big wigs that run trillion-dollar hedge funds and shit, and you think that you can play a game of chess with these people on their turf, on their game, and on their rules, and you're nothing but pawns to them. They looking at you like throw that little immigration doggy bone to them. I know how they think. I know what they do, what they're doing. They literally throw that, distract them with that little immigration doggy bone, and let's come up with, you know, let's we got to triangulate some shit where we can bury them and have them agree with us of burying them. Okay, so let's tell them we're gonna get rid of DEI and we're gonna have a pro-black nigga tell them that we don't benefit from it anyways, and then also let's tell them that, you know, hey guys, we got need government efficiency. Let's cut 75% of the government jobs. And they ain't gonna realize that Black Americans actually, that's where DEI actually benefits them. They won't realize that. By the time they do realize it, it's too late. The deed is already done and we got it out the paint and we already cut all of the departments and they'll never get those jobs back. And they'll never have powerful influence in the government like they had before. I have no idea what this is about. Black Americans, there's a couple of Black Americans that were able to penetrate the highest levels of government. Um, Behind the scenes, not so much at your executive level, but where it could have possibly had counted. Now, yes, we were ratted out, but you have no idea what this shit. It's not even worth explaining. They ain't even worth explaining. We ain't getting into no Illuminati card game on the channel. But I'm telling you, this shit is deep. And so they seeing people as pawns. And so this guy was like, you know, you're running your mouth. It takes two minutes. Show the data. And so we about to look at that data because I'm about to be done with this topic. But I just wanted y'all to see. So I said, do your own research. And I was getting upset. I was upset because it's like, what the hell? But let's look at some of it right here. Okay. Let me go here. Okay. And so public work provides economic security for Black families and communities. This is a public sector job. So we talk about USPS. You know, we're not talking about no, I know people was thinking, oh, that's just the boule jobs. No, we talking about UPS, USPS, reconstruction, military, employ, you know, and so those were the ones where Black Americans are more in that public sector. Okay. Uh, Again, federal, state, and local governments in America. And it was where Black workers to build personal economic security while serving their communities, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is historical background. This is data that you can look up for yourself. And so they talk about the historical anti-racism in public sector employment. So that is why DEI was existing. And so to get rid of DEI, maybe it needed to be overhauled to where who it was initially for Black Americans, you know, maybe and change that dumbass name. Like, yeah, like I didn't like again. I'm just more so for policies that get us to make sure the needs are met. And we know for a fact that there's exponential lineage injury to Black Americans. It is a fact that there is exponential lineage injury in hiring practices still to this day. And that baby girl just showed that. That baby girl was telling her story in California, and that shit is real. It's all over the country. And so that's why you need the policies for the apprenticeship programs for Black Americans specifically. Don't just say, oh, yeah, let's get rid of DEI. Okay, yeah, we got to get rid of it because we didn't benefit from it anyways. That's not true. You benefited in certain matters and some certain factors and sectors you didn't. Public sector, yes, you did. Yes. It is documented. And this is just one research thing that we're talking about. Public work and Black workers today. You guys can research this. But I'll show you another one. Let's go here. USA Facts. Let's go here. So here's some charts on it as well. Let me make sure that my streaming is good. Okay, three charts on diversity in the federal government workforce. Okay, so now we're looking at racial and ethnic breakdown of the federal government workforce. Believe it or not, Black Americans, we're only 13% of the population, but yes, we represent more, considerably more. See, it's 18.2% in federal government jobs, second to whites. So Black Americans, and again, when we do it, the numbers, you know, you have to to do the stats on that, on the actual math because right now you're just dealing with percentages. But if you want it like the raw data, you can convert a percentage into the actual raw number. I'm not doing that on here. I mean, come on, yeah, come on. I think somebody it's easy to do though. But again, More men advance to senior executive levels in the federal government. Okay, what other measures? Okay, what is this got to come from? The new Office of Personal Management report. Oh yeah, yeah. So black representation in government is it is a fact that we are represented more. And so when they tell me, oh, we're going to cut 75% of the jobs and get rid of DEI, and I'm like, hold up, because yeah, you could say we never benefited from DEI. That's just not true. Yes, they have hired white women's, probably Asians and stuff, but I'm telling you from experience that I have seen where I have benefited from it. But again, I was not coming from the position of being incompetent. I'm not in the boule. I'm not in no sorority. So I never was given, okay, you are sister. Here's your position for you. They do that with each other. They do that. Had I been clicked in with them, I'd probably be a lot farther. But I don't have that, and so I've always had to rely on merit and competency in any position that I was in. Which wasn't much, but with the school that I worked at, the two schools that I worked at, way beneath the stuff that they had me do. It was way beneath, and you could feel it too. And like people used to be looking real guilty, like that girl was supposed to be really running some shit around here. Like, what the fuck is she doing? Like at this position? And again, it was a DEI hire, and I remember again it was a bunch of Black Americans, some white women, one white woman, three Asians women, one Indian male, and then two Black men's, and then the rest was Black American women. And so, I've seen this, and this is just another chart. Let's look at more though, again, because this is data is what's important. Let's look at this one. Let's look here, right here. Government jobs in the Black middle class. So this is not like me just trying to trick y'all or get you back on the Democrats. I don't give a fuck about none of them. Don't be loyal to none of these parties, dude. The fuck? Says blacks are 30% more likely than non-blacks to work in the public sector, according to the University of California Berkeley Center for Labor and Research and Education. Okay, so we're talking about public employees. And so no, I'm not about to just go along to get and agree. And I'm telling you, the DNC, they not about to do this high level ass breakdown that I'm doing. They not. They don't give a fuck. They want you to suffer over the next 4 years so that you can look stupid. So they not breaking this stuff down to you. That's another one. Then let's look at more. Let's look at let's actually go on a government website. Labor force characteristics by ethnicity and race. Let's look here. And again, you have to take the time. I'm just showing you the research, okay? To make my point. This is just a year ago, by the way. Okay, this is January 2023. The other one was a little bit older. Excuse me, but the stats still stayed the same. So now you get to actually look at the composition of the labor force. Okay, and education attainment and all this stuff. This is good data. But my point is that we are more represented in the public sectors, and particularly in whether that do with federal government of all levels, at the highest levels, and even at the public sectors, whether that be like USPS and the Department of Education, city jobs, whatever, the city hall, all those things, EEOC, certain departments, that type of thing is what I'm saying. And yes, change is good on some levels, but when you don't have policies and stuff to work how we did the community resource bank initiatives and we be looking at the neighborhood revitalization funds, it's like I'm still dealing of like how can you craft out more holistic governance that's not bureaucratic, that's not so federal, but still getting people's needs met. They're not even doing that work, and that's why you cannot sell your soul to these political parties, because they're not designed for that level of creativity and for that level of freedom. You have to do that shit on your own, white or black. I'm letting American people know that now. I'm letting you know that as Americans now, that you have to do that on your own. And guess what? There are many Americans that already know that. There are many Americans that got their own little shit and they off grid and they chuck the deuces up and got they little bunkers and everything that they got, nice land and off grid living in an intentional way with each other, and they don't chuck the deuces up at the whole system and got out of the matrix. Now, if you want to go into your technocratic slavery, just say that, but don't, for those of us that want to pivot, because the thing is, what they're doing is they flood people with over information, but then they heighten certain big parts of information too. So you can't put the whole picture together. So you don't know really what you're walking into. And so that's what they call low information voter and whatnot. And of course, a lot of us fit in that category because a lot of us ain't fucking with all that shit, all in the government, all like that, anyways. A lot of people don't trust the government, white or black. Okay. And a lot of people don't like big oversights and these regulations. But my thing is, all the stuff that they want to cut happen to do with protections over the American people. You can look this up yourself. I covered last week where they want to cut CBOE, which is a consumer protection agency that protects against predatory lending. They want to cut that federal department. Then they want to cut the FDIC, which insures all of your money in the bank up to $250,000. So now the only way you can guarantee money is if you hide it in your mattress again. I mean, why would you want to cut the FDIC? Like the bankers want that. This is stuff that the bankers want. The big boys, the billionaire boys club. They don't give a shit about. They want to cut shit that got to do with protecting your ass. And all I can tell you is that regimes change and things change, and something happened with they done got to Trump. They done did something. Shit, they done did something. It's hard. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on myself. You know, I gotta update my shopper on a new item. Butter one. Sorry guys, I'm just pausing because I gotta message him. Peanut butter. Okay, there we go. Let me get back to this. But here you see on the screen, U.S. published inaugural report on diversity in federal government. Okay. And so I just wanted to show you the data, which I'm basing this perspective on. That it is well researched. And I'm not just someone that's just pulling something out of my ass or, how I'm not no fucking RNC shill or no DNC shill. So y'all niggas can come at me with that type of mindset. I just want my people to know that shit. Stop coming at me like on that mindset, on that type of time. Because that to me, it irks me. And I would rather you just ignore me. But then, because it's too low level for me. And now I'm gonna get angry, and then I'm calling you out your name and calling you a slave and all this because it's like, what don't you get? I'm not getting paid for. I don't get paid to promote these fucking political parties like you do. Don't lie to these people and try to cover your ass. And like I said, the DNC, they sitting there snickering and laughing. These boule niggas, I'm telling you, I've heard Angela Rice say, good luck. They sit there clapping each other up because they got each other's back. They clicked in. They in the club. You're not. The grassroots are not. And y'all trying to get and set up something on the Republican side and be the black version of the black caucus on the Republican side. And I'm telling you, for whatever reason, ancestrally and spiritually, God is not in that on either side. I'm telling you, it's something. I don't. It's the signs of the times. It's the age of the Aquarius. It's the age, and we're not talking about no false light shit. Not no false great awakening. Like there's really like two shift paradigm about to set it off on this bitch. It's really like you either gonna go into a pit of hell in your state of consciousness, which is to be a slave and lose your free will and the control over your mechanisms, and they're not talking about no actual plantation, and they're not talking even about a race thing. We're talking about like a technocratic slave, like you a cyborg, you merged in with their metaverse. You're gonna go willingly into that, or you're gonna go into more of a prime reality that you create yourself, that you programmed yourself, that you are the architect of yourself, and that's all I'm concerned with. I would never I can't push what they pushing on, and I can't. It's not real. It don't feel real to me, and that's where it will start to hurt my soul to have to go along. You don't think I had the opportunity to go that way? Are you kidding me? But it starts to irk with me if I gotta cover up something or if I can't tell the truth about. No, that ain't right. Now, I ain't saying I ain't never lied before, but all I'm saying is like I can't just go. I can't just do that. No, I don't feel comfortable because then I and it's another smart motherfucker gonna come and point out the bullshit that if I was to do that, people will call it out. Just like how I'm calling out other shit. It's people that's gonna research this stuff. Like Black Americans, they not dumb. They not dumb at all. They gonna research something. Right now, they in the cognitive dissonance and don't want to admit. I admit it. Okay, I was wrong. And the thing is, a lot of them white boys are starting to admit it too. Like, damn, like they really did do a bait and switch. Like that girl that we saw was so crazy 3 weeks before the election, talking about bait and switch and selections and shadow government. Yes, I'm not right here. Yeah, why are they talking about golden age and third temple? She was talking about that first months ago. Okay, there's something going on here. There is something behind the scenes that take place. There is like some sort of selection that takes place. There is something that's really fucking going on here. Like there was a bait and switch on both sides. And to be honest, it's like we had these deplorable candidates. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm done. Y'all hurt me so bad. I'm done with the whole. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck it. I'm done. I just can't. I just can't. And guess what? I already know I'm not going to be the only one that feel this way. I'm not the only one that feel this way now. But I can't wait to more and more and more wake up and call it out. So it says defunding diversity, how academia is failing Black faculty. Okay, and so the DEI policies, were for Black were there to retain Black faculty too. Now, when we talk about like, if your argument is, well, how many of them were cosplaying, how many of them were this, how many of them, now you're getting caught up in the weeds of things, and now we got to just do some anecdotal research. Then now we just have to go anecdotal. And we can't go anecdotal with some hood niggas that, or people that got an agenda to push that's getting paid by these people. We actually would have to go and do those surveys and those research ourselves. Because again, we're just now in the delineation movement. We're just now getting stuff disaggregated based on ethnicity and descendancy rather than just race, right? But to say that Black people just did not benefit from DEI, Black Americans in particular, I know I walk in my motherfucking neighborhoods and whatnot, and I know I've seen Black USPS workers, Black UPS workers, Black men that do the waste management, sanitation work, water irrigation work, traffic stop. I just seen Black men doing that work just the other day. Like, let's not get stupid here. Like, not all these people are fucking Black immigrants, especially like in certain areas where you're in a Black American neighborhood, where you see the Freedmen flag, where you see the Juneteenth flag, where you see, uh, Black American, that energy, even if you may have a Caribbean or two on the block, right? But a Black American energy, the neighborhood. We talk about middle class too, working class neighborhoods, middle class Black neighborhoods. That energy. You can feel it clear as day when you're around some Black Americans. You know it. You will know it. And so you're not about to play on my top and say that we just, okay, let's just get rid of everything. No, I'm not just gonna agree with this government and say, yeah, let's just get rid of everything because we ain't benefit. No, you're not about the Jedi mind trick like me, Jedi mind trick, a sociologist like that. Nah, no, not me. Somebody else. But look at here. They're telling you to your face. Mike Johnson says he's aiming to act 75% of all federal agencies with Elon Musk's help. So that's where I'm saying, like, the sophistication, guys. You got to know that you benefit more from your public sector. You got to know that the federal agencies is where you infiltrated a lot of the positions of the workforce. And when they say 75% of all these agencies and get rid of DEI, that's how you know, like, wait a minute, y'all trying to play on people's top. But then Elon Musk says no woke men in the country and no reparations and all. Y'all gotta see a play. Then they got Vivek on it. And what did Vivek say about Black Americans? Y'all, this is what we're trying to tell you. They setting up some shit to prevent powerful bloodlines in Black America from getting a shake. They just want to consolidate power. They billionaires. They just want to consolidate power more within their silos and help their stakeholders get even more wealth that over the next 4 years. Another transfer of wealth. That's all it is. And so, yeah, they got some coons that's gonna jump along on the ride to sell the rest of the community out. But for the most part, Black Americans, the 50 million, 40 million of us, they not looking out for us. The RNC is not look. That's not the way political parties are designed to look out for the American people in general. They have higher order goals that they herd the cattle to. That's how they feel that you're cattle. And again, this is not this transcends race. This is more so like this is they have their clique and they order and they club. You ain't in it. You just upon an energy source of harvesting. And so that's how they treat it and that's how they view it. And ain't nothing you can do about it if you stay in they shit or if you go along with they stuff. But if you say no, I'm not going along with that, or nah, we doing our own thing. Fuck that. Okay, we doing a community bank initiative. Bye, bitch. We doing a community resource initiative. We doing state shit. We about to do something. Bye, bitch. And I'm telling you, them days is coming. You're gonna see succession in this country. You will see it. Certain states, you will see it. Whether that be 4 to 12 years from now, a span of 4 to 12 years, you're gonna see because people are going to realize bait and switch. They're gonna realize that all of the politicians got APEC handlers, all of the politicians are bought and paid for, all of the politicians like on both sides, DNC and RNC, all know fuck this. What about our Constitution? People are going to realize, like, wait a minute, what about my constitutional rights? What about our preamble? What about, come on, the Bill of Rights? People are going to be looking at them Bill of Rights. You're going to hear people talk about the Constitution, regular Americans, because they're going to realize, like, no, y'all doing shit that violate the fucking Constitution. So that's what they're gonna be thinking of. So don't trust any black person pushing hard for any political party on you. Honestly, and that, I'm a bridge it out to the broader American public. That's just for all Americans. Don't be trusting any person that's pushing you to just force you into a box like that. That's not even the way the human mind works. A human mind don't work on no damn political. Okay, the RNC promotes this extreme Puritan shit. The DNC promotes this extreme leftist weird shit with transgenders and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, I don't really support neither one of this. I support certain things and I support others. And I'll support some here or there. But like just to try to put me in a box on either side, that don't even feel right to my soul. That's not how the human mind works. And anytime you push things on the left, on the right, on the extreme level, you create a black hole, you create a wormhole. This is like physics now. So now like they creating a loop. They want to create a time loop, but they're creating a black hole in physics because they pushing people to the extremes and it's not natural. So then you're gonna have a bunch of people that fall in the middle, or a bunch of people that just walk away completely. And so something's gonna have to give. It's like an elastic band that you stretch it. I'm telling you, you'll see. And again, like I said, the Democrats, they don't care to educate Black American society on certain policies, certain things as it relates to what, as far as like the Jedi mind tricks, like how I just did, with this, how, with just one aspect of the federal funded jobs and they plans to cut stuff and then DEI and all that. I just triangulated that to show you like how they can get at you without letting you know that they're getting at you even on a small level. They'll do stuff like that, and that's how they work. Okay, this guy, he got back to me. He said they don't have it. Okay. Okay. Let me just try to see if I can switch this out. But no. What do you mean? Okay. Hold on, guys. Because I have to get me some iodine, and they don't have some iodine. I need to get this iodine. I have to have iodine. They don't have any. Okay, so we have to move on to a different topic. Okay, also, I just need to, should have did this. I don't know why I sit and shop while I'm freaking on live. I'll die. Okay, so let me see. Okay, I have to continue. And yes, so they're not going to tell you, like the Democrats are not going to tell you that you're walked into a burning house. They're not going to do anything adequate to educate on things beside what they paymasters tell them to, which means they're going to be trying to convince you to support stupid shit to appease their stakeholders. So, for instance, like they'll try to triangulate a situation to make like April Ryan had just did something where she's like she mixed the topic of immigration and tariffs together and said both will harm black people, but that was a Jedi mind trick. Only part of it was half true. So the immigration part, of course, nobody's going to care about that, right? Like nobody's going to say that, yeah, that actually affects us. They ain't got nothing to do with us, right? Everybody will agree with that. But when she adds tariffs onto that, that gets you. This is how you could tell they both in on setting us up because, like, why would you not? Those are two separate topics. What the fuck are why would you bring immigration and tariffs together on one topic to conflate them, knowing that Black Americans have are the ones that want the border closed, and then so you go on a video and a title and say okay, immigration and tariffs is going to affect Black Americans more, and then nobody's going to pay attention to the tariff part. They just going to see the immigration part. And say, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. That ain't going to affect us because we ain't got nothing to do with immigration because we are Black Americans. Like that's the same, right? And so it's half true because that part, yeah, yeah, anybody can say that. We could make that argument that that immigration stuff don't got nothing to do with us. It ain't going to affect us. However, the tariff part will, but the tariff part will affect all Americans. The tariff part affects all Americans because it is gonna cause inflation. It could possibly worsen. The inflation will most likely worsen under Trump than it is under Biden and Kamala, based on what the writings on the wall. See, but they won't just come out and say that. Why wouldn't they just separate those topics? The thing is, putting tariffs on all these different countries, they just gonna do the same thing back to us. And tariffs, they do raise prices. That's just obvious. And they will affect all of Americans, but Black Americans, they will be affected more based on that other shit that they got planned. Yeah, the tariff stuff will affect us more. It will affect us more, but the immigration shit won't. So she had no business even putting them two topics together like that. Like, why would you put them two topics together like that? Because that's how you could tell like they in on having you a sitting duck. Because it's like I'm like, the tariffs have nothing to do with immigration. And so, and it wasn't just her that did it, because the RNC shield black slaves, they twisted it together too. That's what I'm saying. They both sides of the same coin, dude. Because they both twisted it together. They sure did. I witnessed it. I had the video of it. And again, these are people that are powerful that could fuck with me behind the scenes and shit. So I can't just be showing y'all every little thing that I know. I'm even giving y'all a name, but the black RNC slave, he literally was like, okay, see how they saying that immigration and tariffs is gonna hurt us? That ain't gonna do nothing. We ain't gotta worry about nothing. Y'all trying to get us to worry about some cherry picking jobs and agriculture jobs. That ain't about nothing. But those were two different subjects, right? And so why are black people on both sides of these parties meshing and conflating two topics that have nothing to do with one another, so to speak, and then conflating them and saying, okay, one side, the Democrats are saying, hey guys, this is going to affect black Americans more. But see, on the other side, the black RNC slaves will say, see guys, this is not going to affect us at all. This ain't got nothing to do with us. We ain't gonna be affected at all. You won't be affected by the immigration stuff, but the tariff stuff you will be. But see, this is what I'm saying. On both sides, they fucking with us, and I don't respect it. Like that's why I'm pissed off, black Americans. That's why you see me angry. And again, I gotta heal. Like I ain't got no right to be angry at this matrix ass shit. I just gotta move on from it. But if when I'm trying to tell my people like, hey guys, like you really gonna have to start advocating solely for yourself and not trying to be all worried about this loyalty shit to this political party stuff that y'all got going on. That's all I'm saying. And then they come back word for word at me, getting upset at me because they feel like I guess maybe they feel like I'm fucking up their bag or I'm messing up their play, or they want to get in with the good guys, the big house. I guess they want to kiss up to the white folk. And my thing is, if you have coalition with white people, that's different. and it's a fair, you talk business, we talk business, but these people are trying to get you to, they want you to be as a pawn, like you at a lower level because you're not thinking as sophisticated as them. And so that ain't gonna work for me. I can't be in a position where you thinking I'm your pawn or you can outthink me. Nah, motherfucker. Nah. It don't work that way. And so I guess black people feel like, oh, you gonna make it hard for all of us because well, you want, like, you don't understand what day and time it is. This shit is this anything you think you know about politics in this system, you don't know. This shit is ran by the occult. These presidents don't make no fucking decisions. It's a bunch of fucking warlocks and wizards and interdimensional beings and fucking high priestesses and witches and secret societies that run this fucking government, and even some, and like I said, some interdimensional beings, and made a best warlock priest win at the highest levels. And that's why Obama maintained his power position in a DNC as long as he did. And y'all see, these people are occultists. They ain't got shit to do with nothing you think about. Nothing that you thinking. Oh, we gonna actually go in a vote and booth, in a booth and vote, and all of it matters. And like, y'all gotta wake up. Nah, nah. So when they sit up there and Jedi mind trick you and got you on a hamster wheel, they gonna have you on that hamster wheel for life and to drain you of every energy and ounce of your soul that you motherfucking got. I ain't letting them do that shit to me. I'm letting you know now. Immigration, they ain't got shit to do with Black Americans. We ain't got to support that. We ain't got to be around that. But we do got to demand that whatever resources that is from the fallout of them getting rid of all them people, that need to be redirected towards us. And we need to have apprenticeship policies for Black Americans. That I'm sticking on. Now, tariffs, that will affect all of Americans. It will. And inflation will go up, and Black Americans will most likely bear the brunt, especially if they do and compound it with all the other shit that they got in their little plan. And again, that's why I said it was a bait and switch, because they denounced that Heritage Foundation shit. Now they got all the policies that they promoting. It is as a part of that little 900-page document and that 42-page Project 2025 shit. They are, if they commit to even 5% of that shit, yeah, that tariff shit gonna affect you more. That's just the honest to God truth. What do we do about it? Again, the blueprints are out there. You see me carving out the whole Nakhti order. You see me carved out all of the community initiative bank resource program and state initiative committee program that would replace FEMA, all types of shit. You see the level of sophistication that we have on our side. But I mean, if y'all want to be slaves like that, I mean, to this two-party system, go ahead and do that. But I don't want to hear, don't come crying tattoo tears to me or to any of us who try to warn you. You saw us talk about the Resiliency Initiative Committee, the Reciprocity Compact, the Neighborhood Revitalization Fund, the Community Resource Bank, the implementation of anti-corruption measures. We've been doing this. We just covered today. So you can't say like, oh, this is just all fairmonger. We have no solutions. Y'all see me craft out shit just live right on my channel like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. That, like I said, hey guys, we need some housing policies. We need this. I need to see some initiatives for the housing stuff. uh Next week we do the review and we see high level some really cool stuff pop up that same week, so we will get stuff done behind the scenes in a way where you don't have to necessarily, like, whatever will get done. But you also have to understand that energy flows where attention flows. And so if your energy is focused on some damn ICE shit and immigration shit, after they told you they closing the border, okay, yeah, they closed the border, okay, let them close the border, good. Then what? Instead of focusing on policies that's for the Black Americans, that's for yourself, instead of pushing stuff for yourself, and not even just through the political shit, but just pushing shit just for yourself, like literally, like as a high society or as an intentional community, however you want to do it. And it's being done, on small levels, but the people that's pushing that Trump shit, I'm telling you, something not right about that shit. Is just something. It's not even so much pushing Trump, because I don't have, again, my beef is not with Trump. Pushing that Republican shit. My beef is not with Trump at all. Pushing that Republican stuff. Because again, I told you, when I say they got blackmail on these motherfuckers' heads, and they done, I'm telling you, I'm a clairvoyant. They done got in his ear about something. All the moves he thought he was gonna make, They done sat his ass down. And that's just it. And he was, I'm not, remember when he said, "Hey, you know, they really after you. I'm just in the way." At that point, that was true, but he was still teetering. He was still teetering and riding that fence. And you can't play in a ballpark. And when they want to slam that hammer down on you, they'll let you think that you got a shake or that you a maverick or that you can really make a move. But if you beholden to them people, and when they want to yank that chain, they yank that chain. It's as simple as that. And you got to know when they do it. You got to be able to feel it as the American people. And see, I caught it and I could feel it spiritually. I could literally just see it 3 weeks before the election. And I said, they clamming down on it, on this man. They doing something. They doing shit behind the scenes. And I felt it. And then it came all out, and then the white boys started seeing it. Some of the bigger the boys with the bigger platform started to speak out and say, that's a bait and switch, guys. Like, I don't know. And these were like MAGA supporters. And then we get Candace Owens ass up there talking yesterday that she got a change of heart. And so, that's these are the things that will happen. And so like I said, the Democrats, they not gonna sit and they not gonna be honest. It's some of them probably will. Like I think probably a Mark Lamont Hill maybe, but like the rest of them, I don't think they gonna say much of nothing because the Boule, they retreating and they gonna protect one another. They're good. I don't care what they try to tell you. If you thinking they taking a hurting behind that political shit, yeah, they might be out of a job as far as a political job. They'll be out of a political job, but they gonna have a job, and they still are gonna be able to protect one another because they clicked in. They just that clicked in. Some of them that walk away, or some of them are gonna get the frame tore out their ass because they don't have influence over the black community. That's only certain people. It's not. It's minor compared to what for it. I would say this. It's delusional to think that a small section of grassroots Black Americans, mind you, over 90% voted for Democrats, could effectively wipe out or damage the boule. You are completely delusional to think that. That means you're being used as a pawn. And see, I am not boule, but I'm telling you, like, the fact that you're being used as a pawn to fight them as grassroots, I don't respect that. I don't have a problem with them. I don't have a problem with the boule. Some of them I do because here's the thing. Some of them they get paid to push other people's agendas, immigration agenda, Latina agenda, and they won't push our agenda. But they don't get paid by us. We didn't pay them. Those other lobby groups and those other APEC people, they pay them people. APEC will pay them. Oh, you got to promote this immigration shit. Here go an extra 20 G's. Here go extra 30 G's to push that shit through. Then they do it, And so in that regard, I do. I obviously have some issue with them, but I don't have like full blown hatred where I need to see them destroyed. No, I don't feel that way about them. I don't. So that one person that's trying to get the small group of Black Americans to go fight and get at the boule, them them boules don't think they classes. They very classes. And so they pick and choose who they intermingle with amongst the bottom caste, as they say, and they do call you bottom caste. And but they don't really, they live in a matrix. They don't fuck with. They're not thinking of, oh, how we gonna build empowerment, how we gonna help each other. They don't think like that. No, they don't. Some of them do. Some do. But for the most part, they ain't thinking of like how we gonna bury the Black Americans either. They do their job and their paymaster orders. But I would say, like, like I said, I knew the Black American community was being sold out, man, 3 weeks before the election. And my ancestors had to tell me that. It wasn't like I was still like that spell, they spells are very powerful. And you do get all I was so upset at the way the Democrats had been doing us, and but to be honest, like they all work together behind the scenes. But I knew that something that was just not right with the way they was pushing all this to 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 ignore bait and switches like that on both sides. That's what woke me up. When I see them ignoring them bait and switches like that on both sides, that's when I said, nah, y'all on some more other shit. Y'all getting paid. Like this is deeper. This is about soul selling. Cause y'all not calling out shit that a real nigga would call out. Or even a real smart person would catch. And so I did what I was supposed to do. I'm letting you guys know, like spiritually, I won't be affected with the shit that the other people will be affected with by, because I admitted okay, I can admit that I was wrong, but also spiritually, I did what I did to protect my birthright and my crown. And we talk about crown in a very literal sense in the spiritual, for those in the spiritual community that are esotericists that know what crown means. Like, you got to protect. Like, this is a battle for the minds and heart of the people. Okay, to mold collective consciousness for your particular agenda and order. It's as simple as that. What side are you on? What master do you serve? Okay, that's what this is about. And so I did what I had to do to protect my ancestors and to protect my birthright and to protect myself in the spiritual realm as it relates to how these elections play out, and even the masonry that was being done, and them trying to take who I am and what was and again how this shit is played out in the shadow government. And again, that's I can't expect the average human to be aware of that. I'm talking about the gatekeepers, those that's in the know, those that's in the Illuminati that know exactly who I am and my birthright and what they were trying to do behind the scenes. I had to go and fix that. So I don't care how crazy I think it looks for me to select myself as the president over the shadow government and to create a umbra governance and all that. I don't care what y'all don't know how this shit really works. The universe is mental, and they talking about this quantum computing shit, man. Man. And so I had to do what I had to do, and I had to sound the alarm. And so the RNC slaves, the RNC black slaves, they have to downplay knowing what they did. So they pretty much will have to run interference to cover their tracks. So they gotta bury me. That means obviously they're gonna spend the next discrediting anybody that speak out. And again, what you got to realize, Black Americans, is you're not going to see a lot of Democrats speak out. It's going to be like it's going to be authentic people who call out both sides, and you're going to see them go after them the most because those are the biggest threats. Those are the uncontrollables. And you got to know the difference between fear mongering and being proactive about something into which you are well informed and can pivot and protect yourself and your family and know what moves to make, know what alliances you need to make, know what coalitions to make. It has nothing to do with fear. In fact, nobody should have any fear. But to act like these people give a fuck about Black Americans, that's just ludicrous to me. I'm not about to sit and act like no Republicans give up. I just can't. I can't even believe y'all trying to sell that to my people. So what I'm saying is don't trust none of them people. Just think for yourself. Think for yourself. Look at your policies. Like, learn from what. No, I'm speaking from experience. I just listened to other people tell me like, okay, y'all ain't gotta worry about nothing in Project 2025. I didn't read Project 2025 until after the fucking election, dude. I didn't read what the Heritage Foundation shit. I didn't read none of that stuff. I caught the bait and switch. I caught the bait and switch, but I still didn't look into none of it because I just was listening to, that's what I'm saying. Don't listen to them people because they most likely, if they getting paid, they're not gonna tell you nothing anyways, dude. That's a conflict of interest. How could you can't trust that? And I'm talking to like grassroots Black Americans. I'm talking to authentic Black Americans, and honestly, like this advice can go for any American. This advice will go for any American. Once you realize that somebody is getting paid to push something, you can't trust them to tell you the truth about anything. That's why it's the worst position to be in on the political chessboard. Okay, so they not the other. You can't expect other people to go into details about this stuff that they're doing. The Democrats have done a terrible job, in fact, a horrific job of going into detail about the Heritage Foundation. They're not going to. They did a terrible job of. They're not going into detail of Project 2025 on purpose. All they tried to do was fearmonger you. All they tried to do was say, "Hey guys, Project 20, what about it? What bitch? What it was in it?" They don't care. They didn't care to tell you because they knew they working together with the other side, and so they knew that the other side was going to say, "See, they trying to fearmonger you. See, they trying to get you scared about immigration." And then while they not going into detail nothing because they all working together behind the scenes is what I'm trying to tell you. And they know that there's at least 12,000 Black Americans that they want to see off this planet, off completely wiped out. 12,000. Now it's 50 million of us, but 12,000 of us are the chosen watchers over this community that pretty much have bloodline authority over they have more primordial energy. We get in esoteric here. We do esoteric politics over here, esoteric studies. You guys know that we have a whole esoteric studies department. So we're gonna get into the occult. We're gonna get into ancient bloodlines. They know certain shit about this community. And so I'm not saying that all of us are under the radar. All of us got to worry about other things other people have to worry about. It's about your rank, your coat of arms, your bloodline, your genealogy. So they know who's who. And so, yeah, it's a couple of us that they like, what can we do to bury those particular bloodlines? And if we and if and those who could influence the others or the dissenters and those who are uncontrollable and those who question too much, who think too much. What about the niggas that want to stay at home on the couch? We don't like them either because they won't pick a side. They won't bow down. They won't join. They won't join the matrix with us. They sit on the couch, as y'all say, and so they look at you as a threat too, and not on some like you know oh, let's vote for the couch and just give the vote to the to the Republican. Not that type of shit either. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people that don't give a fuck about that truly don't give a fuck about none of this stuff because they see it for what it is. And they're not going to participate because they know what it is. We talk about those type of people, not a person that gets paid to undermine the Democrat Party. I'm not talking about that. And so what I'm telling you, Americans, is do not seek validation from people who are dumber than you. Don't seek validation from people that you know is not going to give you the truth, that's less good looking than you, that's less spiritual than you. Because you got to understand that this system rewards cowardice and narcissism. So you got to pull your energy out of it. The system is rewarding cowardice and lies and people who will tell lies. And you got a bunch of American people waiting for the truth and waiting for this America to be great again. And we're not getting our needs met as the American people because their system is completely at odds with what the American people think this country's supposed to. It's at odds completely with even with the Constitution, with the preamble. If you ask me, the way it's being ran, it is. And so I want to also say this to any American that aligns with the technocratic false God, false light system. You're not going to have any protection in that system because God is not in it. And again, there are certain bloodlines that are ushering that in that historically hate other certain bloodlines and they know who they are in America. Whether you Black American, white American, Irish, Italian, they have a list. They know who's who. They have a hefty list. And so they are here to usher in their false light agenda. And they gotta kill two birds with one stone. So if that means getting at bloodlines that they historically hate, that have historically been at odds with one another, that's what they're gonna do. And again, like I said, it's not because oh, it's white against black or whatever. There is a list. This is much deeper than what you would ever imagine. Okay, and so for those that go in, if you know you come from a bloodline that's historically at odds with certain bloodlines, and say it may not even be Trump. So again, I'm not even talking about Trump when I'm talking about this. Do not think that. Please be intelligent and don't think that I'm talking about Trump with this. That's small fry compared to what I'm talking about. As far as like being at a historical fight with a bloodline. And then again, it's not even based on race at this point. If you are from those bloodlines, that means if you maybe even from Druid, Celtic, I don't even think people like the word Druid, or Celtic, but maybe I could say Druid, Tartarian bloodline, certain American indigenous, Black indigenous bloodlines, and even American Indian bloodlines, certain Venetian nobility that relates to the actual Black Venetian nobility, but also the Italian blood with the Black Negro blood in it. Certain Moorish bloodlines as well. Obviously, certain tribes that relates even deeper. I don't want to get into all of this, but I'm saying if you know you come from those certain bloodlines and you go and willingly walk into the technocratic system, you will lose the protection of your ancestors because you are willingly giving up your birthright and your bloodline to go and honor a bloodline that has been a historical war with yours. So you better know your genealogy and your coat of arms, and you better know the coat of arms and the genealogy. Not even you don't even know the genealogy of the other people that you're voting for, but you need to know some of their basics. See, I know I the reason why I didn't have a beef with Trump or whatever because I knew some things. I know they don't give a fuck about me, or I know he don't give a fuck about the everyday average Black American or whatever. But I do know that certain parts of his bloodline, okay, are not at war, have not been at war with mine. But there are people that are around him where those bloodlines do not like my bloodline. You have to look at the people that have the influence, the ability to influence the entire the not just the presidency, but the entire country itself. You have to look at that too on both sides, whether it be the Republican or the Democrats. Just going forward for whoever you're voting for. You do have to look at their genealogy, and you have to study your own genealogy and look at them coat of arms and see if it's clashing. Because a lot of times, again, but I'm seeing our ancestors don't even want us in that bullshit. I ain't even gonna hold you. I can only speak for mine. I can only speak from they kind of looking like, man, fuck this shit. They try to steal your fucking birthright too, and skip. And my family, my bloodline is a family that started all of that, the Knights Templar and all that stuff, and they fed up with the system. And they know what they try to do. And yes, okay, it's a black female, and she ain't under oath. She not yeah. I have my and then my bloodline walked away. Okay, y'all walked away. But an order is an order, and a rightful heir is a rightful heir. I don't have to take no oath or no or sell my soul or do whatever to be a rightful heir. That's a birthright is your birthright. And so y'all be careful. Just be very careful with these Jedi mind tricks. Study that 14th Amendment, that 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. It's for Black Americans. It has nothing to do with immigration whatsoever. If there's been a misinterpretation of it, stop fucking misinterpreting it, then, bitch. They ain't got nothing to do with no immigration. The term birthright citizenship and masonry, they ain't got shit to do with immigration. There is a bill it was a bill right here. Let's actually look at the bill that you want to get rid of. The actual bill that Trump should be getting rid of is right here. Birthright citizenship, 2021. There's a bill that came out. Here we go, right here. I'll show you guys. This is the bill that Trump should be doing an executive order to get rid of. It's right in front of your screen. See it? Like this is the bill that you want them to get rid of. This is the Birthright Citizenship Act of 2021, right? And so this is the one that says a person is subject to U.S. jurisdiction if he or she is born to a parent who is a U.S. citizen or a national, a lawful permanent resident residing in the United States or alien performing services in armed forces. You see, this is how you have to understand Jedi mind tricks, Black Americans. This was already something. Birthright Citizenship Act of 2021. This is the shit that he need to be doing the executive order to get rid of. It's right in front of you. Not the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is for Black Americans. Birthright citizenship in 1866, that has nothing to do with immigration. So this is the bill that he should be doing the executive order for, the Birthright Citizenship Act of 2021. This is the one that you want to get rid of, this stupid shit right here. But even if it was just introduced and it's not passed, this is in terms of what he's looking for. We maybe moratorium on immigration, and then probably flipping this bill and just doing away with this, have an executive a moratorium on immigration, and then within that bill put under this bill a person is subject to U.S. a person that is born in U.S. jurisdiction is no longer how would you word this, a subject that's born in the U.S. jurisdiction who has a child who is illegal or whatever, they are no longer a permanent resident. They no longer gain citizenship. You can't gain citizenship through the moratorium that on immigration and the executive order that that says no more immigration birthright citizenship. It should say that executive order. It has nothing to do with challenging the 14th. And all you have to do is tell the judiciary branch to stop fucking misinterpreting the goddamn 14th Amendment, bitch. I mean, you ain't gotta say it like that, but like, stop misinterpreting the 14th Amendment. That shit ain't got nothing to do with immigration at all. It has to do with Black Americans. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say. But again, Black Americans don't seek validation from people who are dumber than you, that are less good looking than you, that are less spiritual than you. Stand up for yourself, okay? Stop being cowardice. And so now we're going to transition into the debate with matter of fact, I want to save that debate for last, but I want to show you the this part right here where Candace Owens herself is talking about, like, her disillusionment with you know the MAGA stuff. Now she's saying it so many, she's trying to speak in a code, but she pretty much gets it out. But I want to show y'all that for a minute, and then we're gonna get back into that, because then we want to cover that Billy Carson review. We want to cover that last, because that's like, I gotta actually pull up like a lot of research and documentation, as far as the research that I want Billy Carson to have going forward, in terms of where the research that he was looking for, or that he was trying, the stuff he was so surface level. I have the data that he needs to study more, to be more succinct, to answer them, to debate better, pretty much. So we'll review that last, but I'll play this. I'll play this now.
That they thought we were
Now, this is, I'll give you the context. This is a veteran who's been horrifically treated, who's been treated horrifically, um by the government. He was dealing with, he was a victim of the U.S. Liberty, as they say, they quote unquote, they called it friendly fire, but it was not friendly fire. He was trying to explain how, you know how the corruption and the things that he had dealt with as a veteran. And so, um he's telling his story, and this is when she talks about it, about her being disillusioned with what's going on currently in lieu of Trump's cabinet's picks. Now, she doesn't say that, but we all know you got to word things a certain way on YouTube, as far as like APEC being the handlers of both parties, the DNC and the RNC, and whatnot. And so you guys read between the lines. It's pretty obvious, but I'll play just a little bit of this here.
somebody else. They shot 2 of our flags down, and we put up another one, 7 by 13. They say they didn't see that one either. 7 by 13, that's a big flag. They call it holiday colors. And that's what we flew into Malta. 1,000 miles away, we went from that torpedo hit 1,000 miles away with a 40 by 40-foot hole in the ship, hoping we'd sink.
Well, what I can tell you is that this has completely changed a lot for me. I just, first and foremost, just want to apologize to you. Like, I'm genuinely embarrassed at my ignorance, and it's confounding for me that I thought that I was on the side of the party of, truth and America first and patriots and caring about our veterans. And I'm realizing now that so many of these people are cowards. They're cowards. They know the truth. They lie to people as they're coming up in this movement, and they are completely occupied. There are some that are brave, obviously, Thomas Massey, but I do want to offer to you that I promise you, as long as you live, I will hold a candle for the USS Liberty. You forever have a platform. If I have a platform, I almost feel ashamed of myself that I thought to myself this year, oh my gosh, I'm getting so attacked by the Zionist media because I had a heart over the Palestinian children that were dying. And I realized I had to survive digital attacks. I mean, you survived.
Yeah.
What you survived is unbelievable. And I first and foremost, I know that you have an organization, so I want to pledge to you that personally, my family will donate $40,000 every year to your organization. And I'm asking if every single person who is watching this right now, and this will be in the millions, if every single person gives $1, just $1, we can keep their organization going. We can give them what they need to speak about this, and we can show.
So you heard her say, like she thought she was having serving the party of the Patriots. I wanted to see if I could
As
rewind
you
that part.
live, I will hold a candle for the USS Liberty. You forever have a platform. If I have a platform, I almost feel ashamed of myself that I thought to myself this year, oh my gosh, I'm getting so attacked by the Zionist media because I had a heart over the Palestinian children that were dying, and I
40 by 40.
America first and patriots and caring about our veterans. And I'm realizing now that so many of these people are cowards.
And she's right. And again, that's she could see pretty much what I saw 3 weeks before the election. Now, 3 weeks before the election, when whatever y'all call it, crash or whatever, what I saw clairvoyantly, I I added her. I tagged her in that post and said, "Look, there's something." And again, we talk. I don't expect people to understand like masonry, birthrights, and all that stuff, and bloodline selection and all this stuff. I don't even think she understands all of that. But I do know that she researched things. And so I was like, trying to at least let somebody know like there's a bait and switch here. Like none of this stuff is what you think. And so that was 3 weeks before the election. This video was premiered 2 days ago, December 11th. And she's admitting, she's admitting like, I thought I was supporting this stuff because again, they have APEC handlers even on the RNC side, and you should know that just from them cabinet choices. And again, just because the cabinet choices you can't because of maybe their religio ethno state or whatever. I'm not here to bash that. That's not the point. The actual cabinet choices are not like draining the swamp though. These are like swamp picks in many regards. It's nothing but the same regime pretty much. There is no new change of guard and no regime. Like this pretty much is nothing but like controlled opposition type shit, you know? And I could see that it was a trap. And that's why I was screaming to the top of my lungs to Black Americans, like, yo, this is a trap. Like, don't walk into this shit. And I was trying to change things behind the scenes because I did know that it would have been a better a better deal long term. It would have been easier for us in many regards. It's hard to even say that because both parties are just so idiotic. But she can see, like, we know what we're walking into. Now, my thing is, Candace, I know people are like, I don't expect nobody. I know people. I know people secretly know more about me than what they let on. For one, that I could tell. So I know everybody has to act like they don't know who I am and all this stuff. So I get that, especially dealing with being blacklisted and whatnot. But it's like I added this girl. I told, and the reason why you know that she on some level knew, okay, what I was talking about because I'll show you this. I did this video. Look at the date of this video where it says shadow government. I select myself as president. Both parties are out. Nakhti order is in. Now look at this. She did a video, I want to say like literally the next day with like a similar title and topic. Like the actual discussion of the topic was stuff that I um had also talked about. And so this trying to let me see. Where's this at? Was this live? Did she do that live or was that a video? Okay. Now I gotta go back and actually, was it live? Trying to look for the shadow. Maybe if I just type it in, because I don't have time to be looking through people's shit. Shadow government. It should probably pop up if I type it in. Here it go right here. I found it. And I'm like, okay, so look at this. And the date. So this was just 8 days later. And mind you, I had tagged her in a post talking about the shadow government. So it wasn't like it was just out of nowhere. And so, talking about this shadow government shit right here, November 1st. and dealing and in that document that I tagged her, and I was talking specifically about the CIA and being a targeted individual and whatnot. And in this same video, just 8 days later, which I'm very grateful that she did, she exposes the shadow government. And this was 8 days later, and we have someone who did work for the CIA who's exposing it. And his story is eerily similar, like some of the stuff that targeted individuals go through in terms of like black ops, like how they'll try to murk you in your own home. They'll put chemicals all on the wall that you can't see unless you got like one of them black lights. And so they'll be like, say you moving or something, or say you get a hotel or you get a apartment. Somebody could literally come in and they'll put like chemicals all on your walls that's designed to take you out. And you can't see it. It'd be undetectable unless you got a black light. And so he was going through stuff like this, or like stuff with radiation. Like in my document, I was talking about how like it was stuff with radiation and all this stuff. And so he's talking about this stuff too. And so people are realizing like this stuff is real. There is a
Yeah,
shadow
I don't
government.
think
There
most
is
people
some
know that.
certain things in it. So obviously, you know, people are able to see that there's some truth to like this idea of this shadow government stuff, you know? And so my thing here with this stuff is a lot of these people, even though they may take a while to get to things, or they, you know the truth or whatever, even when it comes with here's the thing, this is what the American people need to know going forward. If and this is the simple test that you need to know. Simple test to let you know whether or not somebody is controlled opposition. If they are willing to protect the core deception of a system that they claim to go against, that's how you know. That's it. Or the second one, if they try to get you to go along with something that's against your best interest, that should be simple. But the main one is if they are protecting the core deception of a system they claim to go against on any level, then you should look into their background as far as who they married into, the family they married into, the affiliations that they have, and the bloodlines and the coats of arms of those families. You need to do that, even with Candace, because I'm like, yeah, you jumping on the board now, but all of a sudden, like now, like you guys know, I talk about running for president, and I select myself as president, and then in this video that she does yesterday, where she's denouncing the MAGA stuff, and then she's like, "Oh, I want to run for president." She wants to run for president, and I know that they setting up a play, with her, but she's a part of their system. Make no mistake about it. And all you need to do is just study her husband and his bloodline and family to know exactly the family that she's clicked in. And so my thing is like, they have to keep pivoting because they don't know what they're going to do next. They don't know who they're going to get to run. They run this AOC chick. That lady is not winning. They run Candace. She won't have the vote of Black America. They don't know what to do. They know that they fucked up, and they know that the most people are going to become disillusioned by what they are doing. These people, Americans, are going to realize like that. This like so she's trying to get ahead of it. Mind you, I told this girl 3 weeks before the election. I said, "There's a bait and switch. These people is a shadow government. These people is doing some bullshit. They skipping bloodlines in masonry. The bloodline who started it all, just because they walked away. And I do know that the selection rights were supposed to go to a Black American family. That I just know. And so they're going to try to pick they're going to try, they know that the thing is they want the prophecy to play out with people that they can control, even if they are controlled opposition, even if they did buck up, even if they do buck up on some level. But this lady, make no mistake about it, is clicked in with them people. And so I don't trust it. That's just me though. Y'all can trust it. Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want. But I'm just saying, if they protecting any core deception of this system that they claim that they against, you should look into who the hell is they married to. If they claiming that they going against masonry, but they in-laws is tied in with all that Mason shit. Like they claim it against they against Monarch programming, but they are literally a Monarch project themselves. It doesn't make any sense, and that's how you know. And people have warned me about her, you know even people that are in that MAGA stuff that support Trump, they had been saying like that girl is control. It's like, so American people have to learn that for themselves, that in the day and age that we are going into 4 years from now, this idea that somebody's gonna go and vote for you to be who you claim to be as sovereign over yourself, you're gonna realize that Americans become disillusioned with that. And I'm talking to you, Candace, because whoever you have to just be at this moment. And so your being is what's important, not placating or going along with this system. And so anything in this system, we're just early on it. This shit is gonna crumble. And so if they chose you to try to uphold or try to make it, to try to bring the people into another Jedi mind trick to make it seem like they are going further away from, I'm just letting if that's not the case, Candace, then cool. But if that is the case, just know that I'm on your ass, and just know that the American people will eventually find out. Because 4 years from now, Americans are not even going to be thinking about this type of shit, about no electing and none of that. That's why I selected myself. I'm telling you, the universe is mental. Anything that you want to be, you got to just be it. That's all. That's it. That's it. You don't need the validation of nobody to put you in no position of what you claiming you going to be. And I'm telling you, there's going to be succession of certain states in this country. There will be succession of certain politicians, defections of certain politicians that just stick their middle finger up and don't give a damn. They're going to try to keep this matrix as sound as possible. They're going to try to keep the matrix going. Of course they are. But my thing is, Candace, are you going to try to push people back into sleep and back into that box? Like, what type of time is you on? Because you copying my video titles and all this shit. And I'm talking about I'm running for president now. You running for president. And so it's like, but my thing is like, I don't even care about that. It's more so like the system is choosing. They have to put people. They own people up. It's just that Albert Pike shit. Whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply them. And I see that they trying to make this play with Candace, as far as putting her up there, because they know they cannot push no AOC up there, or none of the people that I don't. There's not a Democrat person that they can put that could. So they don't know what they're going to do. This Candace thing is not going to cut it, because she got a lot of, once people start researching her coat of arms and her blood, her who she's married into and the family that she's clicked into and how they get down and who they all support. Like, she wanted to come at Kamala for being monarch. Candace is monarch. Y'all can't see that? Friends with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's father is CIA. Like, let's stop playing games. That's why I'm just like, that's why I get so annoyed, and that's why I'm just like, you know what? Fuck this whole system, because y'all, I don't like that controlled opposition shit. You run in one arena, you think you free, you think you got people that's really about that life, that's really free. You can find out that they nothing but controlled opposition. Okay, you pivot there, you go deeper, you find another group, and they nothing but controlled opposition, and you find another. And so it's like, that's why you just have to do your own thing. That's why you have to encourage the American people to do their own thing. Candace, you could select yourself right now if that's what the fuck you want to be. Especially if you real, as you say, if you really left Daily Wire, you really left your handlers, and you really left they shit, like how you said you, like how you claimed you did. That's the only way you gonna get it anyways. You gotta be that shit and start to really build and just declare it, and take the people that's with you that's really declare it. But if you trying to do it from the standpoint of, they put you in that position, and you become their puppet, and they tell you what you gonna run and how they gonna do it, and how what you gonna do, and how you gonna, what policies you gonna pass, and you ain't really got a choice, or you don't have a decision. If you doing it from that lens, then that's then you are controlled opposition, and that's not gonna work for the American people. Like, we in a day and age where you just declare, just do it. And you're gonna see 4 years from now, you're gonna see more of that. I'm just way too early with my thinking, because I know how this universe work. You have to just be what the fuck you say you gonna be, and do what the fuck you say you gonna do. Because if you thinking you gonna be an A2 party Masonic stage theater and get elected and all, and go through their little stuff, and you gonna go through the fucking ringer, you have no idea what that's about at the highest levels. If you just now finding out that MAGA ain't shit, and I told your ass 3 weeks before the election that it was a bait and switch, and that they was, these cabinet, these handlers behind the scenes was doing some other shit. I told your ass that 3 weeks before election. So if you just now realizing that, what else you think you don't know? Like, This shit is deep, and at the highest levels, it's not even ran by who you think is ran by. And so, if you want to do that, just select yourself and build your and build. Here's the thing. This is, and I'm talking to any politician at this point. Any American politician that you claim you about the Constitution, you claim you love America, you claim you about the American people, you claim you really want to make America great again. The only way I believe that is if you build parallel based off the Constitution. Other than that, you just a controlled opposition motherfucker in my eyes. And you there to trick people and to put people back to sleep. That still goes for any politician. If you as serious as you fucking say you are, and you know that, if you know that the system, you know how they treating these politicians behind the scenes. You know how they all got handlers. You know how you know that the American people is getting dicked around. And you truly a maverick. The only way I'm gonna believe that is if you build parallel based off the Constitution. That you could be a current politician in Congress, wherever. That's the only way I'm gonna believe your ass. And I'm not talking about changing a bunch of shit up that's gonna bury the American people like how these motherfuckers is planning to do. I'm talking about like you really like you got it all crafted out. And you are capable and competent at the position. That's a bloodline position. Either you got it or you don't. And so the only way I can take that serious, anybody that's talking that talk, you have to know that if you run, if you're in their system, you have to know what that's about. And pretty much people know, especially if you want to run for president and all this stuff, because you're pretty much the CEO of a corporation. That's not even the highest level. It's a very low level compared to how the system is ran. And so you can select yourself. We talking about just universally under unalienable rights, sovereign law, sovereignty. And so any human that's really about sovereignty should understand that. And if you are truly about sovereignty, you wouldn't push two-party systems. You wouldn't push core deceptions on humanity. You wouldn't push anything that is a core that's protecting the core deception of the status quo. That will make you controlled opposition. It's just common sense. And so until I see that coming from, any politician, Thomas Massey, whoever it is, then that's the requirement. And it's as simple as that. That is the requirement. Okay? And so yeah, good luck. Because this stuff right here that they doing, they always want to placate people back to sleep. So that if the American people wake up under one onion layer, they have someone to roll out to put under that layer. And another put another if the American people wake up on another layer, they'll put another layer out to, and because people can see through the Trump shit. People like white people, black people are starting to see through that MAGA stuff. And again, they're not even really upset at Trump. They understand there's something deeper going on. But they can see that, okay, it's a lot of cowardice going on with this RNC shit. I'm not promoting that Republican stuff. This is what a lot of the American people are saying. So now they got to go to the next playbook. Because it's like, damn, they're not fucking with the Democrats, they're not fucking with the Republicans. We got to go to the next playbook. And so they'll roll out whoever they got in their arsenal, to even if they play in a staged role. And I'm seeing that they's trying to do that with this lady. And I'm like, nah, you got to prove that you're not controlled opposition, Candace. Now you could brainwash them. I'm talking about right now, we at where you can get away with this shit. 4 years from now, 12 years I'm telling you, these Americans is waking the fuck up. They are. They waking the fuck up. What are y'all gonna do? That's why it's better to have done the right thing with the right bloodline, with the right selection, with the right prophecy. This is what happens when you try to force people into a prophecy. That's all this is about, is they trying to force people into prophecies that they don't have the bloodline connection to. And that is very dangerous. It's very dangerous. But we're gonna move into the what's that, the Billy Carson thing, because that one's gonna be really interesting. But I do have to say, we will take an intermission. But another thing that I want to say is, you know, when we look at, the idea of this immigration thing. Look at this on your screen. It says any person or company investing $1 billion or more in the United States of America will receive fully expedited approvals and permits, including but in no way limited to all environmental approvals. Get ready to rock. So they don't have a. I just want you to know that the Republicans don't have an issue with immigration. You just got to have $1 billion or more. They're even willing to let you go all environmental protections if you invest $1 billion into America. I actually think this is a good idea. I would have said 1.5 billion, but I would not just give them all environmental approvals like that, Trump. I think that's very dangerous. You don't let you just letting that it is a scoundrel energy. Did you see what happened with China when how they don't have any environmental protections and how they just let all that manufacturing happen? How they just fucked up their air. I think India has really terrible air supply too, in certain issues with environmental protections due to the manufacturing and not you know making sure that a lot of the stuff was sustainable and whatnot. And so I personally think I like the idea that if any person or company investing $1.5 million or more in the United States of America, I would even say in certain fields that you need it most. I don't think it should just be blanket like that. So obviously that I would say we need good software. We need to continue to dominate in software and tech. And even maybe even some innovative quantum technology, stuff like that. It would have been that 1.5 billion into that. I can get with even some of the manufacturing aspects of that, but they cannot be given full blown environmental approvals. That's just crazy. They could dump anything into our rivers, anything, do anything. No, 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 no. You ain't sell it. That's selling the country short. That's selling the people. That's selling the land way too short, and that's very dangerous. You fuck up this land of North America, then what? It's your ass. It's your ass. And so you don't do that. 1.5 billion in particular fields. Give more think of the fields that we need the most and give more precedence over to those fields first, and then do not just give environmental approvals. Maybe you do some environmental deregulations, but not just blanket approvals like that. Environmental approvals based on what? Like, no, you're not dumping shit all in our fucking air. Because if you saw what happened with that manufacturing shit took place in China, you should see the impact that it had on their environment. Even to this day, you can research that. Same in India. And so I'm not letting that same energy come on that same it program play out over in America where anybody can come and they invest, but they get to just fuck up and just do anything to our environment. No. And then $1 billion is not even enough. Honestly, I just don't think $1 billion is enough for me. At least 1.5, and even that sounds a little too low. At 1.5, you know, especially if as it relates to you'll get a even quicker approval, expedited approval if it's in certain fields, quantum tech, um, even manufacturing, because I think we need to bring back some manufacturing jobs. I think that would be good too. But this environmental approval, just blanket like that, nah, hell nah. And I just want to share this before we get into the topic of the of Billy Carson. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. And this is what Black Americans, this is what I'm trying to get you I'm trying to break your subject object duality in terms of for you to see like this is what you need to this is Noam Chomsky. This is a scholar, who called out like a lot of he pretty much knew that Trump was an ideologue, and this is what allowed me to support Trump in 2018 because Noam Chomsky was like telling people like Trump's not an ideologue, like, he's playing a role pretty much, and we know that, and even to now, but this is different. Again, this has nothing to really do with him. What's taking place now is people behind the scenes freaking out about shit, and they are the ones that are jumping out of the window. It's not as much as what you think. It's not Trump, he doing this as much as the people that are behind him. But I would say this. Now Chomsky says the smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. Sounds familiar? all that. Anytime you complain about the RNC, they DNC shields and Democratic shields, and this is what you're seeing right now. See, acceptable opinion, but allow a very lively debate within that spectrum. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. That's brilliant, and it's true. And that's all you're dealing with in politics. That's the short end of it. That's it. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. This gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, all while at the same time, the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. That's Noam Chomsky. And they got at his ass. We saw you pushing that vaccine. He kind of ruined his, I would say he kind of ruined his reputation doing that, to be honest, as a scholar. He shouldn't have did that. And he let a lot of people down doing that. But you know, people know with Noam Chomsky, people fuck with Noam Chomsky. But that was a good ass that right there. That's real. That's true. That's all you're dealing with in politics, and so you must know that. And so let's get ready for the debate overview. I can't wait for that. I'm about to be in my bag with that one. I ain't even gonna hold you. Let me pull up. I gotta pull up at least get the screen ready because we are gonna take a little bit of an just a little intermission, like probably like 3 minutes. But I do wanna get it ready here because we you know Billy Carson crashed out and you know he's like trying to sue and get people like you know get people in trouble if they play that overview of the debate. And so we can't we most likely won't be able to do the whole thing and whatnot. That's why we're only doing a little bit. But I mean we are gonna cover we are gonna cover uh just a little bit. I'll say 22 minutes of it. And because I wanna we're just doing a case study pretty much on scholarship and the production of on debate style and what Billy Carson should have said and what he um should have led with. And so we'll cover that, and then where he went wrong even after the fact with degrading. You know, he crashed out. He showed up to he lost the debate so terribly, but then he showed up to the dude's house at 2:30 a.m. to try to get the footage removed. When he couldn't do that, he's threatened to sue all of them. He threatened to sue the editor, the West Huff, and then the person that invited him on. And then he's going after any YouTuber that plays it. And then he did his video calling people poor, stupid. He got a private chef. He takes an elevator in his house. He got private jets. He ain't got to worry, you know. So it's so we see where his ego is at, and we see, you know, this is 2024, the year of exposure. All sacred cows must die, and you know we knew. Like I always knew he was a surface level ass nigga. And the thing is, like Cyrus who said, you know, that's my homeboy. He was trying to let people know, like, you know, he was, you know, about Billy Carson. But the thing is, here's the thing with Cyrus Sunseti. Cyrus Sunseti has amassed so much information over the years so much knowledge over the years, where think at this time in his age, he doesn't have time to get into the fucking details of shit. Like it's like he knows on a high level order of what he's talking about. But if you don't have those details, you don't necessarily you have to go and look for those details. See, Cyrus Sunseti, he's not uh detail oriented, and I think he is behind the scenes as far as in his private lectures, or if he has to give a debate, oh, he gonna get detailed oriented, you know, he's gonna give you, you know, that thoroughness. But when I'm just talking this, I'm not coming at Seti. I love Seti. But when he said, like, when Seti did his before this crash out, before Billy crash out, Seti had been doing videos on Billy Carson to let the Black American community know about Billy Carson. And after I had reviewed those videos, I thought that it wasn't enough to make it wasn't enough to say, okay, I don't know about that. It was more so it was like, okay, I dig it, but it wasn't enough details. And so what happened is you get and again, I'm not coming at nobody. Then you get long with it, baby boy brother Sanchez, who is brilliant. And I'm long with it, by the way. I'm fucking long with this. This is not uh um a dig. And Brother Sanchez filled in all the details. He'll do 5 hours. So he said he's gonna give you 22 minutes and give you the high level shit of it, and you better do the research on your own. And I think again it's because I think he's just amassed so much knowledge and he knows what he's talking about. And it's like, I don't have time to spend 4 hours getting into the details of why you shouldn't support this person. Here's a high level 22-minute outline. And so I saw that and I said, okay, I don't know if I should stop. I don't like what. So then Brother Sanchez came out with a video. This was before the crash out. It was doing this, and it was pretty much around, like I would say, the same week. And Brother Sanchez did videos on Billy Carson and was going in for like 4 or 5 hours, 3 days in a row. So we talk about like 12 hours, 15 hours of just details of intricacies of Billy Carson, of idiosyncrasies, whatnot. And again, I don't have beef with Billy Carson, right? But it made me, I said, after I watched Brother Sanchez videos, I said, that's what Sarah Suicedi, this is what he knows too. I said, but he's not doing no 5 hour breakdown. I said, but they both saying the exact same shit. You just got someone that, and it's a brilliant thing when you can see someone synthesize information succinctly like that. I only know 3 Black men that can do that. He's one of them, but I'm not going to name the other 2. But not yet. I mean, maybe one day in the future I will, but just not yet. Because I don't know if I could fully trust them, to be bragging on, to be giving them that type of credit yet. But that's a real skill set that I truly admire. My master teacher, she's long-winded like me. We talk about she'll do a 10-hour video, 5-hour video, 10 hours belaboring details, like that's some people, that's just their nature. It ain't nothing wrong with that. But I truly admire people that can do that shit, like they can take, like they can on a high level, like you have your ability. And I'm 32, so I'm hoping like maybe by the time I am in my 50s or something, God willing, I'm able to synthesize succinctly like that. And I think Brother Sanchez is in his 30s too. That's probably why, he'd be taking longer to get through the information. We want every little detail in there. And so it's truly admirable to see somebody condense 5 hours and 22 minutes like that. I personally needed that 5 hours though. I liked both, but I'm saying like I needed, because I had no. I'm like, what is? I'm like, it's not enough, SETI, to make me stop supporting Billy Carson. But after seeing all that details, and the thing is, it was like looking at SETI's video was like an outline. Like imagine you writing a paper, right? And you got a high level outline, and then somebody got to come in and you got to actually just fill in all of the details with the body, the introduction, the conclusion, the supporting details, the supporting argument. That's what Brother Sanchez videos do. I literally have to, and that's what it is. You got to outline, and then you got to get in all them details. And I just thought that was so. I was like, you know what? I see what they saying. I couldn't see it because I ain't gonna hold you. Like, again, I don't have no beef with Billy Carson. Uh, there's some things I agree with, there's some things I don't. But I also knew that he was a lot of surface level, and I did feel like he had an engine or a machine pushing him. I did. I kind of knew that too, as I knew intuitively, but I didn't have I didn't have the time to go and research it like how Brother Sanchez did. Like Brother Sanchez like was pulling stuff from NASA and all that. And I don't got no beef with NASA, but I'm just saying like it kind of lets you know like okay, so he's a part of the engine, so to speak. Like he's a part of a thing, and so they did this debate and we're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at a little bit of it, the debate with Wes Huff. And it was funny because I remember Sarah Sonsetti, he was doing his take on this interview, on this debate. And he was like, y'all, he wouldn't have been able to drag me like that. And I was thinking the same thing. I just busted out cracking up because I'm like, ain't no way in the world. Like when the part of the interview when Billy Carson was like, well, if you say it's a forgery, it's a forgery. If you say it's that, it's that. And if you say it's that, it's that. Wouldn't care if I didn't know the topic at all. You wouldn't see me going out like that. And we about to pull up sources. Like when I say I'm a cold motherfucker, like we about to go. I'm pulling up the Codex Sinaiticus right now. We about to pull up the parallels between Babylon, in the Inky and Anana and Christianity. There was way more parallels than what Billy Carson and Wes Huff discussed on a scholarly level, like this is known. Like there's no getting out of this. Like this is shit that people discuss on high levels, like write they whole PhDs on. Like this shit can be researched. And so we're gonna talk about Barnabas and all that stuff. And again, I am getting a little matrixy because to be honest, a lot of this shit is botched stolen knowledge. Let's be real. And so I am going to be as a scholar researching the framework I am going to be operating is out of more of a Christian, more of the orthodoxy. I probably will get into Commission science a bit, but just know that I know about the Commission, the background of where this stuff comes from. Even if you have to go to Kemet, when you have to go to Ethiopia, but I am going to be starting more so at Greece, just for the sake of argument. And again, it is matrixy, but I'm doing this because again, I want to also give these resources to Billy Carson in the future because this is some shit. I mean, he shouldn't have handled it the way he handled it. That's why I'm saying, like, I wish there's people there, y'all like to like this community. They just bury their best and brightest. But I'm telling you, like, as far as training on pedagogy, not the knowledge, but training on how to gut a motherfucker, just intellectually and mentally on any topic. Like, there's a skill set to do that. You have to be trained as a scholar to do that, and it transcends Western academia. This is like shit that you would have done even if you were in Timbuktu or the early academics systems of Kemet. Like this is people debate, people argue, philosophers philosophize. This is like a skill set, and so we're going to be going through like some real high level shit. I'm on academia.edu right now. This is my reading history. Mind you, this is shit that I've read years ago, viewed 2 years ago. So like when I say like I have a master's degree in religious studies, like and not from I'm an ordained pastor by the way, but my master's degree is not from a seminary. It's from an academic non-sectarian. So that means like I'm purely trained in just scholarship of religion, just the scholarship aspect, not the beliefs, not giving historical credence or I'm just trained just from a soul from solely from of an academic sense. But my thing is, I go in and out. So I understand Western pedagogy in many aspects are problematic in terms of their construction of knowledge is not all accurate. It's just not. It's just not. And I'm aware of that. And I thank God that I did have the backing of or the training rather of free scholars who understood, your William Chancellors. Like I'm familiar with William Chancellor. I'm familiar with Dr. Ben Clark, Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark. Regardless if I agree with all their scholarship or not, that's not the point. The point is them as a scholar, their body of work was to push people to go deeper into construction of knowledge. So that doesn't mean that I'm lending credence to anything that they taught or said. You have to understand nuance here. We're talking about the art of scholarship itself and the being trained and how somebody can really smack your ass up if you get into an arena with them and you're not trained. It don't matter what the topic is on actually. Like you gonna see me like I'm gonna go word by word of what Ben Carson should have said, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck? Like, how do you know this stuff?" It's not. It's because I'm trained. And again, it's not even like let's be real. The Gospel of Barnabas that's more of Islamic slants, and I will get into like the 6th century versus the one the 13th, 14th century, and the Italian text and all. We're gonna get into all of that. But what I'm saying, like, that doesn't even matter. It doesn't even something that I even subscribe to. It's not even important. It's just more so like if I have to get into the debate and somebody wanted to knock my head off, oh, you better believe I know how to knock their motherfucking head off with very easily go and get some and go and get the research. Now we about to look at Babylonian astrology, the Star of Bethlehem and the Four Horsemen, proposal of possible connections. Right here, this is something Billy Carson could have used when he was talking about the parallels between Babylonian text and the Bible. He should have went there. He didn't do that. This one right here, the wise men from the east and the star of Bethlehem versus Babylon. Who were the wise men? Can a natural star convey a divine message? Does the star really exist? Now, which one? There was one where they had just had a parable at the parable. They actually had broke it down. Signs in the east and a surprise in the west. Three magi's, and this is stuff that relates literally to my bloodline. So I had to study this stuff. It's not like I literally had to read this stuff years ago. Ancestor literally came. We ain't gonna get into the spiritual shit. I mean, I already know y'all gonna be looking at me like, is she crazy? But this is another. Oh, here, this is the document right here. Benny Carson, this would have saved your motherfucking life right here. This right here. You get this document. This right here. The Purim Festival, Nazareth and Bethlehem. This is literally the parallels that he was talking about that West Huff said was so surface level and that stuff that didn't matter. This document, you could have just killed him with that, whether you believe it or not. And here's the thing: do I think that Jesus was crucified? Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I think he was murdered. I don't. But we're gonna get into like the transfiguration stuff. We're gonna talk about like why the epistle the gospel according to Barnabas, why is it, what are the differences, because there's not really much, but the idea of transfiguration is a bit different than crucifixion, and that's what Benny Carson was hinting at. But again, it's not the same thing, and it doesn't mean that the person did not die, and so that means something different probably in Islamic culture, because the Gospel of Barnabas does have more of its roots more so in alignment with the Quran. And so, and we'll get into like whether it's pseudographical and apocryphal, and we'll get into all of that because that's all important. And I personally will not make that argument myself, and I don't have to, because I'm a trained scholar, and so I know where to go and find information to actually to talk about like what I mean with all of this. But um there's even more. There was more documents. I know I wanted to do this one, but this document right here, Benny Carson, this is the one that you need to be reading. I'll share it. Let me make sure to share it on my screen. The wise men from the east and the star of the Bethlehem versus Babylon. Who are the wise men? When you talk about the parallels between Babylonian astrology, or Babylonian pantheon, rather, you would just say Babylonian pantheon versus Christianity. These are some of the parallels that you could have used. Whether the dates coincide or whatnot, that you would have to probably do more research on, which I think the dates are here. So yeah, it's right here, around 100 BC, and then you could probably cross-reference that with whatever the topic was at hand. But I do think that having that solid knowledge base would have protected you in that debate, to be honest. And so this is the document that I'm talking about: the wise men from the east and the star of Bethlehem, Ecbatana versus Babylon. That's one document. And then this one right here, the star of because then we're talking about like astrology and how you decode the Bible as an astrology book. And see, people are not ready for all of that, and uh, even the Christian community is not ready for all of that. So you have to just whatever. But the Star of Bethlehem, the Four Horsemen, Babylonian astrology, a proposal of possible connections. There's so much research on this stuff. Let me make sure I pull up the Gospel of Barnabas. I need to go to the historical context, textual history. I think I wanted to start there first, and then because we're going to have to go through like line by line, or scene by scene to an extent. But again, and I'll say this, and we'll take our intermission. Let me make sure I got all of my notes pulled up. Though this is the gospel. Oh, the Nagamati text. I wrote on that in my book, so I actually need to pull up my own book, which I do have resources, scholarly references, of course, from in the back of my book, from which I root my own knowledge from. Let me. That's the language of the gods. Fine. I'll have to just pull it up from here. I don't have time to go. But we'll also review some of the Nagamati texts relating to the Gospel of Philip and Miriam Magdalene and this idea of wife, which is, oh my gosh, it wasn't a wife is what you think, but partnership, yes, there's something there, but I'm not going to just draw a parallel with just the Gospel of Philip. I'm actually we're going to read like the actual some of that text that got botched, unfortunately. because the Nagamati text was purposely sabotaged in terms of the person that they got his hands onto it, and I personally think that they ruined that text. I don't think that the parts where they said they couldn't translate it or the words are missing. Anybody that knows how the Nagamani text was found, and Mitch money, a lot of that stuff they be lying about. They be having that shit like they anything that's considered heretical or apocryphal, they'll just say it's fake. That's another thing that you have to see because it's not in alignment with mainstream Christianity. A lot of the Gnostic texts are labeled fake now. You better be careful with that. That shit is not fake. The Book of Enoch is not fake. A lot of the texts that are considered apocryphal are not forgeries. You have to be careful with that. You do because, as we know, with these councils in Nicaea or even the canonization of what would be considered proper biblical texts, it went through a very political process, and so I'm not one to just jump on a bandwagon on what's considered pseudo and real and whatnot. Only because you have bloodline descendants of that information that have access to know what the fuck what's true and not true. But also they play Jedi mind tricks. They are going to tell people that the Book of Enoch is now fake. They're going to tell you that the Nagamati text is not fake. Why? Because the shit in the text is stuff that's going to awaken humanity. Simple as that. It's going to get people thinking. They're going to learn about interdimensional beings. They're going to learn about portals and shit and extraterrestrials, nuclear power, fusion power. That's all that's why they trying to tell people to go back in time and tell people, oh, that's not real. That's fake. Oh, that ain't right. That ain't that. So we got to talk about all of that. We do, especially when we talk about like Miriam Magdala, who was the high priestess, who Jesus did leave the discipleship to. Now, when we talk about allegory and someone's real life, I'm not here to debate that. I'm not here to talk about or even what I suspect was the canonization mixture of various pantheons onto an actual historical figure and mixing the two together for whatever political agenda the religious institutions wanted to push. That doesn't take away from my personal beliefs on the person who I think Yeshua was, and it's unfortunate that you got all of this nonsense, in the midst of shit, but it is what it is. We'll do the best that we can do with the material. And understanding that I am playing more of a matrix role right now is more of a devil's advocacy role, the devil's advocate role, but not in a sense where I'm disagreeing with Wes Huff necessarily. That's not even like my approach because I don't really have much that we disagree on, except for that some of those texts are botched and they're rooted in other pantheons, to be honest. That's true, but I'm going more so from the scholarship point of view of things that answers that Billy should have provided where he didn't concede so badly like that. And that's what happens when you're surface level. Had the conscious community and the pro-black conscious community not worked so in tandem to try to blacklist me, one of the greatest scholars of the 21st century, I would have personally trained Billy. I could have rolled up something where he could have just read from his fucking phone, seriously. And it would. I'm telling you, he wouldn't have had the issues he having now. Shit, that ain't nothing to read that shit for them put on that phone and he read it when they ask what's the topic. Oh yeah, I'm about to be discussing the Sinai Bible and the Codex. The Sinai, well, the Codex does translate to Sinai, by the way, but which are going to be argued. What's the argument? You just tell me what the topic is. Oh, you saying that somebody was crucified? You saying somebody wasn't? Okay, here's the notes that you need. Just read this shit off your phone, and boom. Based off the questions, based off for one, he could actually be trained on how to do this on his own, but he could have had those notes actually just prepared too. Like he could be trained. I could train him in how to just pull this shit up like it's nothing, and how to skirt. Like you can't just have nobody just drag your ass on a live like that. And again, Wes Huff is a trained scholar. You can't, whether it's Western academia. Western academia is fake. You think it's bullshit. You think that's your business. A lot of it is bullshit. You're right. A lot of it is bullshit. But it is a skill set, and We know that skill set and how to recognize one another. You could tell when somebody is ready to take off your head intellectually. Even if what they say, and there's things that I could tell Wes Huff. I'm like, he's not as surface level as Billy Carson, but he doesn't know he doesn't know all of the depths of that scholarship that even he was talking about. I mean, he's still studying because you're still learning. You're always learning. I'm always learning, right? So that's not even a big deal. That's not a problem. But it's like he got up there and just ragtag Billy Carson's ass, man. And I'm just sitting there looking like, really? Like you was talking all this shit about the Emerald tablets and Tahuti and Yeshua, and we thinking, you're the foremost scholar on the ancient tablets, as you said. You should have been bringing up that Kemet stuff. Why not? Like you should have been drawing parallels between the Phoenician text, Babylonian, Sumerian, Akkadian. You could have did probably Babylonian the most. Maybe even maybe some Phoenician, because we talk about the writing systems. You have to go to Phoenician and Kemet. You could have even just went just to Ethiopia, the Orthodox Ethiopian Christianity. But then again, I guess the premise is that if you're saying Jesus was never crucified, that I personally don't agree with. And so I wouldn't know how to root that argument unless you're talking about the transfiguration, a phantom story. And again, that is more found in Islamic texts and even in some of the Indian texts, because again, Jesus was considered Isa in India. But yeah, I mean, the transfiguration is not necessarily crucifixion, but it is still, it's similar. We're talking about the resurrection at that point. But again, I'm not here to push beliefs on anybody. So I don't have no beef with Wes Huff or Billy Carson. But I'm more familiar with Billy Carson. This was my first time ever hearing about some damn Wes Huff. Let's be real. We all know who Billy Carson is. We do know. We don't know who Wes Huff is. You know? And so Billy Carson took an ass whooping. And he didn't have to, in my opinion. And then I think what made it worse is the way he handled it. See, what somebody should have been doing damage control, and he should have said, "Well, you know what? I pulled up my sources. I actually found the right source I was looking for. Oh, I found more these were the parallels that I was trying to get the text, but it wouldn't come up in my phone. You could have just made my phone wouldn't load it, but here's the academia text, and let's actually go through the parallels." And that's how you just handle that. Just follow up with more information and say, and be more thorough in the follow up. But going to the house and suing and talking shit about poor people and how you got all this money. Americans don't care about that shit in this day and age. We know it's the end of days. We know we going into 340, 6D, 10D. Some of you motherfuckers gonna be going into different dimensions and stuff. Nobody cares about like that type of shit that y'all care. No private jet and shit like that. Yeah, people still in the matrix probably care about that stuff, but a lot of us is really trying to connect back to our soul and trying to understand life and understand why we here, regardless of what religion you have. A lot of people they want answers. They want to be more in alignment with nature and earth. Motherfuckers want to get off grid. I was just looking at these camper trucks, man. These camper vans that they got. They got some badass camper vans and shit. They got the damn. Americans is thinking of shit like that. And Billy Carson up here talking about, see, that's why y'all ain't got no private jet. I was with my private jet, and we was with my elites, and we had a private chef, and I was in my elevator in my house. And, bitch, you got your ass tore up on that damn debate though by that white boy, and it ain't a good look. And so y'all and Billy Carson, I ain't saying he's behind blacklisting me or something, but I'm saying that whole conscious pro black shit, like y'all was so hell bent on blocking me out so bad, and y'all get out there with these people and get ragtag. And I like I said, I was cracking up when Sarah Sue said he wouldn't have been able to drag, and that's what I said too. I said, what? Like we wouldn't have been getting dragged like that. Ain't no way in the world. My response would have been like, "Oh, if you say it's a forgery, it's a forgery." And we're about to show that. So let's take a 3 minute um intermission, because I do have to uh go to the powder room. And so let's see, what do I have here that can let people know that we coming back and shit, and that not to. I used to have something that had like a little intermission thing. What did I do with it? Update it too. There was a countdown. Damn, maybe I have to add the clip again. I'm kind of nervous because I don't even think I have it in this computer, do I? Damn, is there something I could write back that says coming back or something? You know what I mean? I thought I had that. I should have had that already. Damn, 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 damn. I know I have it. You know what? I'm gonna have to just go to Canva and download it again because I don't have time for this. I just need something that says coming back so that, people don't think that, there's something going on or it's not being updated. I just have to find out what did I do with it. Is it here? Oh, that annoys me when I don't have. I thought I had that stuff already set up, to be honest. So I apologize, but I do know. Hmm. Here we go. Stream will be back soon. Here we go. Perfect. This is what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna have to download this again and loop it, and then before we go to that intermission. Okay. So let's go here. I need to put this in presidential mode. I mean, presentation mode. Lord have mercy. Did it download? Oh, now it's gonna take forever to download, guys. So where do we start here? I mean, I got the Codex Sinaiticus. It was production. I would need to start here. What does Codex Sinaiticus means? I need that pulled up. I thought I had history pulled up too. I need to pull up the history of that as well. And again, this is just a case study. I want those that maybe even get interested one day, you know, maybe in the topic or maybe even in just the skill of how to synthesize information really quickly when you put on the spot. That's how you'll see me do that. This is the significant codex sinaiticus. This was my book. Okay, so that is I want to get into the production of it. Production. More than one scribe. And you're gonna see me like speed reading and stuff, but it's gonna come off really natural where you won't even really know that I'm reading. But this is something like that's okay in a debate. Like say if you're in a debate and you need to pull up your phone or you need to look at your notes, you always have notes. So that's not even really a big deal. You just need to know where to go and get the information, and you need to be able to scan very quickly and know exactly what is your argument and what you mean. And then you'll be able to pretty much find um things very quickly because again, when they set Billy Carson up, make no mistake about it. Oh, they set his ass up. Whoever these people was, they knew that they wanted to expose him. Whoever they knew they had clocked him, and they knew that he was going around telling people about the Sinai Bible and shit. They knew, and whoever they was annoyed with him. And so whoever these people are, I think that they set him up. I do. My thing is, shit. All people will be exposed in 2024. So if you didn't know what you was talking about, shit, that's on you. You should have known. But at the same time, I don't want him to go out like that. But I just think, it's more of a learning opportunity. I don't think he should be carrying on the way he's carrying on as far as suing people and trying to get people locked up and all this shit and cussing out people. I don't think he should be showing up to people's house and all that. No, you crashing out, man. And y'all talk about I crashed. I ain't never pulled up nobody. But it happens to the best of us, and so it happens. And so, um, it's something that you could come back from, is what I'm saying. It's definitely something that you could come back from. So let's take this, let's take this intermission. Matter of fact, on Rumble, I will share this tab. Is that kind of inappropriate to share the Yard Stream tab? I don't know. But I just want people to know that we'll be back. Matter of fact, on Rumble, I can do this. What the hell? Is Rumble not playing no more? Okay. So my live stream on Rumble got completely botched, I think. I really think that the live stream on Rumble, let me see. Oh, I hate when I'm trying to still get the hang of it, because I'm using different software systems on two different things, and I have to check that Rumble, man. I got a feeling that stream got completely screwed up, and that will happen, especially like with certain topics, the stuff I be discussing. Wow. I don't even see it at all on here. What the hell? Let me see if I can get. Now, why is it saying that I'm live? Okay, let's see. Okay, so it looks like it stopped. Okay, so it's still good. I thought it was completely ruined. I'm like, what the heck? Um, I guess this is okay on Rumble. Okay, so we'll leave it like that. I don't have to close the whole thing out, but Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Let's see. Okay, okay, I'm good. We took like 4 hours of this. I'm like, what's going on? I thought the whole thing was just messed up on Rumble, guys. I was like, oh my gosh. They're like, oh, you're such an amateur. I am. I'm learning. Shit, I'm learning. I admit that. I admit that I'm totally learning how to do this shit. And I got different softwares. I'm using, different studio softwares and stuff to stream on different things. It's a lot. Okay. Whew. Okay. I'm at the we'll be back, and so I'll play this in the meantime. We will be back. Okay, so we back. Okay, how do I exit this? Okay, I need to remove this. Okay, and then add this. Okay, so we are back, and let me make sure that it's good on Rumble too. So let me share my screen here. Okay, so is Rumble good? Okay. Here we go. So we are back, and now we're going to just go through a review. This is only 22 minutes, as you can see, so we may not even do through the whole 22 minutes for copyright reasons. And I have to be careful. I don't want to infringe on anybody's, step on anybody's toes. And like I said, they are going after anybody who plays, the whole interview and whatnot, because it was so bad, you didn't want people to see it, and so we'll take a look. Let me see. Do I need this pulled up anymore? Nope. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. I just want to free up some screens, and that'll help with my computer processing. Okay. So let's just start here. Okay, so we'll play a little bit, and then we'll pause and go through what could have been said, and we'll look at some documents, some primary sources and whatnot. And maybe not even primary, but primary and secondary, or just other scholarly resources, and quickly talk about like what how could Billy have handled this so he didn't just look like getting fucking slaughtered. um and it didn't have to be like and again, there was a lot of people that were like, well, had Billy, what the premise of a lot of the stuff that Billy Carson was talking about was not totally incorrect, but if you're at a surface level of that knowledge, you could still get slaughtered and look like you don't know what you're talking about. And so that, I think, is where Billy Carson spends a lot of time around the what's them circles, the black conscious circles. And so there's a lot of surface level stuff that goes on in those arenas, um where you can repeat stuff and say things, and nobody would necessarily go and fact checked or whatever. And I think, like, whoever set Billy Carson up for that debate, they knew that. They knew that if he was to go up against, like, say, somebody that is actually a trained scholar, that he would get slaughtered. And again, it has this could have been anybody that's trained. A trained scholar, regardless of even if you agree with what they're talking about or not, it doesn't matter. Like, if they know the tenets of how to synthesize information on a deeper level than you in a trained way, then they can come off like they know more, or that they're more prepared, or that they're even more intelligent. It's easy to do that. It is a skill set to that, though. But you're more powerful if you are both. If you stand on the truth, you're trained at debates and trained at scholarship, but also information. You have a deeper level and not just a surface level. That will make you very powerful. So I don't think West Huff nor Billy Carson has that yet. I think West Huff can get there. I think both actually can get there. West Huff is just closer because he understands, he has a respect for scholarship, trained scholarship. And again, this has nothing to do with Western academia, because being a trained scholar transcends Western going to a university, right? You can be trained under, like, say if you didn't go to a university, and say you were able to train under another scholar. Say, for instance, like with Leonardo da Vinci, when he was learning a lot of his stuff, as an apprentice, he learned from other inventors, other scholars, people who traveled in Quebec. Like Leonardo da Vinci had to learn from them, and then he took his show on the road and did his own thing. But he didn't actually sit in a university. You know what I mean? And so it's not about, like, when I say trained, I'm not talking about going and getting a degree. I'm talking about, like, you sat under train other people who have an eye for that, who mastered that skill, and you learned it from them, and you were able to develop your own premises, your own thesis of things you want to talk about, your own scholarship, your own body of work. That's what's important. It's not so much telling you what to think, more so how to think, and giving you the tools to think for yourself. And then you can take it and do whatever you want to do with it once you know the skills. But the basic tenets that you do need to have is, you know, your ethos. So that's your credibility. you do need to have your logos, which is your a logically sound argument. Matter of fact, let me pull this up. And then you need to have your pathos, and that's pretty much the way you synthesize information that is palatable to the public eye. Because there's a skill to debates, and I'm pretty sure Billy Carson knows all that. He's probably way beyond the level of understanding that type of stuff. That's more of surface level. So I could imagine he knows that part. But yeah, the first step is establishing your ethos, your credibility. And so Billy Carson does a good job of that when he says, I am the foremost scholar on ancient tablets. Now, is that true? It doesn't matter. That's what he says, though. And so you have to have you have to establish yourself as someone who has credibility and moral character. Okay. And then in terms of your logos, that's your logical reasoning and your strategic decision making, your strategic thinking. So that's where people get to literally judge you on how well you process information. So that's your appeal to reason. Okay, so you must be well informed. What you're saying must have a logical bearing. Okay, and so when you ask the question, you answer the way you answer that is judged, and so that's why Billy Carson, I would say, within 1 minute into the debate, failed, because for one, he established his credibility as the foremost ancient scholar. I mean, scholar on ancient tablets. And then when it came to the logical reasoning aspect, in terms of when the Mount Sinai book came out, and his answer when Westhoff pulls out the Codex Sinaiticus, and his answer was just like, oh, if you say it's that, is that, or if you say it's a forgery, that completely destroyed his logos. Your logical reasoning is in question. You're in jeopardy. You're now technically your credibility is destroyed too. So it's your logo. You have no logos, and you have and this that just a span of 2 minutes. And these white boys knew what they were doing. Make no mistake about it. Maybe not the one that invited them on, but you could tell they got their rocks off on this shit, destroying. Well, they keep calling it the career ending interview, the career ending debate. Like, they knew what they were doing, because they just in that 2 minutes alone, they got rid of his logos and they got rid of his ethos like it was nothing. And then now you have your pathos, emotional intelligence, and public engagement. How did he handle it after? Crashing out, showing up to the house at 2:30. That's your appeal to emotions. That's your ability to connect with the people you serve. You went in a video the next day talking about how the people ain't nothing, they don't know nothing, and you rich and you got money and they don't got nothing, they nothing but poor, stupid people. He destroyed his pathos, his ethos, and his logos. And whoever set this up, and I think this is much bigger than Wes Huff. Whoever set this up, they was tired of Billy Carter. I'm telling you, they about to rain down so hard in 2025 on the control pro black, anybody that's pro black controlled opposition. And Billy Carson don't even fit in that arena, by the way. But they letting you know what they about to open the doors on. Like, if you are surface level, or if you're not authentic, if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, your ass is getting tagged in 2025. Like, I'm letting y'all know that now. And so whoever set this up, they wanted this to be a 2024 crash out of Billy Carson. Make no mistake about it, they planned this. Just like how all year they got at P. Diddy, they getting that Jay-Z, they got all them black men that died. They this year, you know. Um, Actually, I think we can review it. Like, these is something going on. And see, this does relate to prophecy and certain entities that they pissed off. But they got a list of them, and they going after all of them. Let me see, because I think I had a list of all of them that had passed away. Damn. I had a list of all of the men. I mean, it was so many. James, here we go. James Amos, Tito Jackson, James Earl Jones, John Amos, sorry, John Amos, Tito Jackson, James Earl Jones, Frankie of Beverly Mays, Witch Homie Crime, Wally Amos, O.J. Simpson, B. King, the father of Kobe Bryant, Bill Combs, Mercury Morris, Fat Man Scoop, Chino XL, Jacoby Jones, Willie Mays, William Strickland, Louis Gossett Jr., Anthony Walker of the Gap Band, Casey Benjamin, Mr. C. Okay, it's a lot going on. They kept cracking down P. Diddy, Jay-Z ass. Look what they did to what's that boy's Mike Tyson. Humiliated Mike Tyson with Jake Paul or some shit like that. And then Denzel Washington admitting to kissing a man, all this buck breaking going on. It's a lot going on. And then this Billy Carson stuff seals the deal. You know, They about to go after, and I'm telling you, like they if you not a real motherfucker in 2025, God help your soul. I'm telling you, God help you. That go for white and black, it don't matter. You better be a real. I'm telling you, this energy is so powerful. It won't sustain nothing that's fake. It won't. It will not sustain nothing that's fake. You will get your ass tore out the frame messing with these type of energies. This is primordial. You conjured it up. You in the age of Aquarius. Now, yeah, you're gonna have people that's gonna fall into this matrix stuff and worship the Baphomet and worship this matrix shit, you know. And it's a lot of Christians that's about to be deceived too. So don't think it's about no one religion or nothing like that. It ain't about pushing no religion, because a lot of these people is they about to be, they walking right into to that burning house too. Don't let them fool you. Um, but I'm letting y'all know 2025 is the reckoning. So if you a fake ass motherfucker on any level, you better get real. You better find a way. It ain't no stopping this. They letting you know. They tagging Billy Carson ass, and they about to do this with a lot of people in that field. We're trying to push surface level shit, because you know you them people, and you a part of the establishment, and the establishment props you up as some scholar. The establishment props you up as some leader. The establishment props you up as somebody that know what the fuck you talking about, and you don't. And it's real motherfuckers that know. And he be talking about just random ass content creators on the internet that will eat your motherfucking lunch and take you for everything you, and it sets you up. And I'm just saying, like this West Huff, this guy West Huff and his peoples, they set this up. And then this guy, what do you mean? He got 500,000 subscribers. He up there covering it too, dragging Billy Carson's ass. And this is a black guy. So now it's like, it's people that will plot. And it's much higher. This is much higher than West Huff or any of these people that's reporting on it. I really do think that. I think this was an operation take down Billy Carson. I really do think that. And I think it's coming from a much higher level than even the Christian community. But I do think that I think that they knew to get West Huff or somebody that could tag his ass. But let's review it. It's interesting. Let's review it right here. Let me stop talking so much. I know I go into my little long-winded shit. Let me hurry up. Okay.
The interview, Billy Carson is asked that the recording not be released. In my personal opinion, the conversation did not go well for Billy, though.
But fortunately, I got my hands on a copy, and after watching it, I can see why Billy tried to keep this off the internet. For the very first, and likely the last time, Billy had a debate where his claims about Christianity were put to the test. So let's break down why this debate was so damaging to Billy's credibility and his claims about Christianity. So the debate started off with Billy's argument that Jesus was never crucified, which, of course, if true, that means that Christianity is false. And here's the evidence that he gave in support of his claim.
In my videos,
so you can tell this is something that they planned, because they showing Billy Carson doing the symbols and hand symbols. they want the Christian community up in arms at the occultist, boy. You know, I can see through social engineering, so it just be fascinating to watch. Let's keep going.
and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible. And
look at West Huff's face. See, they planned this. Look at this shit. You can't look at that energy. Look at that eyebrow raise, like, and that sip of the tea. Ooh, they playing this.
the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. You know, and then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary.
That was not Jesus's wife, but he did have a partnership. It was a partner. Ooh, I don't want to get into it. Let's just keep going. I want to break this down. I want West Huff to respond, and then I want to give you what Billy Carson should have said.
Which, according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, you know, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
So basically, he's saying that this alleged Sinai Bible doesn't claim that Jesus was crucified and that it predates the King James version of the Bible. And by the way, on a little side note, there's no such thing as a King James manuscript. Like the other translations, the King James version is just based on the biblical manuscripts that were found. And in addition to the evidence that Billy provided against the crucifixion of Jesus, Billy also says that we discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which he claims shows that Jesus might have been married. Now, I addressed these claims in another video I did on Billy a few months ago, but listen to how Wes responded.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written, that made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called, I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James version being put out.
Sure. So,
See, just that answer alone, and you know, West Health probably knew this going in, but like, you could tell just from that answer alone that that is extremely surface level, that this is somebody that does not have a in-depth knowledge of what they're talking about. The fact that he referenced, oh, it's on Amazon, but didn't understand that the Codex Sinaiticus literally also translates, and West Health didn't point that out either, to Billy's credit, that the Codex Sinaiticus is the Sinai Bible. But he's just mentioning, you know, he didn't mention anything about the Greek formation, the production of the Codex Sinaiticus that would have built upon his credibility. So I'll show you what that looks like. But let's just keep going, because I don't want to just keep being so long-winded.
when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus, like the codex that comes? Okay.
So the reason why Wes is asking him this is because there's no such thing as the Sinai Bible, apart from
There is, it translates. The Codex Sinaiticus literally means Sinai book. And this is we're on their website right now. You can see it right here. And so the Sinai book, okay, because Codex means book. Okay. And so that's where this is what Billy Carson should have been saying. Like, oh, I'm referring to the Sinai book, the Codex Sinaiticus. And that's how he should have said. He should have mentioned something like that, and then probably mentioned, you know, something about the Greek production, the Greek production of the book, something about how it was more than one, it was copied by more than one scribe. Okay, and so there's been at least 4 identified scribes since the 19th century by Constantine Teschendorf. So he should have just said that right off there, and then mention, because the scribes are important, because if something is copied by more than one scribe, and the Codex Sinaiticus was by more than one scribe, then, you know, they have different styles. There's a distinctive way of the writing which can be identified with practice, and there are scholars that know this, and so they have a distinctive way of even the way they wrote some certain things, the spelling, the vowels, and even the way it's written phonetically. Okay, and so one of the scribes of the Codex Sinaiticus was a senior copyist. Okay, and so I would say going into the production of the scribes is important, only because Billy Carson's argument is that in some aspects of the Sinai Bible, the story of the crucifixion is and I guess in his perspective is not there, and actually I would say it is, in my perspective it is, but I'm just saying it would have lent more credibility for him to have just a little bit of a background of the production of the Sinai, and rooted in the fact that there were more than one scribe. There's at least 4. And then if he wants to get into the Barnabas, because I believe the in the Codex Sinaiticus, the gospel according to Barnabas is mentioned in this book. And if not, if they're 2 separate, which I don't think they are, which I can research that fairly quickly. It's to say that if there are 2 different tales, then he would have to pivot and start to bring up some other things, and we'll get into what that looks like. But he should have had a working knowledge of the production of that book. You know, that there's different scribes at the least, and that the significance is that it is a Greek text of the Septuagint. Okay, and so that's the Old Testament version, pretty much. So that was the Codex Sinaiticus. That was where Greek-speaking Christians adopted that particular Septuagint. Okay, as well as the New Christian Testament, and so that is one of the earliest manuscripts that the Christian Bible has been based on. Now, obviously, you have Commission text. You have stuff that's way older than that. Obviously, yes, I'm aware. I am completely aware of that as a scholar. I'm not here to debate all of that. I guess we could get into that, but I'm just saying for the matrix level, for the surface level, we're just going here. We're just going to deal with the Codex Sinaiticus, and as if it's more authoritative, which it's not. It's not more authoritative over Ethiopian or orthodoxy, if you ask me. Okay, and says, let's go here. And so this was, I guess, starting to get collated in the middle of the 4th century. But there was not a complete agreement on which books would be considered authoritative for Christian communities. Okay, and so the Codex Sinaiticus is one of those earliest collections of such books. Now, what's important? Oh, I was right. So it is. So the Epistle of Barnabas is in the Codex Sinaiticus. This is important. So this is another thing that matter of fact, let's go. Let's finish listening to Billy's response and Westhelp's response, and then I'll tell you exactly what Billy should have said.
From a title that someone on Amazon gave it for.
And see, they did this wrong because the Codex Sinaiticus does translate it as to the Sinai book. That's just a fact. And if you need to see that on your screen, that's here. It literally means the Sinai book. It's right there in front of your screen, by the way. And so that's how you know that the fact that Billy Carson did not even like the fact it was surface level, and so that gave them the alley-oop to just push to literally show that book on Amazon.
It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Then why was he trying to defend it during his live stream by putting up this image on his screen in defense?
206 pounds. And again,
oh, wait a minute, this is the wrong one, guys. Sorry about that. But you see how they show some random book on Amazon from 2010, the Sinai in a comparative. They try to make him like look crazy. And it worked because he was surface level. And if you're surface level, that's what's going to happen.
Or a copy of it that they were selling. But that book only contains the Codex Sinaiticus, which is really bad news for Billy because, as Wes makes very clear,
so I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just a Greek, it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. Mm-hmm. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD.
And so the 350 AD to 325. So now we're talking about probably the collation. Again, there's texts in the Codex Sinaiticus that are considered apocryphal now. So this was before I'm presuming the Council of Nicaea. We'll get into that, but this is stuff that honestly Billy Carson should know himself as well. Like he should know that this is just about a Greek translation of the Septuagint. Like that's something that he could pull up on his phone really quickly. But if he's saying 325, 350, that doesn't make sense. The 4th century. Because this was before, because the only reason why I say that is because, and I'll show you that there are apocryphal books in the Codex Sinaiticus, and one of which is the Epistle of Barnabas. And so let's continue because Billy Carson, he had an alley-oop that he didn't take, but let's see.
And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from.
Yikes.
That's true. However, what Billy Carson should have been pointing out is that the Greek, he should have just said the Greek Septuagint and that Codex, it does include books that are not found in the Hebrew Bible and books that are now considered by the Protestant tradition apocryphal, such as 2 of Idris, Tobit, Judith, 1 and 4 Maccabees. These are all Gnostic texts that I'm familiar with. Wisdom and Sirach, as well as the Epistle of Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermes. And so those books are now considered apocryphal. But if these are the books that Billy Carson are saying may have a dispute about maybe transfiguration or didn't mention a crucifixion, maybe a Gnostic text within the Codex Sinaiticus did not mention it, or one of the authors might, because again, it was 4 scribes, at least 4 scribes. He should have said that, but she should have worded it like, well, yeah, I understand that this was a Greek, that the Greek Septuagint in the Codex is a literal translation of it is the basis of the translations of which the King James Version Bible was founded upon. But we must understand that in that Protestant tradition, many of those books were considered apocryphal, even if they weren't based on what the canonization of the Bible would be based on the Council of Nicaea or Nicaea, however you pronounce it. And then he would give off those traditions, such as, and then that's when he would mention the Epistle of Barnabas, because that's it. I mean, here, if you guys need to see it in front of your screen, it's right here, just so you guys know, so you guys don't think I'm making up shit. This is me, the synthesizing scholarship, just I did not have time to prepare for this. This is just something you pull up on your phone and you instantly read it just like that. And where do you go? You go to significance. Okay. And then maybe you do mention the idiosyncratic. And then you could say, well, in the Codex Sinaiticus, we must remember that there's an idiosyncratic sequence. Okay. There's different letters from different people. There's different scribes that give different account. Like Paul's second letter to the Thessalonians and the Acts of Apostles between the pastoral and Catholic epistles. These arrangements are different. These arrangements, there's people that give a different account. And in one of the accounts, and if he's going to say the Epistle of Barnabas, then that's when Billy Carson mentioned, well, they talk more about transfiguration versus crucifixion. And so that is why I said, that is my argument as to why I believe Jesus was not crucified, but deals more with transfiguration. That should have been Billy Carson's argument right there. Okay, that's your argument. Now we're getting a little bit deeper. Okay, because now we got to pull up Epistle of Barnabas. Now, whether or not this shit is true or not, it's not important. I'm just really giving you more of the skill set of what he should have done to not look slaughtered. Okay, because this is true in terms of like how they took out shit and how out the Bible and how they was hiding stuff and declaring stuff apocryphal. And I don't believe that all of these books were apocryphal. I don't believe that Gnostic texts. I believe that there's certain sects of Judaism that was not popular at the time, and particularly even the sect that Yeshua and Miriam Magdala came from. Yes, they were from a sect that was considered extremely unpopular, extremely controversial, and that's the sect that bloodline it still comes under fire today. They still don't like us to this day because of the traditions of which they come from. I don't even know if we should be getting this damn deep. No, I ain't gonna do it. I put it in the book, and whoever I gotta chill on that. We ain't ready for all of that. But let's continue.
So Wes actually has the manuscript that Billy's referring to in his office, and he studies this for a living. But even more devastating,
when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there.
And again, this is where you have to know that there's different scribes and that there's different accounts and books, including apocryphal and books that made it into the canon. Billy Carson needs to know this. You can't just say that the whole Codex Sinaiticus denies the crucifixion of Jesus. It does not. Now, the certain authors and accounts have different text, had different details, of course. And that's where he should have been approaching that from. Like, not this, in the Sinai Bible. No, that ain't gonna cut it. That ain't gonna cut it. That's too surface level. That's way too surface level. So let's keep going.
I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27. Where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex.
Again, there's different authors that give different accounts in that book, and yes, many of the authors, obviously the ones that are considered more canonical, they do mention the crucifixion in the Codex Sinaiticus. That's true, but then you have the apocryphal text that was a part of the Greek Septuagint that may give a different account. Particularly, Epistle of Barnabas is one his count, and we're going to get into that deeper because it's not. That text is much deeper than what was presented even in this video as well. But if we're talking about transfiguration and more of the Islamic slant on that, then that's was something that Billy Carson should have been able to correct right then and there, very quickly, very succinctly. So let's keep going.
Sinaiticus, or the John 19, or any of the other ones. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever be able to see that
right now to make sure I have the right the version that I'm looking at?
All right. Now, if it isn't clear by now, this is devastating for Billy's credibility. Billy has ran with this claim for years until Wes decides to ask Billy to pull it up online so that way they can verify it together. And then Billy says that he wants to make sure he has the right version. But I'm not even sure what he means by right version, because there's only one version, the one that Billy has referred to countless times over the last few years. And by the way, you don't have to take Wes's word for it. You can go to codexsinaiticus.org.
See, we're on that website right there, right? He And so we on that website, just so you guys know. We're on this website right here. But it's true, he should have just had this pulled up on his phone. And again, he could have prepared for all of this right in front of him just to read all it. You don't have to, have all the information off the top of your dome. It's okay to pull up your phone if you have to read something. That's totally fine in a debate.
Right now to view it yourself.
Yeah.
And if you
and that's where we're at right now. That's what I'm looking at right in front of my screen too.
you'll find that it's virtually exact to the Bible that we have today.
It is true, but the Greek Septuagint does have apocryphal text that did not make it into the canonization of the Bible, and that is what Billy Carson is referring to. Now, is it his fault that he's surface level enough and did not articulate that? Yes, that's his fault. But I know exactly what he's referring to. But he should have had that shit pulled up, or somebody should have been training him. He should have had his notes all right there in front of him. Let's keep going.
Which is why you won't find a single scholar on the planet that agrees with Billy or has any idea what he's talking about here.
No, they know that he's talking about the transfiguration more so from the Islamic perspective of Barnabas, which is more Quran based, but they wouldn't say that transfiguration and crucifixion, that you could technically get away and say it's two different things, but I don't think there would be a scholar that would say that the Sinai. I agree with that. There wouldn't be a scholar on the planet that would say that the Codex Sinaiticus says that Jesus wasn't crucified. There would not be a scholar that would in good faith argue that. That I can agree with.
So now that Billy is
we're just talking about objectively, that book does not say that. Like, we're not saying whether it's true or not, whether it's historical or not, whether it's commit or not, whether they stole it or not, whether it's botched. That's not the argument. Just objectively, that book does not say that, and that's all that matters at this level of the debate, to destroy someone's credibility and logos. That's all you need. It doesn't even though I'm literally making an argument that can technically wiggle, especially when we get into, because we're going to dig deeper into this Barnabas shit. We're going to dig deeper into that too. But he could have technically wiggled himself out of that by just mentioning, well, there's 4 scribes, and I'm talking about the Greek Septuagint, and before the Protestant canonization, or not even Protestant, but you can probably mention the Council of Nicaea technically, because the guy himself just threw out dates 325 AD, just right there. No, we're talking about the Greek Septuagint. And we know that Codex, the Codex Sinaiticus, did mention books that are now considered apocryphal. Do you agree with that, or do you not? And then you pull it up and you read this shit right off of and that's how you do that. Like, okay, what the Epistle of Barnabas was in that book, it was later considered heretical, and so that's very different. That doesn't, and then you come up with different transliterations and the Galatian decree declaring in the 6th century that book was considered heretical, and so now that's different than the version of the 13th 14th century version. But there is an epistle of Barnabas that was written at that time, and then you have the gospel according to Barnabas. Those are two different, these are I wouldn't say that they're two different texts, because they may be probably based on the same transliteration, but we're talking about two different time periods. And see, if you don't know that, that's why you can't be surface level. Like, you can't. Like, if you don't know that, then you're fucking screwed. And that's what happened with Billy Carson. He shot himself because he was too surface level with the information. He probably heard some nigga on YouTube on the Black conscious community talking about it and ran with it. That's probably the extent of it. Let's keep going.
really in the hot seat. Let's hear how he responds.
On the text where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, now let's be charitable. So it is certainly possible.
So right, like he said, let's be charitable. So let's go back here because and again, wording matters too. Which is unfortunate, but it does matter. Let me make sure we go right back here, actually. So again, the epistle appended to the New Testament are the epistle of Barnabas. Appended to the New Testament, an epistle of Barnabas and the shepherd. Yeah, so that was in his book at one point. But here's the thing: the epistle of Barnabas and the gospel according to Barnabas are two different. You have to know that's he put himself in a trap because the gospel of Barnabas is dated from the 14th to the 17th centuries. So technically you could say, oh, it was too late to have written by the biblical Barnabas, which was first century. But let's be real. There's the epistle of Barnabas and the Acts of Barnabas, and then the gospel according to Barnabas. It was first mentioned in the 6th century by the Galatian decree. It was just condemned as apocryphal, guys. This is a fact. You're not going to tell me. A matter of fact, we'll keep going because I just need to just paint a picture logically of this Barnabas stuff because I am very offended that at the canonization of the Council of Nicaea considered many books apocryphal. And so maybe I'm not as familiar with the epistle of Barnabas, I have to say, but like say the book of Thomas or the book of Philip or like Maccabees and I'm very pissed that certain information or even the book of Enoch for one, I am pissed that certain books are considered canonical because it dumbs down humanity, and I know it was done purposely by the Catholic Church. I know it was done purposely. I'm not one to just say, oh, that's fake, that's pseudo, because it didn't make it into the authority. That's the appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy, because we know that there was a canonization. I don't, and was it 70 AD? Let me just pull up my dates. I know there was a couple of canonizations at the Council of Nicaea, and they want to say that didn't now they changed it. They literally going back and changing history on people because again, humans are thinking too much and they need you to be a religious idiot that doesn't question too much, and so they're changing, they're going back and literally changing the history books about what the Council of Nicaea was about and all types of shit. And it's so horrific to watch because it's like I grew up knowing, I mean, this is ridiculous. Like now they're trying to tell people that there was that the Roman Emperor Constantine did not have a political agenda with the canonization of the Bible, and that he never. They try to make it seem like there was no political apparatus behind the collation of Christianity. Jesus was not a Christian. Jesus was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah and a descendant of a Chaldean Magi's, which is what Moses was. These are Magi's, and as well as a priest in the order of Melchizedek. This was a royal bloodline. We talk about black folks that they did get some of their knowledge from Kemet, but they also had some of their own, and that bloodline has been getting slaughtered and still getting slaughtered to this fucking day. And so, the Council of Nicaea, as we talk about 325 AD, but I thought it was something in 70. So we all know about 325 AD, the first one, but there was a couple of them. First council of Nicaea. Let me just see if I can get all of the councils. We do know there's one three. That's why I'm saying like he could have won that. Just the fact that homeboy Westhuff threw that date out there and he should have immediately said, no, I'm talking about before I'm talking about the Greek Septuagint, the Codex Sinaiticus, and the various authors before the canonization of the Council of Nicaea, before that date, that he threw out the 325 AD date. That's important. The Nicene Creed. I'm just scrolling down trying to get all of the. That's. I don't want to belabor the point. Byzantine. I was just looking to see what was the other dates of the other councils. That's pretty much what I'm doing here. But anyways, let's keep going. Let's go. Where are we at? So you see it right here. What I'm talking about. Billy Carson should have went from that point, but he would have had to know the production of the Codex Sinaiticus, which means it was copied by more than one scribe. And we identified 4 in the 19th century. And you do that because you know the way the spellings are different, the way the writing styles are different. And with that being said, you can make a logical argument that one of those authors in the Codex Sinaiticus, they don't outright talk about the crucifixion. They talk about more of transfiguration. And then you mentioned Epistle of Barnabas. That's how you do that. And so Billy Carson didn't do that. And this was something he could have wiggled himself out easily. And so let's go back here and let's continue.
That he could have misquoted the reference. The only problem is this isn't the first time that he said this, and he even said it at the beginning of the debate.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
And he's made this exact claim in almost every major podcast.
Yeah, that's crazy. Again, that's why they set him up. I'm telling you, it could be Joe Rogan. I don't know who playing this, but they knew that. And so they knew he was too surface level. Just saying something like that is like, oh, this guy is surface level. He doesn't know. But the thing is, he could have got out of it. And you saw how I just did that. And logically, you can get out of that. See, then that, and once you say that, then it goes back on West Huff to present, okay, now we opening up a dialogue. Now we got to talk about the Galatian decree. Now we got to talk about apocryphal 6th century Epistle of Barnabas versus the 14th through 17th century transliteration, that the gospel according to Barnabas. Now we got to go and separate all of that. Now we got to go into the production of knowledge of what gets considered authoritative, under what lens and authority, under how did all that construction. That's when you start to, that's when the Christian mind has to start to think too, outside of the box of whatever was told to them. But it doesn't infringe upon whatever religious beliefs they already have. It's not saying Jesus wasn't crucified or anything. It's just more so like we have to actually get to the bottom of what actually happened. If it happened, we don't even care about all of that. But I would say he could have, I wouldn't say corner West Huff because it's not really important to corner him, but it could have been it could have opened up something that was much deeper and more profound, if you ask me. Yeah, let's keep going.
Interview that he's been on. But if he really did misquote his reference, then we would expect for him to quote the Sinai Bible or the Book of Barnabas when he makes the argument against the crucifixion. So given this, I can't make sense of why he usually quotes them both as evidence that the crucifixion never happened.
I'll give you one big translation that's off, is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened?
It doesn't exist in the Book of Barnabas.
So if
Okay, so the Sinai, it does exist in the Sinai Bible. Again, you have to understand that those apocryphal texts was a part of the Greek Septuagint, and the Epistle of Barnabas is different than the Gospel according to Barnabas. Those are I would probably argue, and I can do the research, but I can argue that those are two different time. I can prove that one was 6th century and the other one was 14th, 17th century. What I had to do more research, and I'm open about that, is if the 14th century, if the 14th to 17th century is a translation. Now, based on the research that I've done, I can surmise, I suspect that is a translation of the 6th century Epistle of Barnabas. Of the text that was found, because I mean, Barnabas would have been in one century, one CE, and so 6th century Epistle of Barnabas text that makes it into the Codex Sinaiticus. It could very well talk about transfiguration. However, the Gospel according to Barnabas, what we have to establish is the one that was in the 14th century in Italy. Is that a translation of the one that's from the 6th century? I suspect that it is. Is that the same text that the Galatian decree declared apocryphal? If so, then we have a problem, because you can't just say it's pseudo or that it's a forgery. Now, the 14th century one may be a forgery, but to say that there was no Epistle of Barnabas in early Christianity before the Council of Nicaea, that is incorrect. And that can be easily proven. That's incorrect. And so I would, this is what I'm saying, like we pushing back on West Huff too, like we giving Billy Carson and West Huff, they have to do this sharpens both of them. This sharpens both of them. See, but I think West Huff probably already knows what I'm talking about. He just knows that Billy Carson is so surface level, and so he doesn't need to go into deep detail to wax his ass or to spray his ass. He just doesn't. It's very well possible that West Huff even knows the two differences. But since he's dealing with, the whole agenda is embarrass the fuck out of Billy Carson, he can do that. And now he's not correcting and say, oh, are you talking about the 6th century one, or are you talking about the one before the Council of Nicaea? No, he ain't gonna do all that. He don't have to. That's not the agenda. West Huff understood the assignment. Billy Carson didn't understand the assignment. West Huff's assignment was, we going to expose Billy Carson and we going to destroy his career. That's what West Huff, that's all they care about. Good, bad, right, or wrong, it don't matter what you and I think. I'm telling you that just based off of the way that this man is talking, and the energy that I feel, that this was totally pre-planned. Maybe not by West Huff. He just a scholar that they just went to go get him and dig the grave. But somebody up at the higher levels had planned this shit out. Oh, you better believe it. Oh, you better believe it. Let's keep going.
If I was a fan of Billy, then I would be pretty concerned that prior to this, he hasn't had a debate where someone can challenge him on his claims. And the first time that he was challenged, he basically admits that he was wrong. And this shows that he's been undeniable.
And he wasn't wrong. He's just too surface level. He's not a trained scholar. He wasn't totally wrong. Now, there is no scholar that would say that the whole Sinai Bible, the whole Codex Sinaiticus says that he was not crucified. There is no scholar that would argue that. But if he wants to argue the Epistle of Barnabas gives an account within that story that is now considered apocryphal, and argue for transfiguration, he could have made that argument if he wasn't so fucking surface level. Sure could have. But again, he made that claim that Jesus, that the Codex Sinaiticus, the Sinai Bible, says that Jesus was not crucified, and that book does not say that. It just doesn't.
Misleading people with this claim. But I'm sure that we could all overlook this mistake if the point about the Book of Barnabas still stands, right? Well,
right.
Let's see what Wes has to say about this claim.
The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. It shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding.
See how he Jedi mind tricked him? Again, there was the Epistle of Barnabas in 6th century. And the Gospel according to Barnabas, 14th, 17th century. See, the thing is, this is what Billy Carson does not know. He's surface level. Billy Carson said the Gospel according to Barnabas. Now, it's not West Huff's job to say, hey, you're talking about the one in the 6th century that was originally a part of the Codex Sinaiticus, that was in the Greek Septuagint, that's now considered apocryphal. Do you mean that one? He ain't gonna say that shit. See, he probably even know that. He probably actually knows that. But that's not the assignment. The Gospel of Barnabas is dated from 14th to 17th century. And again, we have to say, there is no scholar that would just outright say that text is a forgery. It's not, it's debated still. Okay? Because there are mention of that, there's in the 7th century, there's a book that mentions the list of 60 books, which is a catalog of 60 canonical books. Barnabas' name is mentioned in that. Here's the thing. People believe it's a forgery because of the Gelatian decree declared the book of Barnabas apocryphal. Because it had an Arabic, whoever, Abraham Atabil, this is he was more of Islamic. He was Arab. The translation is in Arabic as well as in Spanish. Okay, and so they mention the coming of Prophet Muhammad in the Epistle of Barnabas, and then they mention transfiguration of Jesus. And so that's why clearly that's going to be considered apocryphal. But to say known forgery, maybe the 14th century translation, but to say that story of transfiguration and the Acts of Barnabas, the Epistle of Barnabas, is not a known. You can't just outright say that that's a known forgery. No, there is no scholar that would just agree with that. Maybe the Italian manuscript. Are you talking about the Italian manuscript? Because they call that the Mohammedan Gospel. Again, this has more of a Islamic slant to it, I would say. because the Apostle Barnabas says, there's another prophet would be coming. That's more the Prophet Muhammad. And so I guess that's why this is clearly considered apocryphal. But what's interesting is that the reason why I would not, and this is Wes Huff. I'm talking to Wes Huff now. The reason why you can't adequately say the Gospel of Barnabas is just a known forgery. It has four canonical Gospels. It does have the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in it. So now we're talking about a book that has 222 chapters and 75,000 words. You think that entire book is a forgery? Just because you may disagree with, just because an authority says, okay, Epistle of Barnabas, they did that with so many books of the Bible, it's not even funny. But just like they did with Thomas, that's what they did with Philip. Like, okay, we don't like what you're saying. We don't want nobody to know these thinking that deeply or thinking that hard, or we don't like the Islamic slant you got to this shit, or you talk about transfiguration. No, we wanted to say crucifixion. Okay, you're out. And it's simple, just like the Book of Enoch, talking about flying saucers and giants and Nephilim and all that. Oh, we don't want no humans to talking about none of that shit, no interdimensional beings, nothing about no angels and none of that shit, about nobody coming to get nobody out, no sky. Take it out. We don't need humans knowing about none of that. They need to think that none of that's real. I mean, that's just how it go. And so I don't feel comfortable saying that that book is a forgery. Now, are you talking about the Italian manuscript? Again, it's non-canonical. And even if you say pseudo-epigraphical gospel, I don't think that a book that's 222 chapters and 75,000 words that contains current canonical descriptions, the book of in the Gospel of Barnabas. But even like again, I don't think the whole thing is a forgery, and I think it is based on the Epistle of Barnabas, which was in the 6th century. Okay, and if the Galatian decree condemns it, then what? It was decreed. The Galatian decree is a Latin text, right? It was designed by the prolific Pope Galatius, and so they condemned. This was once again the scripture. This Pope. They had another council. This was to determine also a biblical canon, the Galatian decree. They decreed the Epistle of Barnabas, which was mentioned first in the 6th century. They condemned it as apocryphal, but that doesn't mean it's a forgery, right? Now, Westhoff probably knows this, what I'm talking about, the nuances. He probably understands this, but that's not. They want to just bury Billy Carson. I don't give a fuck about none of that. But now, if he's talking about the Italian manuscript that was found in 1709 in Amsterdam, perhaps that one is the forgery. Now, this is the one that talks about that details the coming of another prophet. I presume is that Prophet Muhammad. I'm looking at this. I'm scanning really fast, like speed reading. But they talk about Jesus. The disciples scattered in themselves into many parts of Palestine, and then going back into India. I mean, they took all this stuff out. They don't want people to know what truly was happening. And when we talk about transfiguration and crucifixion, I don't think they're two mutually exclusive. I think that actually both, in my perspective, in my studies, I think both happen. I mean, I can make a fair argument about that just with resurrection. I mean, it's not like, you know, and again, I'm doing the matrix shit, so we arguing from a different perspective, because I have a totally deeper understanding of this, but I don't think humans are ready for me to get into all of that, so we won't do that here. But we're just talking about, that nuance. You have to understand that nuance, because now we're talking about the Gospel of Barnabas. It may be non-canonical, but I don't think it's a known forgery. Not if it's based off the 6th century text that was considered apocryphal, but a Galatian decree. Nah, because that Pope just come up and say, a Pope can just say, oh, we don't like what you said, or we don't like what that author said. Oh, that's pseudo. Oh, it don't work that way. Because the thing is, it harmonizes stories in the canonical gospel with Islamic elements, and that was the issue. And so that talks about the denial of Jesus' crucifixion, but it's not so much a denial; it's more so a transfiguration is different. And so that's what he's talking about. But that gospel does talk about the nativity of Yeshua, the Annunciation, Archangel Gabriel. It pretty much has a lot of the same shit. Um, but I believe in that particular text of Judas Iscariot is replaced with Jesus at the crucifixion. So this could be a detail or someone that wanted to leave something out. This particular author, and so they don't like it when it comes to canonization and coming up with a sound doctrine of what everybody's going to believe. His book just didn't make the cut. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's a known forgery, and that's very important. That just doesn't mean that. Okay, and so there's two manuscripts. There's one in Italian and there's one in Spanish, and that is what Wells Health is talking about is in terms of being dated back to the Middle Ages. Okay, but remember, the Epistle of Barnabas is mentioned in the 6th century, and it was mentioned in the Codex Sinaiticus, but this was in a Greek Septuagint. It was considered apocryphal, which means non-canonical or pseudo. But it's not. But you have to understand that a pope just come and says, "Hey, well, we don't want y'all thinking that." It's not true, you know. And that happens, but I wouldn't consider that because again, there's a lot of debate still about. There's a lot of scholars still debating on that. Now again, I think Wes is probably talking about a specific manuscript, either the Italian or the Spanish one, but I'm not talking about that manuscript. And see, this is the thing, like Billy Carson doesn't know that he's too surface level. And the thing is, we know that. Like any scholar knows that. Any trained scholar knows that. And so they're gonna throw him around like a rag doll. He wouldn't be able to do that with me, but he's able to throw him around because he's so surface level. But yeah, that particular gospel is dated to 13th to 15th century. Those particular manuscript translations that are in Italian and Spanish, but that is not the same one that I am talking about. We may be talking about that translation, but I'm talking about the one that was declared apocryphal from the 6th century. And again, 222 chapters and 75,000 words that's mentioning and that Gospel of Barnabas does contain canonical gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And so I don't feel comfortable saying that, oh, it's a known forgery. That's an overstatement. But again, they do talk about magi's. Again, Yeshua was a magi. They do talk about how Yeshua had issues with circumcision, called out certain things. It pretty much has some of the same things, but it does talk about the condemnation of how Jesus talked about the origins of circumcision and whatnot, different things that wouldn't be popular, that they didn't want people to know the more rebel rousing aspects of Yeshua. Y'all call him Jesus or whatever, but we know the J didn't exist until we all know that stuff. But yeah, like they don't want people to know more that the more rebel rousing aspects of that character, like condemning certain aspects of Judaism. And that's why it ultimately pissed off a lot of powerful people. He ended up pissing off some very powerful secret societies that came after him, to be quite frank. They knew exactly who he was. But again, we have to remember that the transfiguration of Jesus is what got that book under fire. And now transfigured means you become radiant in glory upon a mountain, you know. And I believe that crucifixion and transfiguration took place. I know that you could look at it in an allegorical sense, but I'm telling you as humans now, whether or not you want to believe me, that shit can happen to an actual real human. And it can, you better believe it. We talk about even today, in real time today. And they talk about that with the rainbow people, the rainbow Buddhist monks. The transfiguration is what, and say for those who have more familiar with Eastern culture, that would be the same thing that happens with the rainbow Buddhist monks when they transfigure out. It's a very esoteric secret society teachings that Jesus was pretty much teaching humanity they got in trouble for. It's as simple as that. Now crucifixion and transfiguration, in my opinion, took place. We're talking, and even in the Bible, it mentions both to an extent. It does. It does. They may not use the word transfiguration when we talk about resurrection and all that stuff. But it's, if you want to look at it allegorical, you can. But I'm saying that this particular practice itself is found. It's found among secret societies that the average human is not supposed to know this type of information, pretty much. And so when humans see it, it's like, oh my gosh, that's a miracle. Transfiguration. Oh my gosh, did you see that he died and resurrected? Oh my gosh. But yes, there's a practice that is still going on. That people could do that today. Certain bloodlines, not every human, not the average human, but there is a bloodline that can still do that to this day. But here's the thing: the Gospel of Barnabas mentioned Prophet Muhammad, and so that's why it's considered apocryphal, and that's why it got considered apocryphal in the 6th century. But it did have the story of Herod in it, Pontius Pilate. It had the story of Judas betraying him for the 30 pieces of silver. And obviously has Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Uriel. And it talks about all of that in that Bible. So you can't say that, oh, that whole thing is a forgery. It's not a forgery if it actually, if it runs parallels with canonical texts. That's why it's not a known forgery. It's just more so it's considered apocryphal. And again, I'm referring to the 6th century. And if that Bible manuscript, if the Gospel of Barnabas from the 13th, 14th century, if the Italian and the Spanish manuscript is based off of that 6th century one, then we got a problem, West Huff, with you just telling motherfuckers that it's just a known forgery, because I got it pulled up. And it's scholars there's still debates about this among scholars, that I have to say. It's just a lot of debates about it, and there's a lot of scholars that say, hey guys, it's unknown. And it said there's a lot of hypotheses, but none are conclusive. I got it right in front of my screen. Researchers who argued for the Italian origin, yeah. So I do have to say that statement that West Huff made, oh, it's a known forgery, that's false. And so I think I made my point clear on that. I want to make sure. Parallels with the Quran, yeah. So the Gospel of Barnabas would probably, yeah, in the Quran 4:147, chapter 4. And again, I'm not familiar as with the Quran as with the Bible, so forgive me, but I do know in chapter 4, verses 157 and 148, this is where the Gospel of the Quran matches up with the Gospel of Barnabas. And and they talk about Yeshua and the son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, the messenger of God. But they talk about how it was more so a transfiguration, and Allah raised himself up to himself. And Allah is Almighty, all wise. That's what it says, and that's what Epistle Barnabas more so talked about. And again, transfiguration and crucifixion and transfiguration, it can happen. That is a secret practice amongst that order that Yeshua is from. And so I believe that. I know I've experienced this, but let me shut up. But yes, that is very true. You can be crucified, or somebody could think they killing your ass and piercing your ass and putting you, and your ass can transfigure on out. Yes, that is real. Yes. That is, and you can be resurrected. Yeah, that's true as a motherfucker. And all I'm saying is that it is a practice that is among a certain order that know how to do it, and he's from that bloodline that knows how to do it. And that's all I'm saying. And I'm saying that it still happen. It can still happen. It has happened since then, and even before then. You can get mad, but look, this is some wild stuff. Let's keep going though. Let's look at it right here.
And I think a bigger problem is that the Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's Inferno.
Okay, so then we're talking about the Italian. He thinks the Italian manuscript, Dante's Inferno, he thinks the Italian manuscript is a forgery. We're not talking anything that I broke down the 6th-century Epistle of Barnabas.
Never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century.
No, you don't have to see. He's doing Jedi mind trick. No, you don't. The Dante's Inferno. You see how he did that so smoothly? And we do have evidence of that right in the Codex Sinaiticus, right here. Let me show you right here. Right here. So y'all can see what I'm looking at. The Greek Septuagint, the Epistle of Barnabas. But let's look at here, right here. And this, if you're not well detailed, you're gonna be screwed up. Now look at this. Let me go to the history again. Oh. Okay, so you can see where he was talking about Dante, the Italian manuscript. I'm trying to look for that one. That's different. That's not what I was talking about this whole time. Here's the Spanish manuscript. You see that one? That's not the. You have the Syriac version. Here's the one that he just mentioned, Dante, right here. That's the one that is a known forgery. The Divine Comedy says that God made the 9 heavens in contrast to the Quran 7. You see how he uses Dante? That's not what the fuck I was talking about at all. And see if Billy Carson should have known that. He don't know all these damn details. Wes Huff is having a field day with him. See, Wes Huff probably knows that this is a difference between the Dante of the front this shit, which is that does look like a damn forgery, versus this right here. Let me go back to 6th century Galatian. Here we go, right here. This right here. A gospel court was first mentioned in the 6th century Galatian decree, which was condemned as apocryphal. You see that right there. That is not what Billy Carson is talking about. But Billy Carson doesn't know details, and so Wes Huff just mentions Dante's damn Inferno from the 14th century of some damn Italian shit. And yeah, that one's probably is a known, but you just see it on your screen. 6th century Galatian decree. And then you can see it right here with that the Greek Septuagint in the Codex includes books not found in the Hebrew Bible and regarded in the Protestant tradition as apocryphal, such as 2 Idris, Tobit, Judith, 1 and 4 Maccabees, Wisdom, and Sirach. Appended to the New Testament are the epistles of Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermes. It's right there. And this is Codex Sinaiticus. That's why you can't be surface level with these motherfuckers. Even if you believe the information or not, it's not even fucking important. But you just see me just going through this, whipping through this shit. Doesn't even matter if I personally believe it. It doesn't matter. You got to know where to find this shit. You got to know that this is more of an Islamic take. You see it right there. The crucifixion of Jesus parallels with the Quran. You see it right there. The prediction of Muhammad. You have to know those things. And so in Islamic, they probably do have acceptance of the Barnabas. But but you see how West was able to just hang his whole argument up from the Dante's Inferno from the 14th century. Now that book probably is a known forgery, but that is not what I just talked about and what I just showed you on the screen. And Billy should have known this information, and he should have had notes in front of him that say, no, I'm not talking about the Dante's Inferno, the Italian manuscript. I'm not talking about the Italian from the 14th century. I'm not even talking about the Spanish one. I'm talking about the Greek Septuagint and from the Galatian decree that the Pope declared apocryphal from the 6th century. That epistle of Barnabas. That's what I'm talking about, where they mention transfiguration. That's what I'm talking about now. If we're gonna, there's no scholar that will say that is a known forgery. The one that contains the 222 chapters and 75,000 words. Now if you're talking about this Dante shit, the Dante's Inferno, yeah, that is not what I'm talking about. And that's how he has to say. He has to say it just like that. You gotta be like, yeah, that's not the same text that I'm talking about. You gotta put people in there. I'm telling you, you gotta ragtag a motherfucker. Like, that's clearly not the text that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Dante's Inferno from the 14th century. I'm not talking about that manuscript at all. And that's how you have to say it. Real, very condescending and all. Because you see, West Huff is being condescending. Are you talking about? And we know that's how they do. I'm telling you, I've been around this shit my whole life. I've been around academia. I mean, y'all have no idea. Like this is how this is how motherfuckers get down. This is how motherfuckers get down. And you got to be able to hold your own. And again, when we say trained, it's not about going to get no degree. You got to still be trained in information and synthesizing that shit. Like it's people that don't have no degree that can hold their own against this West Huff motherfucker. You know what I mean? And and they ain't gonna get dragged like Billy Goat Rough. They ain't gonna get dragged like Billy Carson. Okay, let's keep going.
And none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish.
Okay, now what Wes said there was incredibly important because the first piece of evidence that Billy gave in support of his claim that Jesus was never crucified was based on the claim that these books came before the King James Bible and didn't include the crucifixion. But the actual biblical...
They do include the crucifixion. It's just one author that focused this more on the transfiguration. Now, most of these books cover crucifixion and transfiguration.
Texts that our Bibles are based on, they reference the crucifixion and go back to the 2nd century. So that means it's impossible for Billy to be correct about
that is true. Now that I agree with.
This, since he cites the Sinai Bible that goes back to the 4th century and does reference the crucifixion, and the Book of Barnabas is more than 1,000 years later than the...
No, there's an Epistle of Barnabas and the Gospel according to Barnabas. One is 13th, 14th, 17th, 15th century Italian and Spanish manuscript, and then we also have the Spanish manuscript by Ibrahim al-Bilt, that Islamic guy. But we're talking about the one from the 6th century that got declared apocryphal by the Pope in the Galatian decree. And that book, the Epistle of Barnabas, is in the Codex Sinaiticus. It did make its way into the Greek Septuagint. And that is on the Codex Sinaiticus website. And that's how Billy Carson has to say, no. And it's on the website.
Biblical manuscripts.
Just say, my thing is, I would have never argued that. Like, to me, I don't understand like arguing whether about crucifixion or that. I'm so beyond that kind of that I wouldn't be arguing. But I'm just saying, like, if I had to, like, Billy Carson didn't have to take an ass whooping like how he did is all I'm saying. And I'm showing you how he should be doing these things. Let's keep going.
That we have, and it wasn't even written in Greek, but instead Italian and Spanish.
But you see how the Jedi mind trick? They only refer. See, the Epistle of Barnabas and the Gospel according to Barnabas, those are two different. The way they're presenting it, they looking at it as two different texts. One from the 14th century, one from the 6th century, one that was in the Greek Septuagint. And I got a feeling those are translations. And again, no known scholar would say that the Epistle of Barnabas is a known forgery. They may say that Dante shit from the 14th century, the Dante's Inferno, they may say that's a forgery. But they'll just say it's apocryphal. Apocryphal and forgery are not the same thing.
And by the way, it was a proven forgery. So now that Billy's back is up against the wall once again with facts,
and that I disagree with. I just made a very eloquent argument as to why.
That refute his claim. Let's hear what Billy has to say for himself.
It's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than...
If you say it's a known forgery...
That's not true. Especially Muslims. But again, Epistle of Barnabas, and this is what West Health is hanging him on. Epistle of Barnabas and Gospel according to Barnabas, two different timelines, two different texts, maybe even possible translations. And so that's what he's hanging him on. And Billy Carson has to know those details. You have to know those details to go up against OSF. If not, you're screwed. But I'm talking about if you're going to argue for transfiguration, or if you're going to argue that whatever this Billy Carson's argument itself is that book says that there's no crucifixion, and so he has to argue that from the 6th century point of view, not from the 14th century manuscript. West Health got him on it, but look at Billy Carson's reaction.
But I'm going to go with that.
No, and that's where being set. Like when Seti was like, "What the fuck you mean we gonna go with that?" No. It ain't no for, but you see how I just did that? Like, no, it ain't. There's no scholar that will say that the Epistle of Barnabas from the 6th century, they may say it's apocryphal, but they're not going to just say it's known forgery. Now, that's when you see West Health mention Dante, Inferno, this Italian motherfucker from the 14th century, that Italian manuscript from the Gospel according to the Gospel. That's probably a known forgery. You got to know them details. And you see how he drinking his tea? Because he know he's surface level. They clocked him. They knew he was surface level. See, and so it's hook, line, sinker.
Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit.
Wait, so his response was, if you say it's a forgery, I'm going to go with that? Now, if Billy really is
one of the foremost world leader in the knowledge on ancient texts and tablets, scriptures, papyruses, and cylinders.
then we would expect to at least hear
Papyrus and cylinders, not cylinders.
some response to what Wes said, since Billy's claims about Christianity quite literally depend on those facts being wrong. But sadly, it seems that Billy didn't have a response to the facts that Wes pointed out. He instead tried to move to the Old Testament, but Wes wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. He wanted to make sure that they first discussed Billy's final piece of evidence that he gave in support of his claim, and that evidence was Jesus had a wife.
See, y'all playing Jedi mind. This is good programming. It's good, but I'm about to hang up. I'm about to get y'all on this too, because that's two different theses. Did Billy Carson present that as one thesis? Really? He presented that as one thesis. Did he really say, okay, Jesus wasn't crucified because according to the gospel, the Codex, the Sinai Bible, the Sinai Bible says he wasn't crucified, that's not true. We went through all of that eloquently. That book objectively doesn't say that. There's probably an author within the four scribes in the epistle Barnabas that says transfiguration, and so he could have technically made that argument, but then he follows up and say because Jesus had a wife. That doesn't make sense as a thesis. I have a hard time buying that he conflated those two thoughts together. He might have tried to wiggle out of it, but I don't think his argument was because Jesus had a wife, that means Jesus wasn't crucified. That cannot be. That doesn't even sound right. And but to see the way they logically can present it, like Billy said that, because Billy is so surface level that they can logically get away with presenting him in such a stupid manner like that. Because technically he jumped himself from that topic of crucifixion to Jesus' wife. He did that himself. And so I don't think that was the argument he was presenting, as a scholar. But a trained scholar that wants to defeat you in a debate, that's how they're going to present you. They're going to and for anybody else that's trained, or anybody else that really just knows a little bit of something, they know that doesn't even it's logically incoherent, as far as like it's a non sequitur. Your premise is not matching your conclusion. There's too many details left out. That's not, you have to fill in a lot of details. And for somebody that's surface level like Billy Carson, he's about to get his ass tore out the frame. Now I'm about to follow up with what Billy Carson should have said.
If you say it's an unfortunate expert, I'm going to go with that. Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit and leading up into the New Testament.
Well, hold on, because do you mind if I address the gospel of Jesus' wife?
Sure, go ahead.
What was her name
Yeah,
again? I'm like trying to write notes like I know what I'm doing, but
It wasn't a wife. In the order of Melchizedek, let's go deeper, because this is not even an order of Melchizedek. In the order of dragon riders, which is what Marilyn Magdalene was a descendant of, you have a partnership that you're mated with. And it's not a wife, though. It's very different that you perform your ceremonial, again, Christians, it's humans is just not ready for this information. That you perform your ceremonial, how do I say this, rituals with. You kind of made it with them. Why would you expect a man to be in their 30s and to not have had interactions with a female is my bigger question to Christians. And so I don't think that what I read and what I know from the Nag Hammadi text, it doesn't say wife. But I know that he had relations, just from those who are descendant of dragon riders, you are mated with an opposite sex. And given his particular background and sect of Judaism, that is very important for him to understand the divine feminine, or the essence of the female. And this is proven in some of the Nag Hammadi texts. People say it's the Gospel of Philip, but I'm going to root this. I'm going to parallel this with the Gospel of Thomas. And I'll show you. We'll get into details. We're going to read some of the text itself on the screen. But I wouldn't say that that's a wife. That's not how that should have been interpreted. So if that was at Harvard, seminary, it wasn't a wife. Miriam Magdala wasn't a wife, but they were partners, but not wife in the way that you think. We're talking about people who are in an order together, who understand each other on a deep level, who trust each other with each other's lives. There's texts. Y'all want to go there? And Westhuff probably knows this shit. him and Miriam Magdalene, it was Miriam, not Mary. Miriam Magdalene was a high priestess. She was a assistant of the dragon riders, a priest of the dragon riders. So was Jesus. These people astral projected together. This is documented. Obviously, the term astral project is not used. But when we're talking about visiting planets and going into deep states of meditation and transcendental meditations, he only trusted to do that with Miriam. That's why the disciples got jealous of her. There's like this stuff is now this stuff didn't make it into the Bible because again they didn't want women to have ain't no talking about and we about to get into it. But it's like they covered all that shit up. They took all that stuff out. And that's why you don't hear me, you don't ever hear me denounce apocryphal books or non-canonical books if I know that they have been written at the same time as the Bible and they were just I'm sorry, as the formation of early Ethiopian Christianity or Orthodoxy, just early writers detailing what the fuck they felt happened or they took place or what they know. um just because it didn't make it into the Bible don't mean that shit is fake or that you should dismiss it because they wanted certain details and narrative to push. Why would you think if the Catholic Church, if they promote child boy lovers and not getting married and not having sex, why what yes, they will take that out. That's just common sense. This is the Catholic Church. Like, so why would you expect that a black man in a damn 30s wouldn't have no interaction with no damn female? And why is that a bad thing if you do think that? Why would that be a bad thing if he was partnered? Even if he did have a wife, which I don't think that, but even if he did, why would that make y'all get up in arms? Why would you think a man in their 30s wouldn't get no pussy? Like, that's crazy as hell. And we know that order that they come from, we know the rights that they go through when it comes to the divine feminine. We know that order of Judaism, which is under attack. That particular branch of Judaism did not believe in child sacrifice. Some didn't even believe in eating meat. Those orders were more matriarchal. They got them people out of the paint. There was different group sets of Judaism at that time, different sets of Hebrews at that time. And now we talking about the 12 tribes, we talking about the way it's even practiced. I'm not just talking about the 12 tribes. I'm talking about like the beliefs, the ideas. And those beliefs is what got the disciples in Yeshua in trouble because they was pushing something that was like, no, we not doing all that. We talking about the Roman Empire. Like we not pushing none of that bullshit you talking about ending slavery and females and women are worthy. Get the hell out of here. What is y'all talking about? Get your ass out of here. You come up here disrespecting the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which is what Yeshua was doing. He talking about, I ain't come to abolish the law, I come to fulfill the law. He pissed off Jewish secret societies. He coming around teaching all the secrets that they feel should be secret masonry. They got totally upset at this man. Totally upset, and I understand because I went through it myself now. But it's like, no, this like, no, you pushing some shit that we ain't ready for all of that. Get your ass on up out of here. And that's what happened. But let's keep going because we are going to do some parallels.
I'm just curious.
So the Gospel of Jesus' wife doesn't actually mention. So oftentimes what happens is that the text of the Gospel of Jesus' wife is kind of paralleled with the Gospel of Philip, which mentions that
the Gospel of Jesus' wife. So you're talking about the Gospel of Miriam Magdalene? Because this statement doesn't make sense. The Gospel of Jesus' wife is often parallel with the Gospel of Philip. Parallel with what? The Gospel of Philip is in a Nag Hammadi text. Are you referring to Miriam Magdalene's text herself? Because she has a gospel herself. You guys do know that, right? So thinking that the way he mentioned that's what he's referring to. But I would parallel that with the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, and the Gospel of Miriam Magdalene herself. If I was to make an argument that Jesus was married, that wouldn't be my argument. My argument would be Jesus was partnered with, as a magi, with a high priestess that was a descendant of a dragon rider. Either you know that through your bloodline or you don't. This is not stuff that the average human would know. Okay. But that would be my argument. And I would parallel that with the Nag Hammadi text, but there's the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene herself. I probably would even run some parallels with the Emerald tablets to make my case about more so of the dragon rider element. Um, and maybe even some of the rites of passages, the parallels between the Nag Hammadi text and the Emerald tablet. That's why I would approach it. But let's continue because I actually want to read to you some of the stuff from the Nag Hammadi text that I wrote in my book. um, and so let's go.
Mary Magdalene, that Jesus would kiss Mary Magdalene on the mouth. The reason we know it's also not.
Yeah, they was kissing on their mouth. They was doing a lot more than that. They was doing a lot more than that. Do y'all know what the get down is with the Dragon Riders? I mean, y'all just so not ready for this information. Y'all just so not ready for this information. Do you see why they was calling her a hoe? She wasn't no hoe though. There wasn't nothing no hoe about her. It's deep. And it's hard to talk about those things. And it's like sometimes some secrets just gotta die with you. Okay. But let's see. Not legitimate.
Not legitimate is because we can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas in a PDF form. And the mistake on that PDF form was copied into the text of that was borrowed in the phraseology of Jesus' wife.
All right. So what?
Okay, so let's. I want to hear what he has to say, but then I'm going to cover my argument on this. Let me see what he's saying.
Wes is saying here, it's some sort of claim that's hard to verify. You literally.
It is a claim that's hard to verify. I think. But here's the thing. I don't think that she was a wife. Let me go here. Okay, so the Gospel of Magdalene, also known as Miriam Ha Magdala. Okay, she was a trusted confidant of Yeshua. Now, I'm referring to the Gospel of Magdalene comes from the 5th century papyrus codex, which is translates to a 2nd century Greek text. Okay. Now I wouldn't again say that this was a wife, but let's see. Let's just read it. This is a chapter from my book, though. It says, as Magdalene recounts a divine revelation, a sudden discord emerges among the other disciples. Andrew expresses doubt, characterizing her teachings as strange ideas. That's because that's when they were talking about the astral projection and the remote viewing and all that stuff. Jesus didn't teach none of the disciples about that. They were doing it together, him and her. And so when she came to them trying to teach them about that shit, oh, they ripped her a new asshole, called her a hoe, keep it moving. You know, and Peter, they did get very jealous because it's like, why was he teaching you all this shit and not us? But now you know they were connected through dragon riders. Now, and possibly the order of Melchizedek, but this is not information. Again, revelation of certain. It's so hard to explain this stuff to humanity now. Let's just keep going. It's not even worth it. But yeah, they said she had strange ideas, and they questioned whether they should even lend credence to Mary Magdalene's words in terms of her gospel. And so that skepticism aligns with the similar portrayal of Peter in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, where he dismisses Miriam with the comment, "Let Miriam leave us, for women are not worthy of life." And that's the Gospel of Thomas. See, this is where again, my case would be that Yeshua understood more knowledge of the original order that he was from, that was at odds with the Roman emperor and Masonry. In terms of the way we view the way the divine feminine is viewed. That's my argument. And that Miriam was a partner. They was probably kissing on the lips, doing much more than that. Probably oral fixations on. And I don't understand what's the big deal. How is a grown ass man? What is y'all doing? Be a human. Like be a thinking human for once. What is a grown ass man gonna do in his 30s if a female is trekking around all around and they from the same order and they trust each other? They've been mated since damn. Do you know how in the order of dragon riders, which is again predates the order of Melchizedek, do you know how if you get mated for, it's like mated for life, but it's not the same as a marriage. It's not looked at as that. It's so different than what you would ever imagine. But it's like, yeah, you would kiss on the lips. Yeah, you probably get fucked on. don't understand how that's a big deal. I just don't. To argue, I can't believe y'all arguing about that. It's some 30-year-old man. What did y'all think? How did you get here? Through pussy and dick? How, like, why is y'all acting? Why is y'all trying to bury y'all head? Y'all acting like 2-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Jesus ain't had no wife. So what if he did? If he didn't, who cares? Like, it doesn't change anything, even if he did. That ain't even nothing to argue about. You don't even have the details from when he was from 12 to 30. What is y'all doing? Okay, so again, Levi, he intervenes in the defense of Magdalene. This is in the book of Thomas, asserting if Jesus found her worthy, then rejecting her teachings is unwarranted. Levi emphasizes that trust must be placed in Jesus. He intimately understood Magdalene's character and worthiness because they used to go off and do their own little thing. This is the excerpt from the Nag Hammadi Papyrus. This was damaged. The Nag Hammadi Papyrus was damaged on purpose. I remember learning about this from people who are like, it was at Georgia State, but the person that was teaching me this, they were in like a private order that they invited me to. It's just, they were studying this shit on some secret shit. Like you gotta like these people don't play about this stuff, and they run parallels. They study the Emerald Tablets with this stuff. They get so deep, man. They obviously they study Commission science. These are white people, white folks. They understand this shit. West probably knows about the stuff that like say when Sarah Stone said he was like, yeah, we gotta go back to Kemet. We ever have to go back to Ethiopia. I'm pretty sure. Don't make no mistake about it. West probably know that shit. He just gotta play down. Like they gotta play down their intelligence because for one, the average Christian don't know all that shit. And then West got a mission, and he wanted I mean, not maybe not even West, but whoever put this all together to embarrass the fuck out of Billy Carson, they got a mission. So let's look at the Nag Hammadi Papyrus. It says these are the 8 fragmentary lines of Yeshua's words. And I'm telling you, they damaged that text. And you could tell because they had it like locked in some freezer. And they had it like submerged. The guy who had found it, they had it like submerged in some damn waters. They had it fucked up though. It was like found in like a refrigerator. And he had purposely was damaging it because he knew what it was. And I think they oh man, I wish I could go back in time and get that story of how it was of how they said where they of how it was getting damaged. It was like they were doing it on purpose. But nonetheless, here's the 8 lines. And it says, not to me. These are Yeshua's words, not to me. My mother gave to me life. The disciples said to Jesus, deny. Mary is worthy of it. Jesus said to them, my wife. She will be able to be my disciple. Let wicked people swell up. As for me, I will dwell in her in order to. So all of these images, but I'm pretty sure this word, my wife, or however they translated that, it didn't translate to wife. It probably, it translated into like partner, my trusted confidant. It didn't translate, but humans probably translated it to wife. But I can tell you that it didn't, it doesn't, we don't view it, it's not viewed the same. It's not viewed, so I'm pretty sure that fragmentary lines that did get translated, the term my wife probably if we were to get the original Nag Hammadi, I think that might have been Coptic. Let me do some research right quick. Nag Hammadi, what was the original? I think it was like Coptic, right? Was it? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so it was. Oh, it was a Coptic. Okay, codices were discovered near. Okay, it was in the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi. Yeah, it was a Coptic language. Okay, so I was right on that. Okay, I had to think that off of the dome. Okay. So it was Coptic. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure like that doesn't translate into my wife, but I'm willing to be wrong on it. Like I wouldn't get hung up on it. Again, that's not really something I would be arguing anyways. Um da, 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 da. Okay, so we talked about this is in my book, The Nakhti Queen Mothership, the Language of the Gods and the Age of Divine Feminine, in which we talk about and again I'm well researched. We have we talk about the Nag Hammadi text right here, the Gnostic Gospels. Matter of fact, I think we talk about Gnosticism, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they telling people that this stuff is fake. Don't. I mean, yes, we know about cave occupation and the stuff where they found this stuff, but don't write off all that stuff. I'm telling you. I'm just looking through it, you could be like, oh, I see why they took this shit out. I see why they took this shit out. But here is some of the books of the Apocrypha. Oh, let me go here. The Apocrypha. This is this it originates in Greek language. And so these are considered apocryphal books. I personally don't. I don't get into the politics all that because I know they be fucking up shit, and I know that they don't have an understanding of this stuff. Now we're talking about the Revised Septuagint, in contrast to the Hebrew canon with its three parts: the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim. Okay, we're not getting into all of that, but I just want you to see. Here's the brief outline of the books of the Apocrypha. Okay, first Idris, and we even give this is all in my book, and I'm not going to give out everything, but I mean you have to buy this book because I don't think all of this information is publicly available. To Idris, Tobit, Judah, Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, Baruch, Letter of Jeremiah, additions to the book of Daniel, which I remember I had a dream about the additions to the book of Daniel. I didn't even know that shit. I remember God was like, when I was a little ass kid, though, like I was like, there's additions to the book of Daniel that are taken out that I need you to go back and read. I need you to find those. There's another chapter. I said, what the hell are you talking about? I was a little ass kid, no lie. And I remember I woke up and I had told my sister that, and she said that there is no at the chapter that I said in Daniel. I said this is the chapter that God told me to go and look at. She said that book that doesn't exist, and we had to go and look it up. And that's when she was looking. She looked shook, no lie, because we looked it up, and lo and behold, that shit. there was an extra. There was an extra. There was extra books of Daniel. But see, like the average Christian wouldn't necessarily know all that stuff. Hold on a second, guys. Wash my hands. So like the average Christian wouldn't necessarily know all that, but we looked it up because I said I was a little ass kid and I said God said there's more books to the book of Daniel, and I gotta go look at the book of Daniel. There's some extra shit in there, and what we found, ooh, good God, as far as what I found in them books and them extra books was aligned with that damn dream I had, sure was, and that's why I would never let nobody try to convince me that certain books is apocryphal and forgeries because it didn't make it in based on the Council of Nicaea with some damn Catholic Roman emperor that's got a political agenda. Or these different councils in which they came up with the canonization of what would be considered uh canonical. I personally can't get with that because I know for a fact that I've even seen even visions with the dreams as a little kid. Dreams as a little kid of certain stuff that was in that book of Enoch that I did before I read the book of Enoch. I've witnessed a little ass kid at 2 years old in my bloodline, black boy. I'm walking up the stairs. I'm walking, and again, this is not for everybody's bloodline. I don't push beliefs on nobody because I know that there's a particular bloodline, and if you're a part of it, you're a part of it. If you're not, you're not. And I ain't here to argue with nobody about nothing. But I walk up the stairs and I see a little ass, a little boy, my family member in a window talking. If you talking about like 2, 3 years old, mind you, we never at this time we was not pushing no religion on him, none of that. Like we wasn't we were indoctrinating him with no books or no Bibles or none of that shit. You know what I mean? And I'm looking, he talking, and he in front of a window though. He talking, and I'm looking at, and we upstairs, so it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like it's somebody else on the other side of the window that he looking at or talking to, because we were upstairs. And I'm looking, and there was nobody there. It just looked like it was literally nobody there. And he was like, so when you so what's your name? I like that. He was like, I like that purple. I like that purple and gold you got on. And he was like, he was 3. He was 3 or 4, but he was talking in full sentence. And he was like, okay, Jesus. But he wasn't. I don't think he said. He just said. He probably said Yeshua. I don't think he said Jesus. He was like, okay, Yeshua. Okay. oh wow, and they like having a full blown fucking conversation, and I'm looking at this kid like. I mean, I was, and this happened. This wasn't the first time this has happened. Like where I get paralyzed with fear, or kind of looking like, what in the hell? And I'm seeing him, and he talking about, yeah, Jesus, yeah, talking, and ain't nothing outside the window though. And I felt a presence in there. I felt power. Like, and this little kid got like had a lot of, So we on some spiritual type shit. So I'm looking like, you know, and this is not the only being that this has happened with. Like this has happened with him and Kali and and all types of, it is what it is. My bloodline is from a very specific bloodline. But he's sitting there talking and I'm like, who you talking to? And I did say that. I did say, who you talking to? And he looked back at me and said, Jesus, don't you see him? And I just was like, look, I did pull him to the side because I ain't gonna hold you. I was never really a religious person, but you know, I'm curious. I'm always an open-minded person. So I said, well, what was he saying? What was y'all doing? What did he look like? Tell me what the fuck is going on? Tell me everything. What the hell? And this little ass kid was telling me, and I'm telling you, like it was like a powerful like anointing in that room. I don't know what the hell that shit was about to this day. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I remember we told his mom. I took him downstairs. I said, tell your mom what you just told." I literally caught him in that shit. Like I caught him, and he was just talking like. And I said, "What did he have on?" He was telling what he had on and all this stuff. And so, I said, that's dope. And I never took that experience from him and said, "Oh, that ain't true," or "You crazy." He was a little ass kid. And then again, I know that the kid is extremely powerful spiritually. And I know just for myself, we always had dreams and all types of shit like that as a little ass kid. So to me, it wasn't a big deal. But I say this to say is that you'll never hear me denounce like certain texts that didn't get to make it mainstream Bible. If I know that I can get a date and a record of when it was produced. Now maybe that shit like Dante's stuff and all that, Dante's forgery. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some shit where like the Book of Enoch or Miriam Magdalene's text or the Book of Phila. I'm not just going to sit up there and say, "Oh no, that ain't real." Just nah, nah. Y'all better look at them Baal and the dragon. Look at this. And Susanna and the prayer of Azariah and the song of the three men. 1 and 2 Maccabees, the additions to the book of Esther. Obviously the Dead Sea Scrolls. They trying to go back in time and tell you that all this shit is fake. You better not believe that. Because we had again, we talking about enigmatic Jewish factions that are looked at as like that we're looked at as heretical, just like the one that my bloodline comes from. They're not looked at as, they say like the Zadokites. Okay, that was a specific group of people. You had ascetic groups that did not eat meat. You had ascetic groups that were matriarchal, dude. Like you talking about like child sacrifice, like that stuff that be going on now. It's some like it's people that it's Jewish sects that thought that shit was crazy then, was calling that shit out now, and they killed them motherfuckers. No lie. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And then anybody that was talking something different, whether it be the wisdom of Sirach, the book of Jubilees, the book of Tobit, the book of Enoch, it wasn't getting in. It was, and honestly, that's the stuff that will really advance a lot of the Christians and advance a lot of humanity. It's not a coincidence that the shit that gives you your answers or some of the shit that y'all looking for, that's the stuff that's missing. Nah, we have the War Scroll, the Children of Light, the Children over Darkness. All this stuff is being hit, and y'all better go and look at this shit. The Qumran, and obviously the Gnostic text. I thought I had a list of those too, but you can see it's right on your screen. I'm well researched. The Bruce Codex, the Ascou Codex, the Berlin Codex, unknown origins, and then we talk about the Nag Hammadi text. Coptic language, Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Philip underscores Mary Magdalene's role as companion of Jesus. See, I didn't even use the word wife. I said companion. And he kissed her on the mouth. And see, but if you combine that with the fragmentary lines that we read, yeah, you can make it. I wouldn't make the argument that that's a wife though. That's just me. I know I went a little over in detail, but this book can be found for those that want to know, like where's this information in your book. Again, I don't really go into detail about or bracket about like how the level of information that's in my books, but you can see that on your screen. And I mean, how many pages is this book? It's probably a couple of hundred pages. It's 175 pages. Okay, but yeah, like we're talking about the complete list of the codices. Look at this. The Codex 1, Codex 2, Codex 3. And so just to write all of this stuff out is always all. And look at, see, this is what will help you, the Melchizedek. The Austrianos. Yeah, like this stuff right here. And I put it there just so people can go and look up at their own time, whoever wanted to just know, because I'm not one that just say write off all that stuff because it didn't make it into the Bible. No, I know how them people work. And I'm telling you, Jesus, a lot of Jesus stuff himself, it wouldn't have made even his own words didn't even make it all in. And again, with the way that they running this stuff, if that man was to come back, y'all end up accidentally killing that person, just like y'all kill all like the like true light bearers. That's what this system does. It don't. It's weird, man. But let me pull up what I'm talking about. Like and people. Here we go, right here. And so this book right here contains all of that information. And I know it'd be shocking, like, well, why is all that information about the Bible is in a book about the language of the gods and the age of divine feminine? Well, you'll know. But if you read it, but yeah, it's deep stuff. So all of that information is in this book. Because I'm coming from more of the pre-Adamic civilizations that details the order of the dragon riders, the pre-Adamic civilizations. So now we're talking interdimensional, and you don't have to go there with me. I understand that. Like, see, shit like this would be considered clearly heretical, back in those days. Um, Even if it was accurate, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and that's why you have to understand the production of knowledge and construction of knowledge, and the authorities over what is considered knowledge itself. You have to challenge that. You can't just go blindly follow what anybody tells you, regardless of what your religious beliefs are, because people have agendas that they want to push. It's as simple as that. But let's keep going.
You can't Google Jesus' wife without seeing tons of articles explaining exactly how all of this went down. This alleged inscription about Jesus' wife wasn't copied from an ancient text, but instead from a modern PDF of the Gospel of Thomas that had an error in it, and the forger accidentally copied the same error. So it's true that Harvard was an
No, it's not about the term wife. And I think it's a mistranslation. I was solely referring to the fragmentary lines of the Nag Hammadi text, which I guess he's presuming the Gospel of Philip. And again, I wouldn't. And I think he's pretty much saying what I'm saying. The translation was an error, which I said that earlier. I was like, I don't think that translates to my wife. If the Coptic word for whatever that was, I can agree with that. So I don't even have anything to argue with that on that point.
initially fooled into believing that it was legit, only later to clarify that it was a forgery due to the reasons that West.
But here's the thing with this forgery stuff. The Gospel of Philip is not from the Nag Hammadi text is not a forgery. I can give you that the word wife was a Coptic, was a mistranslation, but that text is too familiar with the Nag Hammadi text is too similar to the Emerald tablets, and the knowledge in there it's just to say forgery like that, no. But again, they pick and choose what's considered gonna be that's gonna go in there. But um the gospel of Jesus' wife, there is a gospel of Miriam Magdala. And again, they have an agenda to push. Why would they want Christians to know that Miriam Magdalene had her own was writing her own story and was actually left the discipleship? Like, that's not something that the people will want to know. And so Harvard did have that information. Again, they'll go back real quick and say, oh, something fake. Oh, they had no problem doing that. Oh, you better believe it. If they got a narrative control, and it's up to people to be intelligent, to see that themselves. Again, if he did have a wife, what's the fucking big deal? Like, so what? Why would you expect some grown ass man to not be with a woman? Would you want him to be like with a man or be with some little kids like the Catholic priest? Nah, get the fuck out of here. Stop trying to push some weird shit, man. If he had a wife, so what? Or if he was fucking, so what?
Brought up. So unless
And if
Billy
he didn't, so what? But I know he had a companion. You ain't gonna tell me somebody gonna get to their motherfucking 30s and not see no titties, nothing. Y'all want him to be around some damn men? I don't understand.
literally doesn't do any research, there's no doubt in my mind that Billy's aware of these facts. So the real question is, how is he going to refute these facts and respond to the claims?
I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's because of the Catholic Church labeled them apocryphal, or not even the Catholic Church, but the Council of and these Nicene creeds, these various councils that would decide which was be canonical. And Westhuff, that's not something you want to hang your hat on. Not going the days and age we in. And I'm telling you, have had dreams where God said, "They go get the rest of the book of Daniel." Go no, and I've seen stories straight out of that book of Enoch in my dreams when as a little ass kid before I even knew anything about no book of Enoch. I'm not I would never go on that. No. And there's stuff even that I told y'all even with that little ass kid and my family that I saw at the windows talking about. There's stuff that I'm not telling y'all purposely of what was discussed. I know what the hell was discussed in that with the purple and the gold. And this little ass kid don't got down know no shit about nothing else, but he come and tell and give very specific details about shit out of the Bible. A little ass kid that cannot read. At that time, we was not pushing no. I mean, we had Shiva. I was like 19 years old. We had Shiva posters and Kali posters all over the place. So you ain't gonna tell me, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. You ain't don't think that don't go off of the authority logical fallacy. Because that's not how true knowledge, that's not how you could determine the validity of knowledge. If they decided what was pseudo epigraphical or what would be apocryphal versus offer what would be canonical, that doesn't mean that those books are forgeries or that there's no truth to them. Actually, I find it very sinister what they did, and I push back on it considerably.
Fair enough. I can respect that.
And see, I wouldn't have said that's fair enough. I respect it. I would say exactly what you hear me saying, and maybe you don't get into the stories about. See, with him, you can. With Christians, you can't get into them stories. You can do that. As far as like more the spiritual stories, you can do that, but you don't need to do that either. You could just also just root it in. If you want to do it more historically, you would have to understand the Roman you have to understand the Roman Catholic Church formation as well as those councils of Nicaea, the various councils, the Nicene Creed. The Nicene Creed is different. I think you would need to have some knowledge of those councils of Nicaea for sure. The first one, second one, all of them if possible. And what would and the construction of like say popes declaring something apocryphal. A pope literally could just say, just like they did the Epistle of Barnabas, that's apocryphal. We don't follow that. That means that it's illegitimate. And so now all the Christians in the world denounce it, and not knowing that information will probably put the story all together better for them. It just puts it better together, especially if you have dreams about some shit, and I'm telling you, no lie, when I was a kid, I went and said, there's some stories in the book of Daniel. God said we gotta go and look it up and find it and research it. And I did, and I read it. And what I read in that damn book, the extra books of Daniel, the extra chapters that was removed was the same shit that was in that dream. And that's all I gotta say.
So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit.
So once again, Billy has no rebuttal and is trying to pivot to the Old Testament.
Now this is bad. Like no rebuttal. Like, oh, if that's what you said, if it's a forgery. So he lost his credibility. He lost his logos, and after the interview, he lost his pathos. And this was all designed, and you could tell. After it showed up to his house and stuff, and we'll get it. We'll go into it.
Despite him going on every major podcast telling people that this is evidence that Jesus had a wife. And just so we're all on the same page here, at this point, Billy has given 3 arguments to undermine the credibility of the Bible and the faith of Christians. His first argument was that the Sinai Bible doesn't mention that Jesus was crucified and that it came before the King James Version. But in reality, not only is there no such thing as the Sinai Bible, the codex that he's referring to...
The Codex Sinaiticus means Sinai book, but it does have the crucifixion in there, and there's a story it was collated rather by 4 scribes at least, and there are apocryphal books that were in the Greek Septuagint and the early Codex Sinaiticus that are now considered apocryphal, one of which was Epistle of Barnabas, and it does talk about transfiguration. But that book, the Sinai, the Codex Sinaiticus, absolutely does mention crucifixion. The Sinai book absolutely mentions crucifixion. It's just one story, or one gospel rather, that focuses more on transfiguration and does not mention the crucifixion. And that is the details that you cannot be surface level on. You have to know what the fuck you're talking about, or go and hurry up and research it.
Does mention the crucifixion and is virtually exact with the Bible that we have today. The second piece of evidence that he gave was for the Book of Barnabas, which was written in Spanish and dated well over 1,000 years.
And again, the Epistle of Barnabas and the Gospel of Barnabas are apparently 2 different transliterations. Again, the Epistle of Barnabas can be found back to the 6th century, was declared apocryphal by the decree of the Galatians, which was a pope. Was a pope, and they declared it in the 6th century as apocryphal. Now, the Gospel according to Barnabas is a different text. That is 13th, 14th, 15th century. There's a Spanish and an Italian manuscript on that, and the Dante's Inferno manuscript is the one I'm presuming is the known forgery. And so this is the details that are missing in this interview, clearly. And they painted a picture to make Billy just look crazy, to be honest.
Later than the biblical manuscripts that we have currently. And lastly, he appeals to the gospel of Jesus' wife, which was actually just a small fragment that was a proven forgery. And to make matters worse, Billy didn't have a sufficient rebuttal to any of these claims. So at this point in the debate, Wes has successfully refuted every claim that Billy made with facts that anyone watching this video can easily go verify. So now we're all starting to see why Billy worked so hard to keep this video off of the internet. But after having all of his claims on the New Testament utterly demolished, Billy once again tries to pivot the conversation to a place where he seems to feel more confident in his research, the Old Testament.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. Predominantly, from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation is a lot of in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis. Not all of it, but because obviously Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story. But it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish.
So Billy's basic argument here.
So the Enuma Elish, I'm presuming, is that Babylonian text? Enuma Elish. I'm familiar with that. With that Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation, epic of creation. Okay, let me pull this up. You know what? I've had dreams about this shit too. I'm telling you, like, this stuff is all connected in ways that's just so above humans' pay grade, man. Whew. The Enuma Elish. I'm familiar with this. It's ringing a bell. Okay, this is NL Inky and all that shit. Marduk. Whew. Now we getting deep here. Hammurabi of Babylon. Okay. And Tiamat. And here's the thing, Billy, and this is why I was upset at you, because as far as the parallels, that this document right here is what you need, in addition to the creation story. But when they was able to hang you up and say, oh, there's not many parallels that are so superficial, that's very untrue, Wes Huff. There are parallels that are not superficial. We talk about the escape to Egypt, the return to Nazareth. This is all stuff that is found, that can be found in both in Babylonian text. Now, maybe not. I'm not going to say this to Enuma Elish, but it's right. This is on academia.edu, and so they're talking about the parallels, analysis, information, and background information. Now we're talking about like the biblical text and the connections between the Purim festival, the Magi's, the Nazareth and Bethlehem, cleansing the first time sacrifice, Babylon versus Ecbatana and other capitals of the Parthian period. This is all stuff that can be researched. Babylon that uses its code word for Rome. Da, da, da. So this is discussing parallels. Now we're talking about astrology. Now that this is really cold information. How Saturn, Jupiter, Pisces. This is some high level shit, and I ain't even gonna hold you. I don't care if nobody believe me. I don't care how crazy I sound right now. This text was given. You saw me show the reading history. This is it said the history of this I read 2 years ago. What year was 2 years ago? 2022. If I had a date, you would see the date of the crash out and me looking this up. I don't care what nobody say. My ancestors, like clear as day. I can't even like tell people like stuff. It's like, ugh, clear as day. Oh man. I'll just say I was having dreams about a lot of this shit that's in this damn text right here. That's all I'll say, and I'm gonna leave it at that. And this is some wild shit, man. The frequency of the constellations, the star remain. You got to look at this. You got to look at. You got to be an astrologer to understand all this stuff, though. This is some deep stuff, man. It is. It is. Look at the sources directory of this. These are not people that's just playing around. David in Old Hebrew, remembers a return from Jesus to David, the Great Jupiter period, and Babylonian spelling. These are people that study this shit, the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew, the genealogy of Jesus in Luke. And my ancestors was like, bitch, read all this stuff because we trying to wake your ass up. And I still, honestly, I have to admit, I read it, but I didn't understand it back then, and I saw parallels. But look at this: Daniel belonged to the Jewish elite. Da, 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 da. This is the text that Billy Carson should have been studying, as far as making those parallels that are not superficial, that are beyond just a creation story. Then we talk about like the parting of the Red Sea and even more maybe ideas, but I think maybe we could probably even talk about the turning the water into wine. I think that could be found in these texts, in these cross references. Obviously the Leviathan and the slaying of the dragon Tiamat. I think in Babylon they call it Tiamat. In the Bible it's Leviathan, and again there's stuff in that Bible, there's stuff that have gotten twisted up. You have no idea. And that's where we talk about the divine feminine, the divine masculine, and overthrow of the queen mother. That shit is way too deep for humans. I have written about it in my book from an interdimensional perspective, and we talk about the story of the fallen angels, Lucifer, and whatnot. That's some Book of Enoch type shit. But yeah, this there's some deeper parallels, and the thing is, Billy Carson was too surface level. And I have to say, even with this stuff, I would have to study this more. Like if I would have to prepare, like, to draw these parallels, I would have to get this stuff down pack in my head. But I know where to go and find it, though. Just like this one, the Star of Bethlehem, the four horsemen, and Babylonian astrology. This is powerful stuff if you know what the fuck you doing. You can't have this. This is information you can't be. Now we talk about more parallels. Billy Carson, more parallels. It means about Babylonian myth and the birth of a hero who will grow up and later kill the dragon, being a primordial water monster. The myth is found nowhere in the Babylonian or Jewish material, and Gunkel's theory has not gained acceptance. At the same time, Revelation 12 is used in churches as a reference to the birth of Christ. Revelation 12 is about two scenes in the sky. In respect, there is a possible connection between the story about the Magi visiting Christ in Bethlehem, which my ancestors confirmed. That story about the Magi and visiting Christ in Bethlehem. Oh yeah, there's a connection with all of that. And I can't tell you about nothing else, but that parallel was given to me in a dream before I knew about all of that shit. It's the same with the Tiamat stuff. How would I know all of this stuff? I'm telling you, this was given to me by that Christ in Bethlehem stuff and that Magi with the three wise kings and the astrology stuff with the stars. There's something deeper going on with that. And I am not an astrologer, so I have to learn astrology to even put all this stuff together. And I remember telling my ancestors that I said this is too advanced for me because you have to know Babylonian astrology. You have to be an actual astrologer to understand the deeper hidden, the esoteric aspects of the Bible. I mean, if you really want to go all the way, and that's what my ancestors were trying to tell me, like you really want to go all the way, you got to study, you got to know you got to study it from the way that the priests of Melchizedek would study it, and Chaldean Magi's, which is what Moses was. Moses was a Chaldean Magi. Jesus was a descendant of that. Solomon was a magi. This is the information. And again, the names may be different. Obviously, the J didn't exist, and Solar Man stands for Solar Man, is a code, is an allegory. But even if you looked at my body of work, you could use it as an allegory, and somebody could say, "Oh, I never existed," because that's how powerful. And I don't care. I don't care how arrogant I sound, but the work of the Nakhti philosophy, and not put myself on a level, but I'm telling you, like, say if 500 years from now, somebody was to say, "Oh, that's just nothing." All of this stuff in the Nakhti philosophy and the language of the gods, the whole tenets of intergalactic mentalism that Kali J.N.S. was talking about in her esoteric teachings, yeah, that's all allegory and none of it was real. But if you look at my birthday, my gematria of me, no, I was a motherfucker. I really fucking existed. And that's why I'm not one to say, "Oh, Yeshua never existed." That's all allegory. You'll never get me to say that because I understand the universe is mental and I understand how somebody can write their own script out. Especially that's how Kabbalists are excellent at that. Where you could stage, that's what masonry, a lot of the masonry is staged. And shit been going on for a long time. Yes, you have murder by the numbers, you have life by the numbers, you have birth by the numbers, all coded. And so you can't just say that somebody didn't existed and they all of it is all allegory. Nah, not all of it. It's both. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's both. It's both. And that don't mean you gotta believe. I'll say this. That don't mean you gotta buy into the religion shit. Because you don't. If you want to just look at it from the allegory, that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine in God's eyes. But to denounce that, like, there's people that's of those bloodlines that are still suffering today, that are being tracked down and killed to this day, and some of them that still operate in secrecy to this day. And so and I get a little offended, especially with me knowing the amount of esoteric information that's been revealed to me ever since I was even a little ass kid growing up. My clairvoyance that I've proven publicly that on some level exists with global viral events on a weekly basis, at least 100 of them in less than 1 year. Yeah, like it does get a little offensive when somebody say, "Oh, that person never is." I'm imagining like 500 years, 50, 100 years from now, somebody could just say that shit about me. Oh, well, that was just all an allegory. Callie Jane, oh, that 122, 1992, Life Path 8, Saturn, just clear as day, Saturn, 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 clear as day. I would be pissed if somebody just was like, "Oh, that was an allegory for the coming of the age of the divine feminine and Saturn and Saturn." I would have a fit when whatever dimension I go to next. Like if I'm in Andromeda constellation or some shit, and somebody is like, "Oh, that person never existed." So I know what that shit feels like because I know that's this type of shit that they try to push in the occult. They got a bug in their ass about Yeshua, and it's not for the reasons you think. He is an enemy. He is considered an enemy to Masonry. That's why they put it on the cross. That's why they make you take on you get uncrossing oil to uncross yourself. You cross someone, that's a curse. I'm telling you, like that, they have a bug in their ass about that man for reasons that you will never believe. It ain't got nothing to do with none of the shit you ever thought that anything you think you could read in that book. Because you better know that the highest levels of them secret societies ran by the fallen angels and who he pissed off. You get mad and say it don't exist. I don't give a damn. You better read it like a psychology book. You better know that the universe is mental before you open that Bible, or else your ass gonna be lost in the motherfucker. That's why you better know the emerald tablets. You better know the order of Tahuti. Yeah. But we ain't there yet. We already know that. We know people ain't there yet. But this shit right here, this is the stuff that Billy Carson should be knowing. Now we talk about Enuma, Enua Linky, Magi the Horseman. That's another parallel that's not superficial, West Huff. This is stuff that West Huff should be studying too. This will evolve him in his walk, even as a Christian, considerably. And this is another one: the three wise men from the east and the Star of Bethlehem versus Babylon. Who were the three wise men? Hmm. This one you need too. Oh, we already went through that one. So what's the other one I'm looking for? Study of Solomonic logic in English. Da, 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 da. But you can see 2 years ago, viewed almost 2 years ago, the Star of Bethlehem, signs in the east and a surprise in the west. Ancient astronomy and calendars, Hellenistic Babylonian cosmology. These people, these are scholars. What's up? These are people that could get busy with you. Look at this, viewed almost 2 years ago. My ancestors was like, get your, I'm telling you, three magi's, wise men or kings from the east to visit baby Jesus. I always like to hear to see the baby G. That's so funny. The myth and reality of three magi's or wise men story. Okay. Oh, this is University at Buffalo. Wow. I gotta read all this stuff again because I was in a quantum entanglement. Like my ancestors was like forced, like I can't even, I just have to study this shit, like, because it's coming back to me for a reason. And I have to really dive deep into this stuff because they was like, read this stuff and it was too advanced for me at the time. Like, look at this stuff. Like, I don't have time. I didn't have time to do all the research on this stuff. But look at this. Chronology, date and the birth of Jesus and the star, the prophecy of the 77s, Eastern astronomy, a Jewish and a Babylonian candidate for the star. See, this is what we talking about. Like these are people that will study this stuff. Babylon, and this is the thing is, it's not like Billy Carson just didn't know nothing he was talking about. He's just too surface level. This is stuff you got to sit and study. Because I'm telling you, just that little bit that I read 2 years ago, and shit was too over my head. I said, man, because you got to know astronomy. I mean, sorry, astrology. It was just too much. I'm like, man, I gotta look at this on another damn day. That's literally what my soul said. Julius African News, because they're going back into study this star. Because this star, we talking about the constellations of the three wise men. They looking at this from a whole nother type thing. Not from, so this is another thing that I think Billy Carson should be looking at too. Kashak, the Hebrew word for star, can also be associated with planets. Yeah. Um, and so the prophet Jeremiah, I mean, son of man. What into who he saying he was a son of man too? Daniel's prophecies of the 77s. Yeah. Son of man was coming, he came with the age of days represented before him. To him was given dominion, glory, and kingdom. Eastern astronomy. Yep, but no lie, my ancestors is like, get the studying, motherfucker. And I remember thinking, oh, too much, too advanced. But I'll do it. I'll get back to it because they not playing. Look at this stuff. The Babylonian name for Jupiter, meaning for the white star, could be. And so, you know, what's Huff is very inaccurate on the part where he says there's no parallels between the Enuma Elish, or even I would say Babylonian theology, maybe even Babylonian pantheon. Let me look at the Enuma Elish real quick, though. The starting of the story is creation of the universe, human beings. The beginning was only enough different water swirling and chaos. Yeah, we all know that. That story is found in every religion, by the way. The goddess Tiamat, the difference between. Let me just look at this real quick. I just got a speed read. Tiamat. Oh yeah. This is some deep shit, and it's a connection. I'm talking about spiritually, but from what I know, because I ain't know nothing about no Tiamat. Yeah, but I listened to that crash out video and I was screaming about Tiamat. And I know nothing about none of that. Or a Rishkagal, none of that. I'm like, what the hell? It's a connection there. I don't even need to read or research none of that to know that. I'm talking about spiritually what I know. Whew, good God. Stuff that I've never even told y'all that I can't. Famous stories of fallen man, the great flood. Okay, yeah, the great flood, Noah. That's there too. That's another parallel. Hebrew scribes. That's another parallel that Billy Carson could have spoke on. The Marduk, that asshole fucking Marduk, man, you're a fucking asshole, man. And I'm talking spiritually now because this is stuff that's playing out to this day. It's flying over people's heads, man. They still got beef with us. They still got beef, man. Oh, man, man. I'm looking at this. Let me so y'all can at least see what I'm looking at. Because I'm looking at the Enuma Elish and trying to just scan through tablet. He fashioned heavily formed the greater gods, set the constellation, the pattern of stars. He appointed the year, marked off the division, set up the stars each 12 months, had an organized year. All that can be found in the Bible too. Yeah, it's connections. These are not superficial parallels, West Huff. I mean, I just showed you I just showed you the documents. This is the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian epic of creation, the full text. This shares way more than just superficial parallels. And then we talk about Babylonian astrology, the connections there. Uh, the Babylonian, these different festivals, born a king being born, a hero being born. All that stuff is found in Babylon. Now that's just facts. So what were you saying was so superficial, Wes Huff? Let's actually go back and again, he did his big one on Billy Carson. Don't make no mistake about it. But I mean, if he was to go against, like, say, a trained scholar, it would be much more difficult. This would be more of a conversation because this, I mean, these are not superficial parallels. It doesn't even mean that whatever you wanted to believe is y'all have no idea how script writing occurs in, like, Hebrew culture, even in how that culture has no problem rewriting a script over again and playing it out. Y'all have no idea how it happens all the time. It happens all the time as far as Kabbalists. And that's hard to explain because we doing it in real time, literally. Even with my whole life story, it's just like we just rewrite a script. It's like called time looping. You guys know that about quantum leaping and time looping and how to and playing out a play like Masonic stage theater. There's orders that do that that's been doing that for thousands and thousands of years. Either whether that be a story of Mithra, or that be just replaying out the story of Dionysus with wine and just redoing it, the whole thing. But the shit really be happening. Because you got to understand how to code a matrix. I want to fractal points, angles, how you can script write. Now that's when after you created your dimension or your vortex space, then you have to actually put the script. That's your probability distribution science. Now you actually have to do your programming, your actual the script writing of the narrative. And to be honest, people are lazy and they will copy another person's script and play that out in literally someone's life. And that's a lot of times with the what again, we didn't get no shake. And so, like, a lot of the Hebrew bloodlines did do that. And if that meant copying Cometian or Babylonian. And it's such a hard science. It's an ancient science. And so humans they think, oh, you just copied and stole the story. You stole the story. Not realizing, like, this shit, we do the same thing even to this day, dude. Just replay the whole the crucifixion rituals. Those are rituals. And I mean, George Floyd was the last one. Um, all I'm saying is it's not far fetched to recycle a script, but that script it can be it's a recycled reality, and so you'll see those parallels, and it doesn't even take away from another parallel, another story, another culture, another history. Some of it can literally be plagiarized and stolen. Sure, I can give you that, but I know just from studying just from studying my own life as well as the Bible and many other pantheons, not just obviously, not the way from the average human would do it, but from a very esoteric level, I do know that they will create and recycle someone's mythology and play it out in real time, and it is very easy to do that into someone's life. And it will be real, and it will be a reality playing out. It's happening right now. Just look around you. They do that all the time. Look at how they pick false Mashiachs and false light, and it's this whole thing with this that they're going into where they're trying to force a prophecy. Literally trying to write out a whole prophecy right in front of y'all, just so y'all know. It's nothing but Kabbalists. But humans could try to script write something all they want. you still do have a chief architect. You still have a grand architect that understands this elements of this quantum universe on levels that no human, no interdimensional being, no angel, no demon can understand. This will go above your pay grade on levels you will never understand. It don't matter if you got Atlantean DNA, Lemurian DNA, Pleiadian DNA, Celtic DNA, Tartarian DNA, African DNA, American Indian DNA, Andromedian, Actarian. I don't care what none of that. When we talk about grand design, God, creator God of all, there's some shit that it don't matter how much script writing you think you're gonna do, how much masonry you think you're gonna do, how much Kabbalah you think you about to craft out and all this and new systems you create, nothing can trump, nothing can overcome that final decree and design of the creator God. I don't care how much I try to fake and play out prophecies and put stuff. And for the most part, humans are allowed to do that. But what they're doing now is becoming very, very sinister. That's why the Matrix is collapsing. It already has collapsed. And that's why you see all the bullshit you see popping up. And that's why you see in systems falling. More systems are going to fall. More people are going to be exposed. And again, that goes for anybody. That goes for fake Christians, fake occultists, whoever. If you a fake ass motherfucker going into 2025, you better think of a new profession. You better think of getting real. That energy is too powerful. You fuck around and find out. And see, we going into 2025 and it's about to be, and Billy Carson ass and got tore out the frame. We done seen the fall of the entertainment industry. All that stuff they try to rail out. All the people that people admire. All that celebrity worship is gone and all of that. But let's keep going.
Is that the Old Testament, particularly Genesis, was copied from other ancient texts, and he says that the Genesis creation account is...
It's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish.
Which is an insane claim to anyone who's read both, which is why West Society...
I wouldn't say word for word, but there are parallels that are not superficial, though. Let's continue.
To ask Billy if he's read it before making a really smart move.
Have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah, I've done lectures.
Do you mind? Sure. Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Okay, that was fair. I thought he told him to summarize the. I'm about to say, how the fuck is somebody going to summarize? He wanted the creation account. Okay, that could be summarized pretty quickly. Okay.
Now, this was actually a really smart move from Wes, because if you've ever read the creation account in Genesis 1 and 2, I want you to tell me just how much Billy's summary sounds like the creation account in Genesis.
Because he doesn't know all of it. He didn't do a great job of summarizing it, but there is the Genesis account that they getting hung up on two things. That them parallels, I just showed y'all on an academic level how many parallels. I mean, the parallels between the Babylonian Enuma and the Enuma Elish extends beyond just the creation story. Even if we talk about Leviathan and the parallels between Tiamat, but and maybe this is not even maybe the part of the three wise men in Bethlehem. Maybe that's not found in the Enuma Elish, but for what I'm seeing, it is Babylonian the astrology and pantheon in terms of the parallels and also the splitting of the water. I mean, of the parting of the Red Sea. You know, those are not surface level. The three wise men, the birth of a baby, Messiah appearing, like that's found in Babylonian text, and I could presume, and again, if it's not the Enuma Elish, it is a Babylonian text. But I'm trying. That's why I was trying to scan through. The Great Flood is in there. These are not like superficial. But the thing is, at the higher levels, you have to know how the gematria. You have to know how the sacred geometry of how this universe works, and that's like the mind of God. Like that's not stuff that's privy for the average human. Y'all gonna get hung up in arguing about shit that you just don't understand. That's just you just don't understand it. That doesn't need you don't need to argue about it. Is all I'm saying. Like it doesn't mean it does not take it away as much as you think that. Oh, I have to disprove this and disprove that. I guarantee you that it doesn't it's you have no idea how much that doesn't take away from anything that you want to believe as a Christian, whatever the Christians beliefs are, which I'm pretty familiar with them. If knowing that there's so many parallels between, and again, it's not just the Babylonian one, by the way, um, you have no idea how much that is not a big deal. I mean, do you not do you not think that man, it's just so deep. And again, you can't even get into that because these people are not ready to contend with the role that the fallen angels play and still play on this fucking planet. It's deep, very deep. Hold on, guys. This move, and it's just been like a lot. Like I'm trying to settle into the move, and it's just been a lot. So I'm trying here. But yeah, I say this to say that it's not as much of a big deal to fight about it. I mean, unless you a fallen angel that just got an agenda to push or something. Just don't understand why they want to be. I think that whoever was here before, I mean, they kind of like I don't know if they didn't properly deal with the bug stuff, but like I just moved into this place and I'm like trying to get my bearings on things with whatever they previous. Uh, and it could be because of that big thing. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where. I mean, I'm so understand why I'm like one of these souls. Under that, unless I need to move them baits around, because I'm thinking maybe I popped up with that. Trying to figure out. Okay, let me just finish. But anyways, it's not a big deal, and it's not as they're not as disconnected as one may think. Now let's continue. Where are we at? Okay, so we were here, you know, we were here looking at this stuff, but now let's go back here.
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the Library of Ashurbanipal. And the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy, an astronomical account of the creation of our solar system. It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 4 to 6 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time that this, according to the author of this text, which is pretty interesting. And then there's talks about a nemesis of sorts. In the original version, it's called Nibiru, but in a more recent version, still thousands of years old, the name was changed to Marduk. Marduk is in the Jewish American Library, in the biblical text, in the Torah, and so forth. Very popular figure in ancient times in the religious books and texts. Marduk wanted to be the destroyer, so Marduk is the one that during its next orbit towards Tiamat, crashed into Tiamat and destroyed Tiamat. A huge chunk of it swung away, recoalesced, taking the water, land, and organic material, which basically recoalesced as our planet here, Earth. And the rest of it broke up into pieces. Some of it turned into the asteroid belt. Other parts of it were thrown towards the sun, and some were thrown towards the inner Oort cloud, towards the outer edge of the solar system. This planet, or this moonlet that orbited supposedly a brown dwarf, based on the description of it, gained a very strange orbit around our sun. And we have the scientific evidence now also to match with NASA's data, where we see that Saturn and I believe Neptune switch places. Uranus is flipped on its side. And that's more evidence that something came through our solar system in ancient times and gravitationally really tugged at planets here and switched up their orbits and even pulled the axis of a planet on its own side, where the equator is now running north and south. So a little bit of modern astrophysics kind of backs up what this ancient text is saying. But the Enuma Elish also then begins to talk about the fact that these beings, it kind of cuts into the fact that these beings, are on Earth and at some point begin to engage mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce.
Yup. Exactly like Genesis.
It's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish.
So now let's hear how Wes responds.
I think that there are components of what you said that I would say are in there. I'm not sure it's the best summary. Nonetheless, okay, going with what you said that there were like verbatim parallels with the biblical creation story. Even just going off of what you said, which I think there are components of that I would agree with, the Battle of the Gods, the concept of Enki and the younger gods, and they fight Tiamat, and then Marduk, who swears he'll defeat Tiamat, and Kunku, who kills Tiamat by shooting her with an arrow, and there's this big battle, and then the gods that die end up being the earth and the sky and even us, because we are the end result of that battle. I'm just curious, when you say that there are not just parallels, but there's actual copying, looking at Genesis chapter 1 and 2, where the creation story is summarized in the Bible, what are the actual kind of parallels there that you're looking to? Because as someone who's read both, I not only do I not find parallels, I actually...
You see how he hung him up on just the creation story? There's parallels between the Enuma Elish outside of the creation story. But see, Wes Huff was able to hang Billy up on the creation. Okay, you said parallels within the creation story. Give me the exact ones. Instead of there's parallels between the entire Bible, and particularly in many ways in the Old Testament, and even the birth of Jesus. There's parallels throughout the whole Bible, and then he should have proceeded just like how we saw these documents of and this one in particular of me showing those various parables. This is stuff that but you see how he hung him up on creation story. He said parallels, and yeah, besides the formless void and the story with Leviathan and those parallels with there's many. There's the Great Flood, and there's obviously even stories from the Book of Exodus and whatnot. But you said creation story, so now he's able to hang him up on creation story. He pretty much put him in a corner, and Billy Carson should have saw that and pivot out of it and said, no, I'm not just doing parallels based on a creation story. We're going to do parallels of the whole Enuma Elish and the whole entirety of the Bible itself, and I will go parallel by parallel, and we can cover this. And he could have just pulled up this document right here on the screen, right? He could have pulled this up on his phone and just went through. Just look, even at a surface level, he could have technically got through it. Even if you just was read, let's talk about the Purim festival. Let's talk about Nazareth and Bethlehem. Let's talk about the Magi's and the magicians, the kings and the sages and the astrologers. Let's talk about the parallels between that. And he could have said, let's talk about the parallels between Tiamat and Leviathan. Let's talk about the parallels between Yom Kippur festival. Let's talk about the parallels of between, like, he could have just went in the parting of the Red Sea. Let's talk about the parallels even on the astrological level. Let's talk about the star of the Jews and Kaj Manu, which is Saturn. Let's talk about Jupiter. Let's talk about in the king planet. Let's talk about let's actually get into the actual astrology of the Bible and the parallels and the Enuma Elish. Like he could have really went in on this. He could have just went in. We could have, and then he could have just, let's talk about the prophecies of the Redeemer King. Let's talk about the expectation of the rabbis. Let's talk about, he could have just went in the cuneiform notes. Even at a surface level, Billy Carson could have did that, but you have to know where to go and get it. He could have brought up this research here too, or this one. He could have said, let's talk about the four horsemen and the Star of Bethlehem, and he could say, You know, he could say I'm basing his research off of Herman Gunkel's and research, and then could have proceeded to just give a surface level account of that. And then he could have also probably honestly you could probably just Google parallels between the Enuma Elish and Bible. As a matter of fact, let's just do it. I'm telling you, parallels between Enuma Elish and Bible. Let's just do it right here together. Okay. The Enuma Elish and the Bible. What are celebrity? Like, come on. Like, he could have just read off of a damn website. Seriously. The Enuma Elish and Genesis, a comparison, and that's just the Genesis. But I want the whole Bible. And then it maybe not even get hung up on the Enuma Elish. Just talk about Babylonian pantheon itself. Like, it doesn't have to be the Enuma Elish. I'm pretty sure that there's other. I mean, you have Phoenicians texts, you have Akkadian, Sumerian. I mean, there's so many parallels between all this stuff. It wouldn't be. It's pointless to get caught up in the weeds of all this shit. But this is where the Matrix is at. Y'all want to argue about this shit, whatever. I'm just trying to show y'all, a rundown of what Billy Carson should have been doing to get his ass up out of that hot seat. And it's very easy. And you see me, we were going through resources, we're looking at stuff on your screen, you know. And again, I have a master's degree in religious studies, but I also am an ordained minister as well. And so, I'm on top of being a sociologist. And so when it comes to like research and synthesizing stuff, though I am not surface level, I can go very deep. And my text, like even my book here, with just that little bit that I showed y'all, giving you the rundown of all of, and which I never talk about this stuff. A lot of Black Americans probably never even see this actual side of me, that I get this deep into this stuff. I don't really show it as much as people like to. This is why they shadow ban me so much, because they want people to just think that I'm just some quack. But I'm very well researched on this stuff, very very much so. Um, as a scholar, again, I'm not saying, oh, I personally believe this stuff and all that. That's not even important. But when it comes to synthesizing knowledge and production of knowledge, not even just because you can, history, I'm past all of that, but like even the production of new thoughts and new knowledge, that's a skill set. That's a skill set that even Wes Huff himself has to develop. Wes Huff has to develop that. He caught Billy Carson up though. He did. He got him. But just from me hearing it's studying him, he is a trained scholar, don't get me wrong, but he needs development too. Because he shouldn't have been, but he knows how to trick him in terms of like, hey, what are the parallels between the creation story? No, I want to do the parallels between the whole Bible and the Enuma Elish or Babylonian text itself or Phoenician text itself. And again, the parallels, y'all want to get caught up in that. That's not important in the grand scheme of the God's universe. That's just not important. But humans are free to debate. People can debate whatever the fuck they want, and so people, this is what they wanted to do. And so let's see what else he has to say.
And this is the majority of ancient Near Eastern scholarship with me. Think that Genesis chapter 1 is actually an apologetic against documents like the Enuma Elish. So what are the parallels there?
So Billy is now in the hot seat.
The parallels he interpreted. This is what Wes. He interpreted the final outcome of of humans' history in relation to the cosmos and God. He concluded the interpretations of what the Enuma Elish and the creation story and the Bible, how he forced like this interpretation that has to be at odds when really it's just his interpretation. And because they have an agenda, which is show how Billy Carson has been misleading Christians and he don't know what he's talking about. And we have to, this is what they wanted to do. And again, I'm not here to take anyone's side or whatnot. I'm just telling you objectively, I know what this looks like. Like they had a mission and Wes understood the assignment and Billy Carson probably didn't. They probably paid him to go on there and he probably thought he was going to get his shit off and stuff and didn't realize he walked right into a trap. It happens. He walked right into a trap.
Once again, now that he's being pressed to give evidence again, how do you think that he'll respond?
So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Enuma Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
He shouldn't have hung him up. You see how he's doing that? He shouldn't have hung him up on that creation story. I'm like, we got to do the whole. But Billy Carson is surface level, and he can't see like a setup. He couldn't see that somebody trying to force you to draw parallels just from the creation story alone. That's not good enough. And it could technically be good enough, but that may be more surface level compared to other parallels. And so he hung you up on that and then made the statement that any parallel that you can find between the Enuma Elish and the Bible are all superficial. And that is not fucking true. There are people that study this for a living. We were literally on academia.edu looking at this shit. These people is not playing. These are people in their 70s that's been studying this Bible, studying these texts, studying the Enuma Elish and looking at this stuff. Astrologers, people that's trying to get information on the King Star and the Magi's, because they understand this at a way deeper level than West himself understands. Babylonian astrology and the Star of Bethlehem, astronomy in Revelations 12 revealed what the Magi saw. Yeah, they're not playing with this stuff because there's a lot of truth to it, and this is not just people. A lot of it has a Matrix vibe to it. A lot of it is a horse and pony show, but there's people that know how to go deep with this stuff. They just do. They just do. This is a whole damn book on this stuff. So you can't just say all of the parallels are superficial. And that was my issue. But my thing is they hung up Billy Carson on that creation story. Now he didn't know how to wiggle he's too surface level. He can't wiggle his way out of it. He's totally lost. He's totally out of his element.
And as polite as Wes is, he simply couldn't hold back his amusement at this point.
Okay, that I would agree is a parallel. The only reason I highlight that is that if you're making this the argument, because if you brought it up, and I mean this with all due respect, there are superficial parallels. I would agree. The separation of the water, the concept of the earth being formed.
And that was a bad parallel that Billy gave out. Because you could have talked about how is the Star of Bethlehem a superficial parallel? Is the Great Flood a superficial parallel? And a lot of the stuff, even the story, I would say even the creation story itself, I don't see those as superficial parallels because they're in every creation story in every world religion. Again, people are still in this box in the matrix of this religion is better than this religion, my religion is accurate, your religion is false, my God is this, my God is that. And they want to get hung up on that, y'all do y'all, but it don't stop the show. Okay, one monkey don't stop no show. Okay,
formless and void. That's also in the Enuma Elish.
That's not a superficial parallel though. That formless and void, that's like fucking major, dude. That story is found in every single world religion.
However, I think all the other details, it's the details that make the difference.
And once again, West Health is only dealing with creation story. He's not dealing with the entire Enuma Elish and the entirety of the Bible parallels. There's so many more parallels. The research, I don't have to keep repeating myself. That we're going over those research. I keep on showing it on the screen. These are not like superficial parallels, dude. And so, what Wes Huff is a trained scholar, and he said creation story. So he hanging him up on that. He hanging him up on his own words. That's all he did. He would have never been able to get me like that. Look at this. Let's keep going.
Difference. And of the Enuma Elish, which only the kings were created in the image of God. I would say what we see within the
Bible. That was your interpretation, Wes Huff. That was your interpretation. Go and read, and like I said, that research that was for Billy Carson is also for you too. Go and start to study this shit, Wes Huff. The wise men from the east and the Star of the Bethlehem. Or is it you interpreted that wrong? That's not what they both saying the same thing. It's just a matter that you want to interpret that because you have an agenda. Let the information just be. or let God speak to you. Okay? Early Christianity, New Testament Christian origins. Look at this: the Star Buffalo, the Four Horsemen in Babylonian astrology, a proposal of possible connections. Y'all go and y'all read this stuff, both of y'all. The Star of Bethlehem, signs in the east and the surprise in the west. Y'all go and read this stuff. Messiah figures, the Gospel of Matthew. And I'm telling you, my ancestors, I saw that reading history. They told me to go and read this shit, study this shit. And I'm still flying over my head. I still got to sit down. And if you don't have a background in astrology, good luck. But I'm telling you, if y'all want to advance, especially West Huff, and I'm pretty sure you may have already read some of this stuff, but you need to go and study it more, because them interpretations that you got, that's wrong. I wouldn't say it's wrong. It's too presumptuous. It's too presumptuous. And that there are those and in the claim that those are superficial parallels that exist between Enuma Elish beyond the creation story. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Okay, you went against somebody, and he knew he was going against a surface level motherfucker. He knew. And it's people he making, and Billy Carson, they in this for this money. You saw how Billy Carson was bragging about all the money he got, and it's people that can see through that, and they annoyed. And you got to figure Sarah Sunseti and Brother Sanchez called him out, and so you can't say, oh, the Christians just want to beat up on Billy Carson, because it's people that are in commission science, or that are in the occult, and they are tired of Billy Carson too. Sarah Sunseti did major videos on it, Brother Sanchez as well. And so it's not just a Christian thing, or, it's a lot of people that see Billy Carson as problematic. I didn't even see it. They had to point it out and do the research, because I'm not one to be looking at like all, like, okay, what did he do all wrong, whatever. Somebody else had to point that out for me. I personally thought that Billy Carson did know what he was talking about, when it came to, a lot of things. Now, I'm not saying I was following him, or researched, or knew exactly what he was talking about, but I've heard his name enough in many circles enough to have assumed, or to think that he knew what he was talking about. I did think that. I ain't gonna hold you. I did think that. Let's keep going.
Account is that God purposefully creates. There's only one God. He purposefully creates with this.
Change the subject. So we're barely even 30 minutes into the debate at this point, and so far, Wes has completely dismantled every single piece of evidence that Billy has brought forth, and the rest of the debate continues to go on just like this. And by the way, there were countless copyright claims being filed to protect Billy to have the videos taken down, but it seems now that there's so many clips surfacing that the videos are now being left alone. So we'll see if this video even stays up, but I think it's now clear why Billy wanted to keep this debate off the internet.
He showed up to his house at 2:30 a.m. in the morning to try to get the video footage.
So badly. He wasn't capable of providing any evidence for any of his claims that he's been teaching for years that are causing people to doubt the validity of the Bible. And if people want to question the veracity of the Bible, then they should do so based on facts. But
I agree with that. You should do so based on facts, not because somebody is running around on a surface level, not knowing what the fuck they talking about.
We've seen in this debate, the facts overwhelmingly support its reliability.
And we talking about facts, like on both sides, not surface level Christian scholarship and not surface level occultist scholarship. Nah.
So all in all, this debate serves as a reminder that Christianity is built on a firm foundation.
Okay, so they wanted to push what they wanted to push. That's it. They wanted to push what they wanted. They had an agenda and they understood the assignment, and Billy did not. And so he did have a meltdown
on a tiny.
Is unacceptable.
Billy Carson did crash out after this. He showed up to the house. He was cussing out people.
So honestly, this one was an absolute mess. But you don't have to sit through all 3.5 hours.
So, I think we covered all of the analysis that I wanted to cover in terms of the scholarship. But this is the part of where the pathos, as far as your public engagement and your emotional intelligence, and this is where Billy killed his own career pretty much. After he could have even savaged himself with a good pathos and logos after the fact with follow-up material but again, he was so surface level. But this is what I mean, where like those in like the pro-blacks, the conscious stuff, community. They wanted like to blacklist me so bad. Like I could have like y'all saw how I just clearly outlined something that Billy could have used that he wouldn't have got his ass tore off the frame like that. He could have used them notes and all that stuff and been trained. And because what happened is just terrible afterwards. Like he could, on top of losing Logos and Ethos at the actual interview, the fallout made him lose his pathos, which means even his own fucking audience or his own doubted the validity and doubted are starting to have second guesses about him. So let's look at this.
Hours. I've broken down the most important moments, covering the fallout, the debate response, and the meltdown. So let's dive in, because this is going to be an eye-opening reveal about the real Billy Carson. So Billy's livestream was supposed to expose the fake debate that he recently took part in, but quickly spiraled into disaster. He started by announcing lawsuits against everyone involved: the host, the opponent, and even the editor. But it wasn't long before his fans started turning on him in droves. They were furious that he wouldn't admit to an obvious loss. I had to unsubscribe. It's one thing to be a sore loser, but to not admit defeat means you cannot learn or grow due to no lesson being received.
Right. I agree with that.
Billy, brother, I really want to see you win, but you're fighting against your own message right now. I hope you can recover from this, but you have to look in the mirror, because this behavior is unacceptable. Really?
The behavior afterwards, I have to agree, was unacceptable. He should have just showed out some, just like how I did, where we showed out, the different documents and carved out what he meant from the Codex Sinaiticus and the differences between the Epistle of Barnabas and the Gospel of Codex. He could have did that all afterwards and just be like, look, I wasn't prepared, and I just want to follow up and give some more sources and just what I did today is what he should have just did and left it alone. He has a platform. He could have made that go viral and covered it up and left it alone. Not going to people's houses, not threatening to sue, not calling people poor and all this shit how he was doing.
Billy, you should be 100% honest when you discuss what happened. You are not building credibility, and I am a fan of yours. I used to like this guy, but literally 5 minutes into this video, I was done with him. But for some fans, the frustration went even deeper. Several other commenters pointed out something even more troubling about Billy's response. You should take this video down. Most of your fans are poor people. The poor people are the ones who made you powerful. So, what did Billy say on his live stream that drove his fans to say this? Well, it started with Billy unnecessarily and continuously humble bragging about how much money that he has in a way that felt tone deaf and out of touch with his audience.
We have 5 AC units, and I don't even know which one of them is acting up. I normally take the elevator upstairs. I've had a chef for 10 years, and they like the food from coming over and eating the food at our house, and now they share our chef. We are hopping off of a private jet. We relaxed in a huge 8,500 square foot mansion with our best friends on a tiny private island. I'm actually sleeping in my movie theater in my house. I have a movie theater. I'm sleeping in the movie theater.
But what really set
See, and that's as we going into the age of Aquarius and the age of divine feminine, humanity is awakening, and so they're not going to care about the material things about that stuff, like trying to impress humans with all of that. They focus more that you got your ass smacked up in a debate and that you out here giving surface level information, that you don't know the scholarship, but somehow you clicked in probably with this Baphomet shit where you able to get money and all this stuff. And that's literally what humans are gonna take about it. Okay, they gonna literally go into more conspiracy shit and be like, okay, so you got you pushing all this shit and misleading Christians. And I'm telling you what's gonna happen. This is not even a good look. And they're gonna swing this on a whole other way. That's not no good look to be talking like that. And if you got the money and you earned it and you did it right and you work hard, that's fine, right? But I'm telling you, like, losing the debate like that, and then people gonna just think that people are getting to spaces where they are at that they don't deserve, and they don't have the knowledge and the skill set to get to, so they doing something else to get it. That's what people are gonna conclude based off of that horrific debate performance, the aftermath of your character and your lack of emotional intelligence, and then bragging about money. Humans, I'm telling you, I don't know what else y'all gonna what's next in y'all arsenal, because I mean, humans are gonna awaken and realize that money is not everything, and that the currency, the kinetic energy, your currency, what you do with your time and location freedom. Those are going to be most important. Your inner circle, the love that you have for yourself, your growth and your own spiritual development, your spiritual gifts. People going to be thinking like that. I don't know what the fuck y'all going to do, because people are starting to realize that about that shit, about this money shit now. People understand how niggas was selling their soul. People be selling their soul to get put on and all this shit. Like, people ain't got time for all that shit. The people don't want to be in these weirdo ass contracts and shit. So what the fuck are y'all gonna do? And my thing is, Billy Carson bragging about all this money, money, money. Humans are waking up. They are. I'm not saying that abundance is bad or anything. People should manifest abundance, or welcome abundance, and reprogram their own subconscious mind around money. I'm doing the same thing right now as we speak, as far as reprogramming my subconscious mind around money. But to hang up, like the way he was just coming off, like he was saying those are just poor people and all that. It's like most of your following they ain't living like you, you know? I'm telling y'all. Whew, good God. Yeah, 2025.
Set fans off was his blatant mockery about those who he deemed poor, especially 9-to-5 workers.
This is what they try to do when you get famous. You see? I let a lot of it slip because a lot of these people are just ignorant, poor people. They're just poor people. They're just ignorant. So I let a lot of it, whatever, man. These people are just poor dummies. What can you
Ooh, really? See, but you see how, you know, I mean, you see, that's what I'm telling people. People is a that's a turn off. That's more turn off than him actually being a surface level nigga and giving them and conceding and giving that horrific debate. That's even, I'm telling you, he could have bounced back from that horrific debate. He really could have. Especially if you, again, this is what happens when y'all want to let surface people that y'all can just control in whatever, and not have people that, like, I'm telling you, I could have gave Billy Carson, here's some notes, and here's what the fuck you needed to go do, and here's the research, and here's what you need to go say. Go in there and go tell what you exactly what you wanted to actually say. Go do it that way, and do a follow-up video and be like, yo, I wasn't even ready, I was sick and shit. Like, come on now. But I wanted to let people know, like, and then he could have actually went reviewed through just like how I did. This is what he should have been doing, and left it alone, and be like, look, y'all caught me off guard. That was whatever he had to say. And I did have some of my, I had to go back and get my sources pulled up, because he could have just said, I wasn't even thinking that it was a debate. I was ambushed. I didn't even know it was a debate. I'm thinking that we going to talk with Christian brothers and sisters. Like, that's all he had to say. Like you made this shit 1,000 times worse, Billy. But it
do?
was by design. Like, I'm telling you, God, the creator God of all, I don't care if it's Tahuti, I don't care what the fuck. I'm telling you, this is an energy that's so powerful. It transcends. It don't matter what religion you are. If you a fake motherfucker, if you pushing some shit that has not aligned with righteousness and with the age we going in, age of enlightenment, I'm telling you, gonna get exposed. If you're not a real motherfucker, y'all better hurry up and figure out what the fuck y'all gonna do. Because it's all getting exposed in 2025. You thought 2024 was something, and because we talking about like people that you really didn't expect. Like, yeah, everybody expect P. Diddy and shit. We heard shit about P. Diddy for years. Like, but this shit that's about to pop off in 2025, good God.
I make more money than rappers. I'm not a Joe Schmo 9-to-5 worker bee. You thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online and gain some popularity. Like Kendrick Lamar say, they not like us. They not like us.
What? That's like a projection. Nobody was even thinking that. But Brother Sanchez, they was calling your bluff, and they was breaking down, how you connected with NASA and how you connected with all they little establishment shit. And they was thinking that, like, this dude not grassroots. This guy is not like he's like they feel like you a plant or like you a puppet or something. I'm not saying that I think all that, but, and I don't even think you're a dumb black guy that got lucky. I don't necessarily think that either. I don't think you're dumb, but I don't think you're dumb at all, to be honest. I just think that, if you need to, you have to study more, and develop that emotional intelligence. And people have their days. Everybody had a moments. It was how you bounce back, and people are disappointed in how you bounce back. I personally was disappointed, and somebody on your team, somebody should have had this all set up. Like, you got to have sharp shooters, man. And this is what happens. Like, I'm telling you, like, that community, this little pro-black conscious community shit that even Billy Carson has connections with, they was so hung up to just band together and, okay, let's blacklist Kylie. Let's make sure that nobody knows who this, or let's tell everybody she's crazy. And y'all seen how it was just nothing for me to just gut through what should have been said and how that debate should have been handled with credible sources, a clear with a clear logical coherencies. We were on the Codex Sinaiticus website itself. We were looking through the Gospel of Barnabas. We established that they were the Epistle of Barnabas and the Gospel according to Barnabas are two different things. Like, we did that research together. We spent the whole time. And so, like, yeah, I'm long-winded, but we did that research together. And what I'm saying is, like, somebody on Billy Carson's team should have did better damage control to have him go up there and say, well, guys, I was talking about the 6th century, the Epistle of Barnabas, that was, like all this stuff, that pretty much everything that I said in this video, Billy Carson should have went and jumped literally the next day. Not be showing up at 2:30 when he was at that nigga's house at West and trying to get the footage. He should have been preparing notes on, like, okay, let me talk about these parallels between the Enuma Elish and the Bible, and have some credible sources pulled up, just like how I showed y'all, and just go through. Even he could have just been reading and say, oh, this is what I meant. I was talking about the parallels of the Babylonian astrology and the Enuma Elish, and not just the creation story. There are many parallels beyond the creation story, and just go just line by line, even if he had to read it off the screen. Like, somebody should have, that's just me. And that's what, talk about, like, damage control and brand control. That's what somebody should have been doing for Billy Carson, anybody on his team. But I already know that level, like, with that pro-black shit, like that conscious stuff, or even the occult community, they are surface level. They're not, you got a couple that's just well researched and like, just amazing. But for the most part, especially, like, the more mainstream you get, them motherfuckers are surface level as hell. I'm telling you. Like, the real solid motherfuckers that really know some shit, they're gonna be shadow banned. They're not going to get, especially if they're not controllable, or if they're not in that system, or in a part of that little bullshit matrix. You're not going to hear of them. And so your best and your brightest and your best scholars, your best esotericists, your best esoteric philosophers, you're not going to know. They're not going to be mainstream, because they only going to push certain people up there. So this is what you get, to be honest. Sorry, guys.
Now, first off, you can't quote Kendrick while you're acting like Drake. And secondly, now this earlier comment suddenly makes more sense. But if obliviously mocking his fans wasn't bad enough, Billy took things to another level when he admitted this.
The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Now, if you aren't aware, what he just admitted to was filing what's called slap lawsuits, which are designed to silence critics and burden the defendant with legal costs until they abandon their criticism. And he even went so far as to say that he's gonna sue the host of the podcast for
$1 million and possibly even more.
Now, not only does admitting this ruin the little bit of chances that he had at winning the lawsuit, but it also opens him up to counter lawsuits. And unsurprisingly, fans and critics alike saw this as a massive overreaction to a debate being published. But as we'll see next, Billy's excuses and evidence for his debate performance,
it was a massive overreaction.
Didn't just fail to clear his name, they made things far worse, with some even calling him a fraud. And speaking of fraud, before we get into that, did you know that American homeowners nationwide trillion, the damage has been done, and you're left with a financial and a legal nightmare? So we left off with some people considering Billy to be a fraud. This all stemmed from his poor performance in a recent debate, which anyone that was familiar with Wes and Billy's work knew exactly how it was gonna go.
Billy Carson, that dude, sat down with Wes Huff.
Bro,
it was a slaughter.
Yeah, and given the fact that they were right, Billy tried to excuse his performance with some, Let's just call them questionable arguments. The first explanation he gave was that he was incredibly sick, claiming that he nearly died of pneumonia days before the debate. And he showed proof of this by showing this band-aid on his arm.
And being in that weakened state, which he knew he caught me in one of my most weakest states. He saw how I only weighed 206 pounds. And again, I was so sick and ill, to be quite honest with you. Maybe I did bumble my words a couple times with the Sinai Bible or the Barnabas text. It's quite possible. I thought we were having a casual conversation on spirituality, and I wasn't really even fully in my right mind. I just almost died a few days before going to his house, literally. And so he took advantage of that.
Now, to be clear, I don't have any strong reason to doubt that he was sick and was actually in the hospital days before the debate. And by the way, I'm glad that he didn't die and he's better now. But if this illness really did cause him to get things wrong, then what's his excuse for saying the exact same things on podcasts before the debate?
Never got crucified. As a matter of fact, the Sinai Bible, Jesus was crucified. Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible. The Sinai Bible. But then you go to the Sinai Bible.
Okay, so we already went through all of that earlier. And so, I mean, I just wanted to I mean, it was on my mind. And again, I haven't been in that mode. It's and particularly in this field. I've been in scholarship mode, but not in a Christian field. But I'm familiar with some of this stuff. And so, this was a good little exercise for me intellectually, but just to do the overview of Billy Carson and the debate, which I mean we haven't seen nothing like. Again, it's a little matrixy, but I still feel like it was well worth it to do the review. I mean that was some heavy shit. I mean Billy Carson, you out here looking crazy, but you could recover, and you have to just work on. You have to. I mean, good God. It's a lot, right? I mean, is it not a lot? I'm telling you, they going. It's a lot going on. They got Jay-Z up there. I mean, it's just so much going on. It is about to be the 2025 and shit. They got P Diddy's ass and all this stuff. We'll see what's going on, man. Do I think Billy Carson can recover from this? I do, but I do think that he's going to have to recover with showing his actual knowledge base, and by that, like showing that he's not surface level. So maybe that's a debate rematch where you study, or maybe not even a debate with him, but maybe you're just teaching more. Maybe sometimes it's about now you're gonna have to develop that credibility up again, and you do that by, I would say, exuding more emotional intelligence and admitting, I reacted wrong, I overreacted, I didn't have to do all that, guys, especially to the people that support me. I should have been saying people was poor and stuff. I was frustrated. I felt attacked. I felt like people were judging me and whatnot. Just, it's okay to be vulnerable and let people know that I attacked back. I would say because people were attacking me and people were saying things about me, saying I was a fraud and it hurt my feelings. I mean, you a man, so you ain't gotta say all that. Like, I'm a woman, so I can get up here and get away with all that. But you can be still vulnerable though and say, like, yeah, it made me feel some type of. You don't have to say it hurt my feelings. You could just say it made me feel some type of way to people that that turn on me, and so, and I felt ambushed at the debate, and I wasn't, so I'm willing to admit that I overreacted, but I want to come back with teaching scholarship. I want to come back with teaching things on the truth, and make my comeback. And it happens to the best of us. And I do feel like I was set up, and I do feel like people was trying to put some chink in my armor. I mean, you just say something simple like that, and keep it fucking moving. But now we about to go on to our Freaky Friday playlist. It's been long. It's been a damn minute. We got some new music for our Freaky Friday playlist. You know what? I want to start with Ladies Night. Y'all remember Ladies Night? That's my shit. Ladies Night. And then we gonna get up on off of here. Ladies Night. And with Little Kim. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when I was a little ass kid, Little Kim used to be my my nickname. Like Little Kim, my nickname, because when I was a little girl, you remember when Little Kim first came out, she was cute as hell. That brown girl, she was cute as hell. When I was a little ass kid, like I used to look like Little Kim, look before when she was a little ass kid. I mean, when she was a young ass girl, like, so that was literally my middle name as a little ass kid, like when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. And it wasn't because I acted like Little Kim or anything, because she used to do her little thing and be more provocative back in the day. But I'm telling you, like, our nose before a big nose, brown skin, like we used to look. I'm telling you, like people used to. That. If I'm lying, I'm flying. That was no lie, a nickname that people used to call me, like Lil Kim, Lil Kim. And I didn't understand what it was, but I remember, I'm like, okay, I like that lady. When I was 6 years old, 7 years old, and people was calling me Little Kim, and I saw her swagger. I said, well, that ain't no insult. I like whoever that is. I used to look, I'm like, man, when we saw No Matter What People Say, we got to going on. That was my shit. Oh man, I used to listen to that. I used to just like listen to that song every damn day. No matter what people say, we got to going on. Yeah, I remember that shit. That was my song. And obviously Crush on You. Lil Kim with Lil C's Crush on You. I mean, come on. So when I was a little kid, when people was calling me Little Kim and I'm looking at the TV, I'm like, okay. Okay. Not all of the influence was because I was trying to sing the songs too, so I get in trouble because it's like, okay, you ain't supposed to be singing the songs. So like you look like Lil Kim. We ain't saying to act like Lil Kim. Because I sure used to do the cry baby and get in trouble. Get popped upside the head. But I gotta play ladies' night because it is ladies' night. Shit, it's ladies' night. It's Friday. Stimulate your mind, Craig. Yeah, it's Friday. So yeah, let's play ladies' night. Now, I do have to say we gonna have to get it off of YouTube. And we gonna be on Twitter though and on Rumble because YouTube gonna hit you with the copyright. But I love y'all that was rocking with me tonight. Royal Deluxe, I thank you for that. Uh, Brittany, I thank you for fucking with me. Wreak Havoc, I thank you for fucking with me. DW, my baby, all y'all my babies, I thank you for fucking with me. And Obi-Wan 1111. OBI 1111. I thank you for fucking with me too. And so, yeah, Wreak Havoc, you a real one. You be here. You be here. Royal Deluxe, y'all be here. And what's up, Royal Deluxe and DW? I thank y'all so much. But I do have to end it on YouTube for the copyright reason. So y'all gonna have to head back over to Twitter because we about to get our jam on. I like to listen to some music after talking so much. So I'm gonna talk to y'all next week on YouTube. We're gonna be on Twitter still though. Okay. I'm gonna talk to you later. Love you. Bye.